Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Healthcare Innovation Forum 2020. My name is Lee Jin-hee, MC of today's forum. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Thank you very much for joining us at such an early time in the morning. And Lemon Plus and Health Duty Free Shop is some of the TV shows that I host. So I'm quite interested in health and the topic of healthcare, and I'm very much looking forward to today's topics and presentations. Now moving on to the first opening remark of the opening ceremony, let us invite CEO Shin Hyo-sop of Joseonbiz to the stage for his opening remark. Please give him a big hand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome all of you to Healthcare Innovation Forum 2020. I would like to extend my gratitude to Minister Park Neung-hoo of the Ministry of Health and Welfare, lawmaker Kim Min-seok of the Chairman of the Committee of Health and Welfare at the National Assembly, President Kwon Duk-chul of the Korea Health Industry Development Institute, Chairman Seo Jung-jin of Celltrion, CEO Kim Hyun-bin of Right Fund, and Chairman Choi Dae-jib of Korea Medical Association. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the audience who are joining this forum online. Joseonbiz and KHIDI has been hosting the Healthcare Innovation Forum since 2013. And each year at this Healthcare Innovation Forum, we've been introducing new issues and changes taking place in the healthcare industry and discuss policy directions with the experts. This year, the world is struggling with COVID-19. We understand that crises offer opportunities as well, and it is very important to read the trends of innovation and be prepared for a better future. Recently, with the aging population and COVID-19 pandemic, the healthcare industry paradigms are changing rapidly. Already, consumers are getting used to receiving healthcare services using IT technology, and they are taking care of their health using innovative technology. So the healthcare industry is being more consumer focused. At this Healthcare Innovation Forum 2020, we're going to discuss directions of innovation in this industry. So under the theme of healthcare innovation in the new normal era, we are going to have very interesting sessions. In this era of the pandemic, we're going to discuss healthcare innovation, Global Alliance for Pandemic Response, and R&D on infectious diseases after COVID-19. And all these sessions will help us understand how we need to prepare for a better future after COVID-19. We have Chairman Seo Jung-jin of Celltrion, which is developing the first antibody treatment in Korea, and he's going to give a keynote presentation. We also have Karen DeSalvo, Chief Health Officer of Google Health, and she will have discussions with CEO Park Sang-jun of Medical IP to understand digital healthcare technology development. We also have Rob Walton, President and CEO of AKA of GE Health, that has more than 100 years of history in medical imaging, and he's going to discuss the future of healthcare. We will also have a separate session for the Right Fund, which is a global private-public partnership fund to support R&D effort in underdeveloped countries. Due to the circumstances surrounding pandemic, we had to allow only a limited number of participants physically, but we're live streaming this event on YouTube. We have some limitations in terms of the format of the forum, but the depth and discussions of our presentations and discussions will be unlimited, and I believe that you will be able to find great insights and ideas for healthcare innovation. Currently, the government, the academia, and the industries are joining hands in overcoming the current pandemic, and I hope that this forum will provide you with ways forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the remark, CEO Shin. As you mentioned, I hope that today's forum will serve as an opportunity to find new growth engine for the healthcare sector. Now, let us invite President Kwon Duk-chul of Korea Health Industry Development Institute to the stage for his congratulatory remarks. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you all. As introduced, my name is Kwon Deok-cheol, president of KHIDI. It's quite chilly as winter has begun according to the lunar calendar. So thank you very much for joining us at the Healthcare Innovation Forum 2020 despite the cold weather. And we will soon meet Honorable Minister Bang Nung-hoo of Health and Welfare and Chairman Kim Min-seok of the Health and Welfare Committee via video. Thank you very much. President Kim Myun-bin of Right Fund, thank you for planning session 2. And CEO Shin Hyo-seop of Joseon-Biz, thank you very much for co-hosting today's forum. And thank you very much, Mr. Choi Dae-jeop of the Medical Association for joining us despite the busy schedule. My special gratitude also extends to today's keynote speakers, Chairman Seo Jung-jin of Celltrion, CHO Karen DeSalvo of Google Health, President Walton of GE Healthcare. And thank you very much, Professor Song Si-young of Yonsei University for moderating the open talk. And last but not least, thank you, President Mandel of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, as well as session 2 speakers for your presentations, which I believe will share innovative trends in biohealth. Distinguished guests, COVID-19 has upended our economy and everyday life. And this is the experience that we are having every day. Travel restrictions have reduced economic activities, and what was once considered normal now seems out of reach. A post-COVID-19 or new normal age has arrived. However, technological innovation is turning the crisis into an opportunity. K-quarantine, which has gained global attention, was enabled by cutting-edge infectious disease diagnosis, epidemiology, and tracing technologies. The new normal and technological innovation are changing the healthcare sector, and of course, this was all possible thanks to the sacrifice of the healthcare professionals and those at the forefront. As I said, the new normal and technological innovation are changing the healthcare sector. COVID-19 drugs, vaccines are increasingly adopting AI, cutting-edge biotech, and other innovative technologies. And digital healthcare technology is accelerating smart care and disease treatment. Our sector has built strong capacity with which we are reaping visible results. Health sector export has posted growth for 14 consecutive months. As a result, the sector's export volume as of September reached $2.3 billion, exceeding the 2 billion mark for the first time. In particular, R&D and facility investment drove the growth of the pharmaceutical sector, which is expected to lead future COVID-19 drugs and vaccines. The government is also doing its part to support the innovation of the biohealth technology and sector. The biohealth sector innovation strategy, which was unveiled in May 2019, has laid out policies and initiatives to foster the biohealth sector as the next flagship sector. Also, the revision of the Data 3 Act and the Healthcare Data Use Guideline will serve as the framework for data use, whereas the enactment of the Medical Device Sector Act will help us respond to convergence of technologies. This will promote digital healthcare, smart hospitals, and other pioneering healthcare service models, and help new drug development and digital pathology diagnosis by fostering AI development. The agency seeks to project the future of biohealth and lead the global market, which is why the agency has been co-hosting the Healthcare Innovation Forum since 2013 with Joseon-Biz. The 8th Healthcare Innovation Forum is held under the theme Healthcare Innovation in the Age of New Normal. Various topics such as innovation in hospitals industry and biohealth innovation in our everyday life will be discussed. Also, global cooperation to combat the pandemic and future R&D for infectious diseases will be examined to assess the direction biohealth needs to take to fight COVID-19. I hope that today's forum will serve as an opportunity to share recent biohealth trends and look into the future and provide a breakthrough in overcoming COVID-19. I ask for your participation and support. Thank you very much again for joining us today despite your busy schedule. I wish you health and happiness. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Please give him a big hand.
I would like to once again say thank you to the President. Next, I'd like to invite Minister Bang Nung-hoo of Health and Welfare for his congratulatory remarks. Please take a look at the video. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Bang Nung-hoo, Minister of Health and Welfare in Korea. I'd like to extend my congratulations on the opening of the 8th Healthcare Innovation Forum. I'd like to extend my warm thanks to Chosunbiz and Health Industry Development Institute for their support in organizing this event. Since 2013, Healthcare Innovation Forum has been held annually, and this has been an important venue in introducing new issues and changes in the healthcare industries. This was a venue for experts from home and abroad to get together and discuss how to advance the policies for healthcare industry. The theme of this year's forum is Healthcare Innovation in the New Normal Era. Since the outbreak of the pandemic, we are living in this new normal era, and I believe that this theme is very timely. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the industry is struggling, but the healthcare industry is getting stronger. By September this year, healthcare exports have increased 34% on year. This shows the remarkable growth of the healthcare industry, and at the same time, the importance of quarantine, healthcare, and non-contact services are getting higher, and the healthcare industry is changing as a result. The government is going to respond to these changes in a proactive manner. First of all, in order to overcome the current pandemic, we're going to mobilize all the forces of the businesses, universities, research centers, hospitals, and the government authorities. And to that, we have allocated 193.6 billion won of supplementary budget in order to support the development of treatments, vaccines, and other quarantine-related supplies and the basic research. Healthcare data is getting more important in the healthcare industry. Healthcare big data is going to support new drug development and new medical treatment development. As such, the government is going to build healthcare data centers in 5 areas, including the public, bio, hospital, new drugs, and cosmetics. And these bio and healthcare data centers are going to provide a source of growth for this industry. At the same time, we have announced the healthcare data usage guidelines, and this is going to help the ethical use of bio and healthcare data. Also, in order to promote healthcare innovation, we need to have consistent R&D investment. In 2021, we have increased the R&D budget for healthcare and bio sector by 30% compared to 2020. It's going to be 1.7 trillion won. So it's going to be a very large amount of budget for healthcare R&D. We understand that crises are also opportunities. I believe that the COVID-19 pandemic is going to provide opportunities for Korean healthcare industry to grow. But to make this happen, we need support from the other sectors. So in that sense, I hope that researchers and healthcare professionals and investors will join hands together. In this forum, we're going to discuss innovative technology, including new vaccine development platforms and smart hospitals. And I understand that there will be some discussions on government policies. I hope that experts from the healthcare industry will share their knowledge and experiences and exchange ideas for a better healthcare industry. And the government will also gain insights from your discussions and your presentations so that we can reflect them in our policy making. And finally, I'd like to once again remind you of the importance of social distancing and wearing a mask for your own health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Park, for that remark. Yes, COVID-19 has put hardship on so many sectors, and as the minister mentioned, I hope that today's forum will contribute to policy making of the Korean government. Next, we will hear from Chairman Kim Min-seok of Health and Welfare Committee, who has also sent us a video message. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kim Min-seok, Chairman of Health and Welfare Committee of the National Assembly. I was really looking forward to meeting you in person, but I had to attend an urgent National Assembly matter and had to go on a business trip. It's a shame I couldn't join you at the forum. Healthcare innovation is what Healthcare Innovation Forum 2020 aims to achieve. So this has been the objective for the past few years. And as the world moves online in the age of COVID-19, I believe that healthcare innovation carries even greater significance and resonates with us. I think that the forum is quite forward-looking in this respect. Today, healthcare serves as a benchmark for all sectors when seeking innovation, and I hope that today's forum will serve as an opportunity to discuss elements of innovation in more detail. And the National Assembly will make sure to bring it to life with legislation and policy. I look forward to vibrant discussions and wish you a very successful event. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Chairman Kim Min-seok, for the video message. Next, we will hear from Mr. Vas Narasimhan, CEO of Novartis, who has also sent us a video message. Let's watch it.
During this important time. In response to the global pandemic, the pharmaceutical and biotechnology industry have launched what is by far the largest and fastest mobilization of global scientific capabilities against a public health crisis. We have witnessed an unparalleled willingness to openly share scientific data. Trials are being initiated at record speeds, and businesses are offering up their resources to help in a way they can. As I have said before, I believe that human resilience and science-based action rise to the occasion when humanity is most in need. In addition to the robust scientific efforts that continue today in response to COVID-19, healthcare innovation across the spectrum of disease also continues to progress and offers newfound hope and solutions to some of the greatest healthcare challenges of our time. New technologies like cell and gene therapies offer new possibilities in the treatment of chronic disease, and we're seeing an acceleration of progress at the intersection of data science, digital technologies, and health, with new and better solutions being brought forward and scaled across communities and countries as well as the globe. I'm deeply heartened by the ways Korea has nurtured a health ecosystem that encourages healthcare innovation, which could make a measurable difference in the lives of many. I believe the Korean government can build on their great success by pursuing policies that further support the introduction of innovative therapeutics like cell and gene therapies, and by leveraging the rich health data available and pairing it with electronic medical records. I believe Korea has a tremendous opportunity to gather new insights that could improve health outcomes more broadly. Seeing tremendous promise across your country, Novartis is planning to introduce a Novartis Biome in Korea to partner with startups to support the efforts to use data science and digital technology to improve human health across the region. While the COVID-19 pandemic continues to be a devastating challenge around the world, I remain optimistic that our best days are ahead of us. If we continue to collaborate across geographies and sectors to pursue breakthrough medical innovation and to accelerate the digital revolution in health, I'm confident that together we will overcome this crisis and bring forward the kind of healthcare innovation that can reimagine medicine and improve human health for decades to come. I would like to close by thanking each of you once again for your remarkable efforts thus far to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. I wish you the very best for a meaningful healthcare innovation forum.
네.
Yes, thank you very much for that remark, CEO Vas Narasimhan. Now we will officially begin the forum with the first keynote speech. And I'm sure that many of you were looking forward to this keynote presentation, and everyone is paying attention to this very company, Celltrion. And the chairman of Celltrion, Seo Jung-jin, will be the first keynote speaker, and he will talk about transformation and responses in the post-COVID-19 era. Please give him a big hand. Can I begin? Good morning, everyone. My name is Seo Jung-jin, chairman of Celltrion. So thank you very much to Sunbiz for arranging such a meaningful forum. And it's a great pleasure to be the first speaker of this distinguished forum. While the world is suffering from COVID-19, so we are now dealing with new topics because of the pandemic. So of course, given the circumstances, we have to talk about COVID-19. And then, befitting this topic, I would like to talk about the direction of healthcare sector and where we need to focus on every stage. And about 200 years ago, we had the pest, and about 100 years ago, we had the Spanish flu. And in 2020, we did not know that it was the 100-year mark, but then we were hit by the pandemic. And people ask me, are we going to get more pandemics like this one? So I say, well, we might have the minor ones, but the big one, the big wave might come in the next 100 years. So I tell them not to worry too much. And then many people also ask me, how long will COVID-19 stay with us? And well, my opinion is that it will stay with us for a very long time, because it has spread across the world. And once we have the treatment and vaccines, we might be able to reduce the damage, but then we might not be able to eliminate it. But there is one way. Let's say we have this mutation of the virus, so it's less toxic, and the people infected with the virus do not move, so we don't have a host anymore. So SARS, MERS, and Ebola, that was the trend that we saw with those three pandemics. And while doing some research in COVID-19, I think this is a very unique virus, because one of the most challenging virus is AIDS virus, because how it works is that it comes inside your body and targets where it will affect, and then it does a reverse transcription of the DNA. And where does it do that? We have many chromosomes in our body, and then it will target those chromosomes and it will make copies of it. And once you get the virus, then treatment is not possible, but then you can at least control the spread of the virus. So AIDS treatment has 4 mechanisms. First of all, you have the virus, and it enters your body, and you want to prevent that from entering your body, so you cover it. And the RNA is reverse transcripted to DNA, but we stop that. That's number 2. And also what we have, we also stop the replication of these cells. and then we stop the replication of the cells. So we have like the first, second, and third generation of AIDS drug, but then the mechanism has to cover all four, and that's why there are so many side effects, and patients suffer very much from this treatment. So what we are trying to do with AIDS is that we have, as I mentioned, first, second, and third generations. And what we are doing right now is to have 2.5 and export that to the US and Africa. And for influenza, the flu, we have to stop it from entering our body. And once it does, we have to create a network to at least control our cells. And then, but then what happens is that it will start to replicate, and then we call this process burning process, and then it will release from the body. So we have to stop it from entering our bodies. That's number one. And we have to stop replication. That's number two. And we have to stop the release from the body. That's number three, the burning process. So like, let's say when you're sailing, we need to make sure that we anchor the ship. So that's the same process. But COVID-19 does not have an anchor. It does not have the burning process. So it does not have a Tamiflu mechanism per se. So we have to look at some substances like Abigan, and we can refer to Ebola treatment. So that's one solution that we're looking at. But at the end of the day, we have to target the enzymes that disrupts the ecosystem. However, that is not easy. So with remdesivir, what we're doing is disrupting that replication, but then the replication, the success rate is low. So we have to do more research and find the answers going forward. But of course, well, this virus is not as toxic as AIDS. But then when it comes to the mechanism, the coronavirus, the mechanism itself is simpler than the flu because it does not have the Tamiflu mechanism that I just mentioned. However, it's very tricky because it has toxicity, which is quite tricky to handle. So once you have the toxin inside your body, then on average 5 days, then patients will feel the symptoms. And to be able to feel the symptoms, then the virus has started replication from day 2. And the replication volume goes to the maximum at day 7, and we call those super patients. But what happens is that the virus, once it comes inside your body, and after some time it will replicate, and after the replication it will release from the body, and the RNS virus must be stopped. But then once that network is broken, once that cell is broken, then it will create a toxin, and it will damage your internal organs. So it's not like the virus gets inside your body and you get sick right away. It's that you need some time because you need to have the toxin infect the cell membrane. And once it does that, once it penetrates into the cell membrane, then you will become a patient. So now, of course, this applies to everyone. Once you get the virus inside your body, you will have the immune cells activated. So like, let's say you get a flu, and then after a week or two, you will get over the flu. But then this one, the toxin level is high. So even after 2 weeks or 3 weeks, you're no longer a virus patient, but then you become an organ failure patient because the virus of course, to some people, it will still remain inside the body. But then, after 2 or 3 weeks, the virus is gone for most of the patients. But then once your organs fail, the problem is that you need a drug to be able to recover that, to treat that. But we don't have any drugs right now. So what happens right now is, of course, we have some inflammatory drugs, but then that is not enough. So of course, all the pharma companies are working very hard to develop such drugs, but it's no easy task. So what should we do? You have to heal naturally. But then some people who heal naturally, well, what matters is blood circulation. If blood circulates well, then you're good to go, because it will minimize the impact inside your body. So that means that blood circulation is important, but the elderly suffers from blood circulation, and obesity is also a challenge. So people like me, we will face challenge, and also because we have high blood pressure, we have diabetes, so obese people should watch out. And once your organs fail, it's not easy to recover. So we have many people, the Asian people, but Asian people tend to recover better because they are slimmer than Westerners. So as I mentioned, obese people, they are at higher risk. So I heard some cases of Japan. Well, Japanese people tend to recover better because they have many slim people, and they eat small portions. Some say that it's because of the diet, but I'm not so sure about that. So it's very relevant to all these factors. So globally, of course, we have to treat this, and of course to prevent it we need vaccines, but we need treatment to fear less and to be able to continue with our life. So currently we have about 100 treatment undergoing. Recent days, Pfizer talked about an RNA vaccine. So we have the RNA, which will target the body, and we have Pfizer and Moderna working on this, and which will target the nucleic acid. And now the RNA virus does not have spikes, but when you look at the coronavirus, it has spikes. So what does it do? What it does is it targets those spikes. Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca are working on that, on those types of vaccines. And we have one Russian vaccine and one Chinese vaccine with that mechanism. But traditionally, a good vaccine would be to cultivate coronavirus, and we need to kill that and then to inject that inside the body. We call that whole virus. But then once we do that, the operator will get infected, and the whole community will get infected. And no one is daring to do this, but China has stepped up to do this, and they're doing that at BS level facility, and they cannot do that on a large facility base. So they can only do that on a micro level. So the portion itself is small, but a whole virus vaccine would be the best solution. So RNA vaccines, we do have the technology, but we've never applied this before. So this is a first for everyone. And of course, this is a first for everyone, as I mentioned, so we do not know how it will turn out. So that is the risk part. And before, we did use some genetic therapy for RNA virus, but we do not know its efficacy as a whole. And whole virus, as I mentioned, would be the best solution, the adenovirus. But of course, we need to look into what's happening. And many people say that when will we have virus in Korea? We have a DNA vaccine company here in Korea, and we also have a genetic therapy vaccine as well in Korea from a local pharma company. I think at the end of H1 2021, we will have about 10 vaccines because, as I mentioned, 50 out of the 100 that I mentioned are currently under clinical trials. But then they will need to go through all the clinical phases. And vaccines, as I mentioned, we only have a very small portion. And of course, we will be able to supply, and I think that by the end of next year or so, we will be able to supply the vaccine. But then that will not mean 100% quarantine for everyone, because even if we do have vaccines, if you have the antibody and you get protection, that's only 50 to 60% of the entire population. You develop your own antibody. So we need treatment. We need treatment going forward. Well, it does not have Tamiflu mechanism, as I mentioned, and we need to stop replication. And we have remdesivir, and it's not quite effective. We need to develop a better one, but it's never easy to do so. And when we go through clinical trials, then we need to stop the existing treatment, and we need to deliver the new drug, and that's not easy. So the clinicians and the medical practitioners need to think of the pros and cons of the drugs. So this is a substandard drug per se, and well, it's a headache for everyone. So of course, remdesivir is an option right now, but it becomes a hurdle in making further progress. So now with coronavirus, well, what we talk about is the incubation period. And as I mentioned, it's a flu virus. We have SARS, MERS, and coronavirus, which are mutation of it. But as I mentioned, this is very toxic. For SARS and MERS, people could not move because it was very toxic. So of course, there were patients hospitalized, but it did not affect the community as a whole. But then now, with the incubation period, well, now if we listen to the patients, they don't really say that they felt some liver burning. And of course, they do say that they had fever, but it's towards the late stage, not the early stage, because they don't have enough oxygen. So now, what happens is that it should be declared as a pandemic. So what we need to do is with 300 patients in Korea that recovered from COVID-19, we developed an antibody treatment. And this is the first time that we did that in Korea. Why didn't we do that before? Because this is so expensive. We could not do that. And we have limited production facilities because the infrastructure was targeting the anti-cancer drugs before. So now we don't have the facility or infrastructure to develop treatment right away. We have 2 US pharma companies, we are doing it, and 2 in the EU. We have Millie and another one in the US, and in Korea we are doing it. GSK and AstraZeneca in the EU are currently doing this project. So Europe are about a month ahead of us, and then we are doing it, and then we have US first, and then us, and then the EU. But then after a month and a half, we will take the steps of the US, which is about a month and a half ahead of us. So of course, because the antibody exists in the blood of the patients that recovered, so we have to extract all the P cell, the data of the genetic data from the cells. We have about 300 million data, and then we have to make a combination of the information. So what happens is that we have about 180 fragments of data that we can bring together, and we have spikes and high binding ones, which led to 8 of them. And with those 8, what we're doing, and we have to make comparative analysis with clinical trials of whether they bind together or not. So the neutralizing agent was selected, and we tested to the animals and also to the human bodies, and we are moving on to phase 2 of the clinical trial, and we believe that the phase 2 will be over by the end of this month. We are injecting to the patients, and then we will start off with phase 3. And once we have the phase 2 patients data, then we believe that once the efficacy is good and if it's safe, we believe that it will be able to make for conditional approval. So of course that is conditional approval based on the fact, depending on the fact that you will move on to phase 3. So we plan to submit for the conditional approval, and we're working with other companies on this project.
So if that happens, what will happen? I'm going to discuss what will happen if that that happens. This is something that you already know. Recently, President Trump got infected with COVID-19. It was the US president. So in the US, all these best healthcare professionals had to do everything that they could to treat President Trump. So first of all, they got something, they got the clinical trial phase 3 treatment, and they injected that into President Trump with very high concentration. And then because of COVID-19, he was not able to go outside, so he was lacking vitamin D. So he got supplied with vitamin D and then iron, which is critical for immune system. And then he also got aspirin as a prescription. And this means that he had some heart conditions that also received remdesivir, which is about disrupting the replication process of the virus. And what would happen? Then, with all these kinds of prescriptions, after 4 or 5 days, the virus would disappear. And then what would be left of? In the process, we have to take a look at how much damage has been done to the internal organs. But as I said, there's no treatment that can prevent the damage to the organs. Interferon is the only option that you may have. It has some side effects. And there's another option that is about 20 years old. But interferon cannot be prescribed to patients with some symptoms, especially in the lungs. So because it is a steroid type, it will have some impact on the hormone system, and then the insulin level will spike up because of the kidney operation issues, and then this would also lead to mood swings. These are all the things that President Trump received during his treatment. With COVID-19, people would say that they would do all kinds of things, but these are the only options that the doctors had at that time. So remdesivir and the other very old drugs. Aspirin, very cheap, right? And it is also available in Korea. And you can take vitamin D, you can take iron. So, and then these antibody treatment and remdesivir were the only combination that they were able to use. And also for remdesivir, there was a lot of confusion regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, but remdesivir is an anti-virus treatment. But for someone who has been infected with the virus after 2 to 3 weeks, it's not going to work because patients who've recovered from the pandemic would not really benefit from remdesivir, but this was the population for clinical trial for remdesivir. This was supposed to be given to early stage patients, those who already have virus in their body. But when you look at the global situation, including Korea, all countries, they have to protect their hospitals and healthcare institutions. They have to protect the spread of the virus within the healthcare institutions, and that's why patients with virus would be transported to hospitals only. Um, in Korea, there were some cases that patients would recover naturally while in isolation, but if their symptoms get worse, they will be sent to hospitals. But in most cases, they would have to be isolated in some living areas, and those who are transported to hospitals are the ones who have damage, serious damage to their organs. But when we have treatments in the future, these treatments can be given to early stage patients who are older, who have obesity, who have existing conditions. They are likely to go into getting very serious damage to the organs. Then treatments can be given to these people to ease the damage to their organs. So these have to be given during the early stage. Otherwise, they will only get side effects. Now, with the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak, what is fortunate is that the Korean CDC and the Korean Food and Drug Safety Administration and all these government authorities are very cooperative. I've been doing this pharma business in Korea for several years, and this is almost the first time that we're collaborating very effectively with the government authorities. So this is good. And we've been discussing with the government agencies very actively. We're developing a virus treatment, but we're not able to handle the virus because it is a private company. And with the live virus, the virus could spread inside the government, inside the company. So in any case, in any country, virus-related experiments have to be under strict control of the government. And so a private company is not able to handle virus directly. But thanks to very clear and big support from the government, we were able to carry out our experiments and research efficiently. And by the end of this month, I think that we will be able to try this antivirus treatment with patients with serious conditions. Then maybe next month we will get large enough data and we'll be able to test efficacy and safety, and then we can apply for conditional approval for urgent cases. But the US process is similar, and I can see that in the US they provided the additional conditional approval in just 1 month. So I think this is possible in Korea as well. And we're moving on to the third phase clinical trial. And what does that mean for all of us? Currently, there are 5 companies, as I mentioned, who are doing this, including our company. But then there are existing drug products. For antivirus product, you need to have a stock inventory of 9 to 12 months. But if we keep the minimum inventory, so maybe we can produce 1.5 million to 2 million doses, then with all these companies globally, they can only produce about up to 20 million doses. But currently in Korea, if we have 1.5 million doses, we, I think, have enough to have 100,000 doses for Korea because we don't have a large population of patients. And it is my wish and hope that when this antivirus treatment is finally approved, then the government may say, let's diagnose every single Korean in this country. And if there are patients that they identify, then they will be injected with the treatment right away. Then after a couple of cycles, then in Korea, we can declare a virus-free country. then can we make that happen globally? No, because 20 million doses is never enough. It cannot even cover the US. It cannot cover the European continent. Then for the pandemic to be over, I think that even if we have some vaccines, it's not going to happen in the near future. So what will happen to the globe? This is the second question. But the first urgent goal is to make Korea a COVID-free country. In Korea, I have become sort of a COVID-19 expert, but I don't like to, or I don't enjoy wearing a mask. And my granddaughter was resisting getting putting on a mask, and then she would say, "You're not wearing a mask." So I had to put on a mask myself to make sure that my granddaughter is wearing a mask. And what I'm concerned about is that the public is getting weary of the situation, and then the quarantine will be very difficult. So before we get tired of the situation, we have to really act quickly. And so let me wrap up this part and move on to the next part. The corona pandemic is a global pandemic, and this is something that we never imagined before. This is a novel virus that we never knew. And initially, we were all confused. We didn't know what to do, but now we seem to have a better understanding of what this virus is about. And about 100 vaccines are under clinical trial right now. But I would say that 10 or 15 vaccines will be successful. Then, by the end of the second half of next year, we'll be able to get a global supply of vaccines, including Korea. But even if we have some vaccines, we need a treatment. But treatment-related development is taking place faster because clinical trials for treatments are easier than vaccine-related clinical trials. That is why there was a conditional approval last month, and there is going to be another one this month. And we will make sure to get the conditional approval as quickly as possible, and there will be another in Europe as well. But what's fortunate is that in Korea, we have at least one Korean company that is doing treatment research. And we have the global production facility in Korea, so we are able to cover the Korean population at least. And we are able to provide testing kits to every single Korean right now. And now genetic testing or DNA testing with amplifier can be utilized as well. So as for these test kits, they cannot distinguish between live virus and dead virus. Whether there is a live virus or dead virus, the test kit will detect that. And when there is a very small amount, then DNA analysis has to be accompanied as well. This means that when a patient is infected with the virus and it's a very early stage, then the antigen tests will be able to is sensitive enough to detect that. But at the later stage, the virus, whether this person has a virus or not, in order to do that, we need to see whether there is live virus or not. And to do so, we need to cultivate that, which is not possible at hospitals. So with VCR, you have to screen for that. And even if there is virus, it could probably be a dead virus. But with this antigen test kit, then we can detect the existence of a live virus pretty quickly. So I would say that DNA-based testing is more accurate, and the antigen-related test kit may not be accurate in the beginning compared to the DNA testing, but at a later stage, antigen-based test kit is more accurate. In Korea, we have to carry out the clinical trials as quickly as possible, but it's not easy to do so in Korea. And live viruses are usually in the confined places for patients, but those who are in hospitals, they have dead virus because they are at a later stage of the infection. In Romania and Hungary and Spain and Ireland and in the US, there are various places where we're engaged in these trials, clinical trials in Brazil and the UK and many other European countries. This is our approach. Even though there's positive result in the B cell, when you get the antigen test kit, then we will not include these patients in our population because it means that it's a very early stage. And in the B cell VCI, it will say positive, and then antigen test kit, it's negative. This means that the virus is almost dead. So there are benefits of both of these approaches. Then if we carry out all these clinical trials and testing here and there, we'll be able to make Korea a virus-free country quickly. Then we can resume our economic activities. But here, let me be very clear. There's a lot of coincidence, and along the way, there was some serendipity. But Korea has become a strong healthcare powerhouse. In the past, test kit producers and developers were very small in their scale in their business, but they kept researching. And then there is a company like Celltrio in Korea. So I think that we have the capacity and the infrastructure and the conditions to make Korea a COVID-free country. And to make that happen, about 30 employees of Celltrion are operating globally. For instance, in Romania, we go and get assigned with 5 beds in a hospital in Romania. And our employees will pick up the patients and carry them in an ambulance, and we test them, and then we provide care for them. So our employees are actually living with these patients 24/7. And we were not able to force our employees to go there, so we had to get volunteers. And these volunteers, before they go for these countries, they would say goodbye to their family members. And it's almost like going to a war. And it's almost like going and fighting the battlefield. And they're so determined because we're all determined to make Korea a virus-free country as soon as we can. So this should deserve a big applause, right? So I feel really sorry and grateful for my employees, and they get a phone reporting to me. Here, this country, there in this country, this many patients passed away, and this many patients survived. And we would only include people older than 55 who are obese and who have diabetes and other conditions. And then we adjust the dosage to these people depending on their weight and age. And that this is how you do it in developing a treatment and a new drug. But what the doctors have to be so struggling with is that some of these patients have to receive placebo, which is basically water. So they feel so heartbroken to have to go through this process. And if you think that new drug development is very simple and just taking place in a laboratory, that's a big mistake because it involves a very difficult process. But the government understands this, and we all understand this, that we have to do it as quickly as possible because we know that Korean people are getting tired of the situation. We're all getting weary of that. Korea has relatively a fewer number of confirmed cases, but we have to make sure that we control this virus pandemic. I understand that small and medium enterprises and these mom and pop stores are struggling, and there are many people who have lost their jobs and they're struggling as well. And what we can do to help them is to fasten the process so that we can go back to the normal as quickly as possible. So my dream, my hope, is that by mid next year, we will all be mask free. That's my dream. This should deserve a big applause as well, right? And so I feel sorry to have to say this to mask producers, but globally, there aren't many countries who will be mask-free soon, so they will be able to export mask products overseas. I've been talking about the virus. Now, moving on to the healthcare industry, what is the vision for this industry? Without the pandemic, nevertheless, there should be innovation in the healthcare industry because the population is aging.
네. So if you look at the population aging, that means that there will be more demand for such services. But with limited infrastructure and limited budget and limited hospitals, we will inevitably see change. Everything will go remote. And AI as well as telemedicine will become the new trend. But then on the condition that there is social consensus. And of course, that will also involve changing of laws. So we cannot say we will start telemedicine from the next year. It doesn't work that way. We are not prepared to do that. So telemedicine would mean that you can get tested at your own home. And of course, blood testing will be the most important part. And if you use IVs to the elderly, get about 100 ml of blood, you cannot give such instructions to the elderly. So what we can do right now is to use a small amount volume of blood and to be able to use such small amount and volume for testing, and we need technology for that, and no company has succeeded in that field so far. Of course, we have your glucose level or your blood pressure level or your bloodstream level, but then of course you can analyze such level. However, you cannot prescribe. So of course, that will be the direction to take, but it will take some time because we need to establish a new platform for that. So before the doctors as well as the healthcare professionals will benefit from, for instance, image reading machines, and they will receive assistance from simulators and AI function. I'm not sure whether we can use AI for those machines or not, but let's use AI because it's such a buzzword recently. And we call that the digitalization of healthcare, and we will walk toward that direction. However, that will not bring transformation in the healthcare sector, but it's a starting point. So let's say at home you have to have the medical devices, for blood testing, urine testing, and so forth, and everything should be converged into big data. So for telemedicine, doctors should be able to view all the records of the patients and the history of the patient with the image detecting machine as well as the current machine that they have, and be able to provide telemedical care. And once you have the prescription, e-commerce should be able to cater to that need and not have patients go walk to the pharmacies. So that's the direction that we will take. That's the future of healthcare. But it won't happen overnight. We need some time to get there. But we talk a lot about AI telemedicine, but right now that's for emergency cases. We need to have the right infrastructure. With COVID-19, and once we have more patients, then what will happen is that the severe cases will need to go to the hospitals, and the mild cases can receive telemedicine. And that's happening in the Nordic countries such as Finland, because all the healthcare data from birth to death, everything is stored online. And that is why we say cradle to tomb. But then all the data are fragmented in Korea, and it will take time to collate all the data in Korea. So Finland is a leader in that, followed by the Netherlands and Denmark. So I've been talking about this with the government in Europe from 4 years ago, and blood testing is crucial in walking towards that step. We need to be able to deal with blood testing with telemedicine, and that will entail the change of the platform, but it will take time. So doctors will read the imaging and analyze the data, and there will be some assistant IT technology helping the doctors do that. And I think that today's forum will touch on that. That's the impression that I got from the titles of the presentations. So that is the trend right now. And GE is one of the leaders in imaging devices and equipment, and GE speaker will speak today. And also, I talked about vaccine treatment, and there will be some more speakers talking about that. And I hope that today's forum will serve as an opportunity for pharma companies and hospitals to come together to engage more scientists and businesses outside this medical arena to come together to develop more treatment and technology. So I talked about blood testing. That does not require biotech. It requires nanotech and virtual reality as well as AI. So the future of Korea, be it healthcare or other sectors, will move towards technology convergence in the age of the fourth industrial revolution. So I know one thing or two about biotech, but then what we need to do for convergence is that you need to be able to create a music score. So it's like an orchestra where you have all the members of the orchestra coming together to play that score. And well, the policies have developed under what we could do, but we need to try new things. We need to step outside the comfort zone and include many different experts from other fields as well. So that's what we are doing at Zeltrian too. It's been about 20 years since I founded the company, and there are three. We have three: bio, we have chemical, and we have Zeltrian Healthcare. So three companies under one umbrella. And next year we plan to integrate all three companies. And the profit of this year was ranked about 35th globally. And we believe that we will be able to jump the rank to 20th next year. And by the next year, to the top 10. So that is the trajectory that we are projecting. And there are about 600,000 pharma companies in China only. So that's a lot, right? And more than 1,000 in Korea. So when I first founded this company in 2002, the budget was 50 million, and we started with a handful of people. But now for my companies, go back 100 years of history, and we started with 6 people. And no one had a biotech background and pharma background, so everybody had to self-study. But we were able to succeed thanks to the resilience of the Koreans, because the young generation in Korea, they are not afraid to take up on challenges. And by doing so, they know that they can succeed, and we believe that Celltrion proved that. So Celltrion is emerging into one of the global pharma company, and of course we have the beauty business as well as the entertainment business as well. But I will retire at the end of this year, and what I want to do is to begin as a startup and to solve the mysteries of blood testing. And once we can do that, we believe that 7 billion people will be able to access the hospitals in Korea. But then if I cannot solve that mystery, then I will be honest about that. But I will not um, report false data. I will not lie about my achievement. So I've been working very hard. And even if I retire, the Trade Commission, the Fair Trade Commission, will still uh, have me summon me in case of trials or so. So I will be still remaining as the honorary chairman, and I will do my best in that position to create a new platform befitting the fourth industrial revolution and to do everything I can uh, to that endeavor. And before I have dementia, I don't know how many years I have left. But physically I may be old, but mentally I think that I'm still young, and that is my strength. So many people ask me, well, you're the chairman of a large company. Why do you plan to start a startup? Are you out of your mind? And they agree when I say that I am out of mind. But there's too much that I will miss out if I don't do that. It's a golden opportunity for the young generation in Korea. So you will be talking about opportunities today during this forum. So we're not here to talk about coronavirus and to blame the virus. We have to walk towards this direction, but it arrived earlier than expected because of coronavirus. So I hope that we can give hope to the young generation in Korea through this forum, and I hope that today will serve as a starting point for the future of healthcare in Korea. And it's a great pleasure to be part of the Healthcare Innovation Forum hosted by Joseon Bees to be able to walk toward that direction. And I want to give you confidence to energize you with the presentation. And actually, on my way here, I thought about what I should speak to you today about. And, my conclusion was, let's be honest, this is an impromptu speech. So I'm sorry if I went back and forth about different ideas, but thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much. Yes, please give him a big hand. Thank you very much for that honest presentation. And I hope that next year in spring we will be able to meet you in person with no mask on. So before we had so many audience, and it's a shame that we had to reduce the number of audience. So, I can read Celltrion's article every single day, and you are a leader in this field. So thank you very much for everything that you do. Now moving on to the second keynote speech. The title of the second keynote speech is The Future Brought by COVID-19 and Digital Healthcare Technology. So CHO Karen DeSalvo and CEO Park San-jun of Medical IP will have an open talk.
My name is Sang-jun Park, CEO of Healthcare Startup Medical IP and also professor in Radiology Department at Seoul National University. Okay, how are you doing today?
I'm doing really great. It's wonderful to be here. Thank you all for inviting just start by offering my congratulations on the 8th Chosun Biz Healthcare Forum. I mean, I think events like this are necessary and a way that we can enlighten the opportunity for the healthcare sector to move forward to do the best for people's health. It's a major forum that's going to help the industry not only think about navigating the COVID pandemic, but how we're going to build a better world beyond. So it's a great joy to take part in this today and to contribute to this yearly event.
Great. Today, I'll be asking a few questions. I hope we get to know about each other better during the interview. Let's get started with a brief self-introduction or highlights of your career.
Well, thank you, Dr. Park, for your interest. It's been a really great career. I've had the chance to be a doctor and take care of patients in the hospital and the clinic, and to teach the next generation of doctors, do research. But along my career, I got pulled into public service that in some ways was to support the public health in New Orleans, where we had a big Hurricane Katrina. And I was asked to serve to help rebuild our community and to bring health and healthcare to people in the city. And since that move out of the medicine, academic medicine, and into public health, I've also served in the Obama administration in public health and as the National Coordinator for Health Information Technology. And now I've just joined Google a few months ago as the first Chief Health Officer here.
Okay, very impressive.
It's been fun, I have to say. I've been really grateful for the experiences that I've had. So thank you so much. That's really kind.
All right. Let me start with the first question. Google seems to be recently strengthening its presence in the healthcare market. For instance, I heard that your position was created only last December. Could you elaborate on why Google is now expanding into the healthcare industry? What are Google's long-term goals in the healthcare field, and what projects are you working in?
There's a lot of big questions, and so let me take them a little piece at a time. We often say here at Google that health is in our DNA. Meaning that when we think about Google as a company there to be helpful to people as they're seeking information to improve their quality of life, that helping them on their health journey is a really important part of that. That we want to help people not only as they're searching to understand, do they have diabetes, or what should they learn about diabetes or other potential illnesses, then help them take action on that journey. Find a screener that will tell them, ask them some questions to see if they're at risk for diabetes in that case. And then maybe find resources for where to go get services or care. So we have work that we believe we can help people with on this health journey in their lives. And so Google has been pulling together from across the company various research efforts and consumer-facing efforts into one unit called Google Health. And I was asked to come join the company and did so last December to stand up the clinical community, not only within Google Health, but all across the company, as we make sure that we're doing all we can to put trusted information on search and YouTube and the Play Store and wherever people go for that information, help consumers on their journey. We also have been applying the tools that we have in artificial intelligence and machine learning, an area of interest of yours, I know, to help clinicians, to give doctors and nurses and others, sometimes we say superpowers, to be able to take better care of patients, be more efficient, more effective, find that cancer in the pathology slide or on the radiology film that maybe the human eye might miss, but that computer vision would see. So our work here at Google then is really broad-facing, is to help consumers, but also to help those they trust with their health, and that would be their doctors and their care teams.
My next question is, are there any projects Google is now pursuing as a consequence of the coronavirus situation?
There's no shortage of things that we're doing as a result of the coronavirus situation. And a company, focused as job one to see that we can provide the right information at the right time to people around the world about coronavirus so that they know how to protect themselves and protect their communities. In public health, this is the most important thing, is communication about any crisis or any illness. And so we have a chance to put up good information in partnership with ministries of health, with the World Health Organization, and so we partner to do that on search and YouTube, on our MAPS services as an example. So early on, we started that work to give consumers good information about coronavirus. We have been continuing that through the journey, but we've also been supporting medical and scientific infrastructure, so providing supports for data resources to help with predicting COVID outbreaks or predicting resource needs in the healthcare environment, helping scientists to understand protein folding to build therapeutics and vaccines, and then a lot of work with the public health community, whether that's helping them with the data resources that they might need to understand the impact of policies around things like shelter in place or social distancing, but also to help support them as they try to get information out to the community. So we have these three big audiences, really: the consumer, the medical and scientific community, and the public health community that have been our focus. Really, the interesting part of the pandemic for us has been it's accelerated the work and the relationships that we already have or had wanted to build. You know, consumers come to us every day to ask for information about their health. This was another type of health question they were asking. So we set up screeners about coronavirus to help people understand if they should get tested. We help them take action to get tested. We have listings of 17,000 sites in 20 countries around the world where people can go get coronavirus tests. And we also have been able to work with the medical and scientific community to help them understand their supply and resource needs. And then in the public health community, really accelerating our ability to think about context. One thing, Dr. Park, that I've learned in my journey as a doctor is that it's not just about the right medicine for the person right there in front of me, that there's a history of their exposures and their non-medical drivers of health that really matter. So sometimes we say context matters, where they live and what their environmental exposures have been. So we believe a lot in also working with public health, so we can do all we can, not only in COVID, but in other times to help support public health. So yeah, we've built up a lot of new work, but we've been using that as a way to strengthen what we want to do for the world's health, even beyond the pandemic.
I think data is very important for healthcare innovation. So, as medical data is a pretty sensitive, personal information protection can be a major issue. However, for prevention purposes during the pandemic, some degree of the data use is necessary. How does Google find the balance?
Data is some people say it's the necessary fuel for the 21st century for all of us to do what we want to do in our daily lives, in our work, and in health. But data about people is tightly connected to privacy and trust. It's one of the things that I learned very early in my medical career in taking care of patients, is that they have to trust you. They have to trust you with the information about their health and their lives so that you can be a part of their health journey, and they'll tell you the things that are important for you to understand to get them the right treatment and to help them make the decision. So trust is sort of foundational, not sort of, it is foundational to the way I want to work and how we want to make sure that consumers can learn to trust us also. It's one of the things that I really respect and admire about Google. I've learned more about it since I've been here, about how important it is to us that we're being respectful of consumers' data. And I'll give you a couple of examples of how in coronavirus that's played out for us. One is in these community mobility reports. I mentioned earlier that we've provided some support to public health for them to have some evidence-based way of knowing if their policies for social distancing are being followed. And we took data that we might have used for the business environment to say, look at the busyness of a restaurant, and we're able to apply that to a public health use case. And in this situation specifically for COVID-19, to see if there's less dense population in retail or transportation or parks or workplaces, and to give the public health community a sense of those changes. But that data that we use is anonymized. We're very careful about how granular or how small of an area of analysis that we put out, so that it's not easy to identify. We don't list the number of people that are collecting in an area or gathering in an area. We rather use a percent change to try to protect the privacy of people in those communities, and we add some additional layers of privacy protection. So in that public health case, even though it's population level data, we went to great lengths to protect people's privacy in the local community. Very similar story in the work we've done with contact tracing. You may be aware that we've been working with Apple on a tool called exposure notifications that is designed to be a tool in the toolbox for public health in the work it does for contact tracing for coronavirus. And we were asked by the public health community to help if we had digital tools that could help them help the community know if they've been exposed. And our engineers and also the engineers at Apple saw that they could use Bluetooth Low Energy, BLE, as the pathway for helping people know if they had been near someone who had been exposed for a sufficient period of time that it would matter. 6 feet for 15 minutes would be, for example, what we are using in the US context. And that tool very particularly does not use GPS or location. Rather, it uses a very anonymous, it's about the phone and it's just Bluetooth, and people opt in, it's voluntary. These are the sorts of things that we heard from consumers and communities around the world, that they wanted to have the choice to help with contact tracing, but they wanted it to be done in a privacy promoting way. So those are two examples of how the companies really working to build trust with the community and with public health and protect the privacy of the people that we're partnered with.
Okay, I have another question for you. The lack of medical staff has become a problem due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Do you think there are any ways to manage the challenges through innovation in healthcare?
Well, I think all over the world, people are rethinking many of their strategic plans, and the ways that we've been doing business in general, and healthcare is no exception. I think for us at Google Health, what we learned is that many of the ways we were thinking about building better health for people in the world was getting accelerated by COVID. And the examples would be, the way I say it is, meet people where they are. So rather than expecting your patients to come to the clinic or the hospital to see you, to use digital technology like telehealth or chatbots to have a way that you can literally meet them where they are virtually, and sometimes even asynchronously, so you're not having to be in the same space at the same time. This is not just about convenience for patients, but that's really important. It's really also about seeing that you can match capacity and demand. So if, say, for example, a community doesn't have enough psychiatrists or mental health providers, and there's need in another community, you can match those by using digital health. So we're really excited about some of the efforts we've done to help people navigate to find telehealth or digital health services. But I think in general, this is where the healthcare world really wants to begin to evolve, is to a place that it doesn't require people to stop work, to stop school, to get simple care, but rather we can find other ways to augment the services that are delivered. I think the second area is, you mentioned it in your prior question, Dr. Park, which is data. I think the world is just beginning to understand how, with the right privacy protection and security, that people's this is predictive modeling. This is leveraging artificial intelligence and machine learning to kind of see over the horizon to understand which of our patients are going to get sick in the future, or for a patient, what is their risk for cancer, and how can they take action. So I think the opportunities there are to accelerate what we've been learning even in this pandemic about how to do care remotely or asynchronously, but also how to leverage data for individuals and communities to be more preemptive in the services that we deliver and not as reactive as we've been in the healthcare system.
Wow, thank you. Thank you for your insight. My next question is, in China, there has been a case where AI was able to pass the medical license examination. Do you think that AI will really come to replace the human?
Well, I'll just say that in general, I hope not, because what I know about practicing medicine is that the technology is very helpful and necessary, but the humanity, the human touch, the sense of caring that we have to also give to our patients is just as important. And I think that we have to find a way to use technology like artificial intelligence to reduce some of that cognitive load for the care provider, to allow more space for humanity in the interaction. I've had thousands of patients over a 20-year career, and I can tell you that sometimes what they just need is someone to hold their hand or to pat them on the shoulder or to just look them in the eye and tell them that you're there for them. I can have more time to do that if I also then have artificial intelligence to accelerate the work. I'll give you an example of something that we are working on at Google. We've just announced some work with the Mayo Clinic where we can use artificial intelligence to improve radiotherapy. So people with cancer that need to get radiation therapy, the radiologists need to spend time marking out where the tumor is to be as specific as possible to only radiate the tumor and not the healthy tissue nearby, to reduce complications, but also to decrease the amount of time that people have to spend in the healthcare system to give them more time with family and friends and in community. And what we're hoping to be able to do is to shave hours off of the time it takes for a radiologist to do that contouring around the tumor, which just gives a radiologist, first of all, more speed, if you will, to do more reads of the films to identify how to help people who have cancer with radiotherapy. So that's more people that can get serviced. But it also then gives the teams more time to sit there and explain to the patient what's about to happen because they're not manually doing so much work. And then finally it gives the patient and their family more time out of the hospital because they don't have to wait so long for the therapeutics to happen. We have other examples like that, which I could share in mammography work that we're doing or retinal imaging work. But the general idea, Dr. Park, is what we want to do at Google Health is we want to augment clinical practice. We want to give tools to the clinical team that allows them to not only use their technical skills in medicine or in nursing, but to augment that, to give them, as I said earlier, superpowers so they have more space to also bring some more humanity back to medicine.
Oh, I also think so. I can agree more. Do you have anything else you want to say to Korea, some healthcare industry or some Korean people?
I think what I want to say first of all is less related to healthcare and just more related to saying thank you for being a beacon of light and of hope in the coronavirus situation. What I understand about how you all have rallied as a community to care for one another and to think about what we would call public health hygiene, masking, distancing, hand washing, and really think about the care of others has been a wonderful model for me as a public health professional, and I'm just really impressed with how much you all have come together, but also just seeing that a conference like this can have people in person is a beacon of light for all of us here in the U.S. that we're all going to get through this, and we're going to come out on another side where the global community can work together on improving public health, but also really advancing science and technology to improve the health of people and communities. So I look forward to maybe one day visiting in person and having further conversation with you so I can learn more about the kind of work you're doing in South Korea, because I think it's all about us working collaboratively all across the globe.
Thank you for your time and insight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, CHO Karen DeSalvo and CEO Park Sang-jun, for that open talk. Now moving on to the third keynote speech, President Rob Walton of GE Healthcare will present about digital transformation in healthcare before and after COVID-19.
Haseyo. Hi there, my name is Rob Walton, President and CEO of GE Healthcare's AKA region, covering ASEAN, Korea, and Australia and New Zealand. First off, I'd like to thank Chosun Business for inviting me as one of the keynote speakers at Healthcare Innovation Forum 2020. It's really my privilege to join one of the leading thought leadership initiatives in Korea to share GE Healthcare's view about the future of the healthcare industry. I wish I could join in person, but unfortunately I'm joining virtually this year, but I hope that I can visit and meet many of you at next year's edition. In 2020, we are really living in unprecedented times due to COVID-19, and I'm going to talk about the digital transformations that are taking place in the healthcare industry, both before and as a result of the pandemic. Many thanks in advance for your attention. Kamsa hamnida. Hi everyone, thank you for inviting me to speak at the Korea Healthcare Innovation Forum 2020. It's an honor to be joining you today, albeit in virtual form rather than in person. And the topic I'll be speaking about is the digital transformation in healthcare, both before and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Before I begin, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Rob Walton, and I'm the President and CEO of GE Healthcare, responsible for what we call the AKA region, which comprises ASEAN, Korea, and Australia and New Zealand. And for those that are not familiar with GE Healthcare, we're a medical technology company, primarily focused in the areas of diagnostic, medical imaging, ultrasound, life care solutions, which includes anesthesia delivery and critical care ventilation, and pharmaceutical diagnostics. Just to give you some additional insights into GE Healthcare, we're a leading medical technology and diagnostics innovator and one of the world's largest medtech companies with $17 billion of revenue and around 50,000 employees spread across over 160 countries worldwide. We've been around for quite a long time. We have over 100 years legacy of innovation. And we also have one of the world's largest install bases of imaging, mobile diagnostics and monitoring with over 4 million systems worldwide. And with our position as one of the world's largest generators of healthcare data, this also positions us as a leader in digital innovation in healthcare. And in Korea in particular, we have a pretty sizable operation with around $500 million of revenue and 600 employees, including an ultrasound research and development and manufacturing facility. And we're extremely committed to the Korea healthcare industry. We have over 100 research collaborations with Korea clinicians. So to get to the main topic of my presentation, I'd first like to discuss the key challenges that exist in healthcare today. The major trends that we've been seeing across the world are quite consistent and appear to be getting more acute as time goes on. Despite the many advances that have taken place in medicine over the years, access to healthcare remains a major problem for huge numbers of people, with almost half the world's population lacking access to basic healthcare. Healthcare resources are extremely stretched, and there's an estimated shortage of 13 million trained healthcare workers worldwide. Patient outcomes are also difficult in many cases, with medical errors determined to be the third leading cause of death. And finally, cost constraints remain an ever-present burden as the cost of procedures and treatments rise, while at the same time it's estimated that 20% of all healthcare spend across OECD countries is actually wasted. If we look now at the Korean healthcare industry, we see some similar challenges, but also some big opportunities. There is a significant total demand for healthcare in Korea, and the level of out-of-pocket expenditure as well as reimbursement expansion is considerable. However, as a percentage of total GDP, Korea healthcare spend continues to be below the average of OECD countries, which indicates pressure on budgets. At the same time, the standards of medical care are extremely high in Korea. Korea hospitals are rated to be amongst some of the best in the world and have some of the most advanced research and development and clinical trials activity taking place around the world. Along with this, the level of infrastructure is highly advanced, with a much higher number of patient beds and medical imaging units per capita compared to the OECD average. However, one of the major challenges in Korea is around the availability of trained doctors and nurses. And there's a substantially lower level of both of these levels of resources versus the OECD average. So addressing these issues are going to require new solutions and technology that can drive greater levels of efficiency and improve patient outcomes. So what impact has COVID-19 had on the healthcare industry? As we know, the COVID-19 virus has had a significant impact on almost all aspects of the healthcare industry, and this is likely to have long-lasting effects. I picked out three areas in particular to highlight. The first is the rise of telehealth, with an increasing number of consultations and treatments taking place virtually. The demand for this has been created by the requirements for social distancing and the various lockdowns that have taken place around the world. But what's most interesting is the unprecedented acceptance of telehealth solutions, both from clinicians as well as patients, that has enabled this technology to be adopted so quickly. Secondly is the introduction of new workflows and protocols within medical facilities. Everywhere now, there are elevated standards for infection control and disease prevention, as well as separate facilities for detection, containment, and treatment of COVID-19 patients. Finally, many healthcare providers face the prospect of looming financial constraints. COVID-19 has created considerable volatility in patient demand and flow, with loss of revenues from the cancellation of elective procedures, while on the other hand, they've seen overcapacity in acute care departments and shortages of key staff as departments struggle to cope with COVID demand. Governments around the world are supporting where possible, but the cost challenges remain a concern for many healthcare providers, and the need for new levels of operational efficiency is never greater. So how is technology evolving to meet emerging needs in healthcare? To illustrate this, I'd like to show you a picture. This is St. Peter's Square in Rome in 2005 when Pope Benedict was announced. And here's the same place in 2013 when Pope Francis was announced. Clearly, technology has changed the world during this period, and we've all lived through this transition. If you go back and look at the 2005 picture, in the lower right part of the picture, you'll see the early adopter. The smartphone was there, but it wasn't obvious to the user or to everyone else in the crowd the scale of change that it would deliver in the years to come. This example shows a dramatic transformation taking place over a period of around 8 years. What COVID has shown us is that the speed at which healthcare can change can often be much quicker. What maybe used to take a period of 8 years is now taking 8 months, and in some cases 8 weeks, and occasionally 8 days. Just to illustrate some of the other changes that have taken place due to COVID-19, let's take this conference as an example. Here's a picture from a typical conference before COVID. As you can see, as a typical conference has lecture theatres and auditoriums packed full of attendees, all attending live in person. If we fast forward to today, the average conference looks a lot more like this, with many speakers and many attendees attending via digital technology, including myself. Also in our daily lives, they've become synonymous with the use of digital tools, with artificial intelligence applications now accounting for the most common household names around us. These tools make use of the massive volumes of digital data that we generate and provide useful tools to help optimize our way of life. In the healthcare space, our challenge is not a lack of data. The question is how to make use of it. You may be surprised to know that the average hospital generates over 50 million gigabytes of data every single year. 90% of this is medical imaging data, but the really interesting thing is that only 3% of this data is actually used to generate actionable insights. EMRs, medical imaging data, monitoring, digital devices, they generate data at an enormous pace, but it's impossible for humans to analyze and generate actionable insights in a timely manner. This is where AI comes in. It allows us to make use of the myriad of data that's generated and turn it into powerful insights that can aid clinical and operational decision making. There are an increasing number of examples of AI-enabled devices and applications in healthcare. For example, ingestible sensors that can create images directly from inside the body. Wearable monitors that record key parameters such as glucose levels throughout the day. Cutting-edge medical imaging software powered by deep learning algorithms that provide a level of detail and understanding never seen before, such as this 4D cardiac ultrasound scan, which enables hemodynamic monitoring across the entire heart. And advanced analytics based on machine learning that can rapidly identify conditions such as clots in the brain that cause a stroke, providing precious insights to clinicians that can help to save lives. So what is GE Healthcare doing to address customer needs in a post-COVID-19 world? First of all, I'd like to share our vision of what we call precision health. The first part of this is precision diagnostics. What should be done with the patient? How do we make the right decisions? This is all about the smart devices and the smart machines that generate actionable insights that enable clinicians to make the best decisions. The second piece is precision therapeutics. This is really about performing precision treatment using precisely targeted drugs and interventions to ensure the best possible outcome for the patient. And the third part is precision monitoring. Did the therapy work? How do we help the patient stay healthy? What do we do and what happens next, both for the inpatient and the outpatient, focusing on the patient before they get sick and monitoring the unmonitored. Overall, though, precision health is about ensuring the right outcomes for the right patients delivered at the right points of care. A big step towards achieving our vision of precision health is the launch of Edison, GE Healthcare's intelligence offering comprised of applications and smart devices built using the Edison platform. Edison is an integrated suite that brings together data and analytics, intelligent AI-powered applications and smart devices to create solutions that help solve some of the biggest problems in healthcare today. To illustrate some of the applications of GE's technology, I'd like to introduce 3 solutions that are particularly relevant in the context of COVID-19. Artificial intelligence and data analytics is not only applicable to the clinical space, it can also be applied to hospital network operations. Our first example is one such solution known as the GE Clinical Command Center. The Command Center is a NASA-style mission control center that enables real-time monitoring of hospital operations using tailor-made viewing applications known as tiles that track critical parameters such as bed utilization, ICU occupancy, staff availability, and transfers between departments. This enables the hospital to predict resource allocation requirements and streamline patient workflows, allowing clinicians to focus on delivering the best care, and is critical in high-demand situations such as the COVID-19 pandemic. The tiles can be viewed not only in the mission control center, they can also be viewed on any software platform such as a phone or laptop or a tablet, which makes sure the information is available to everybody who needs it. This particular example is from Toronto's Humber River Hospital in Canada, where there's been about an 8% increase in daily emergency department visits and over 45% reduction in inpatient clean bed waiting times. It's also enabled them to effectively increase their bed capacity by 35 beds without actually having to add any beds. Our second example really addresses the acute needs of the ICU department. It's particularly relevant in a COVID-19 scenario, both from an infection control point of view, as well as optimizing resources across the department. Here we see solutions such as tele-ICU or virtual care providing significant advantages. The Mural platform, which you see here, integrates data from the multiple devices that are monitoring a patient using AI-enabled software and displays both inpatient data as well as total patient population information within a single pane of glass. This allows clinicians to monitor their patient conditions both safely and remotely, while enabling them to identify those most at risk of deterioration. The system also allows real-time remote interaction with patients and clinicians who are inside the ICU and connects directly with the EMR to ensure that all relevant patient information is available at hand. Our last example is what we call CT in a box. And this is a solution that we developed in response to the need for rapidly deployed CT scanning capability when there's not the time or the infrastructure available to undertake a traditional full-scale CT installation. This has been a particularly useful solution during the COVID-19 period when the demand for CT scanning has increased substantially in order to better manage COVID-19 patients. The CT in a box solution is precisely as the name would suggest and comprises an all-in-one portable CT solution that can be fully operational in an extremely short space of time. As well as being able to be deployed rapidly, it can be easily relocated to a different location as needs evolve. Moreover, by locating the CT facility away from the main hospital campus, it ensures that clinicians are able to practice effective safe distancing and infection control by minimizing contact with potential COVID-19 patients. So hopefully this gives you a flavor of some of the industry and technology trends that are evolving and how G Healthcare is working to support healthcare providers both in Korea and around the world. In conclusion, I'd just like to reiterate some of the key points that we discussed. The global healthcare challenges continue to be providing access to healthcare for those that need it, addressing some of the acute resource shortages in terms of trained clinicians, improving patient outcomes, and addressing the ever-present cost challenges that exist throughout the industry. COVID-19 brings a whole host of new challenges, but it's also accelerating the advance of digital technology within healthcare. G Healthcare is at the forefront of this digital transformation, and we're committed to supporting you and the rest of the healthcare industry in Korea as we move towards this new future. And hopefully you would agree with me that the future of healthcare truly is a digital one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Now moving on to the next presentation, but before that, I announced that we will have pop quizzes throughout today's forum. Now get ready for the first quiz. What is the name of the event you're currently watching? Send us the answer on Instagram or Facebook DM. We'll select 10 winners who will receive a coffee coupon. For more information on how to participate, please refer to the bottom of the page you're watching. The next quiz will come soon, so get ready and stay with us until the end of the event. Now moving on to the first presentation. We will have Vice Director Kim Eun-kyung who will talk about hospital advancement through digital healthcare. Let's welcome Dr. Kim to the stage. Please give her a big hand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Eun-kyung Kim, working at the Seoul Severance, Yongin Severance Hospital. I'm Vice Director. Yongin Severance Hospital opened in March this year, and we had many preparations. And in preparing for the opening of the hospital, we focused on digitalization. So I'd like to share with you our experiences at this new hospital facility. This is the content of my presentation. In this year's summer, there was a New Deal announcement by the Korean government. And the New Deal initiative is about making Korea an advanced country in its core vision. You can see that smart hospitals are a big part of this. It's not only smart hospitals, but telemedicine and various medical-related initiatives pronounced by the government. And here, smart hospitals and smart medicine infrastructure are what we need in order to support the current hospital facilities so that we can offer non-contact medical services And in doing so, we can protect patients and medical professionals from further infection. And with real-time monitoring, we can promote collaboration among different healthcare centers. We will utilize digital healthcare solutions using 5G and IoT. The Yongin Severance Hospital aims to be a digital healthcare center. By utilizing digital technology, we promote safety of patients, provide best care, and innovate the processes to achieve operational efficiency. There are three main parts. First is to promote safety and emotional touch with the patients. The second is improving the quality of medical care and efficiency in operation. And the final one is innovation in the processes. Let me go over each of them in more detail. Ultimately, by utilizing digital solutions, we would like to promote better care for our people, especially our patients and the medical professionals. First of all, this is a key system that we implemented to promote safety of patients, what we call Integration and Response Space, or IRS. At the keynote speech, GE Healthcare mentioned about command center, so IRS is similar to the command center. This is the central location where we monitor real-time all the vital signs of the patients. And in case of emergency, we can minimize the response time, and we can see any early warning signals for patients' conditions so that we can proactively respond to patients. And by analyzing the large amount of clinical data, we can utilize them for better care. And we implemented this project already. It includes the RLS waveform monitoring real-time location system-based infection monitoring system. And we have monitoring systems for intensive care units and AI-based diagnosis system. This is the IRS located on the 5th floor of the building. You can see all these monitors. There are 15 dashboards that represent vital signs of the patients. And these vital signs and information are monitored in a real time so that we can respond to patient condition changes rapidly. And all the medical data and patient data and management data and everything is centrally integrated. And these data are stored in a proper place for further analysis for research. Number 1 and number 2 are for monitors for intensive care beds. And number 3 and 4 are AI-based image reading system. Number 5 is rapid response system. When certain numbers pass or surpass the threshold, there will be an alarm initiated. And number 6 is the monitoring system for regular patients, because some patients require intensive monitoring. Number 7 and number 8 are real-time location service. So medical devices and patients, their locations are tracked real-time. Number 9 is the dashboard for the emergency room, and number 10 is for the radiologists and the equipment monitoring. So it monitors what imaging devices are being used and what devices are available. We implemented them in collaboration with Korean companies. These are all modular. So when there is any need for additional services, then we can replace certain modules with new modules. This is the patient monitoring system and the diagram. You can see monitoring system for intensive care floors and the general beds. We not only collect data from these monitoring systems, but also we integrate them with EMR data. The server is located at the center, and it is being monitored in real time in the IRS room, and it is also accessible via mobile phones and also from the research offices of our professors. So they're all able to keep tab on these kinds of information real time. It's been 9 months since the implementation of the project, and this is the benefit so far. Compared to the first quarter, in the second quarter, the death rate in the general hospital was reduced by 1.4%. And as for the number of patients who were carried out to the intensive care without any warning signs, there was 15% reduction, and there was a reduction in the time for nurses. And in addition, we were able to increase safety of the patients, and nurses were able to focus more on their core tasks rather than spending time on other admin or monitoring tasks. And secondly, the real-time location system is now in place. This is the real-time location tracking system. We call it RTLS. The purpose of the system is to track the locations of assets, patients, and infections in a real time so that we can maximize operational efficiency. We implemented this already. Now we are able to track portable devices and the patients where they are. And we also track locations of the healthcare professionals and other employees. And we also have a system in place to track the locations of assets and patients. And then the COVID-19 outbreak. So we thought that we could utilize this for tracking and tracing infections, and we applied for patent for this product. There are many assets inside the hospital, and these are very big devices, but EKGs and portable X-rays and wheelchairs, these are very movable and they're portable devices, and sometimes we had to spend time looking for available wheelchairs or other devices. But now with this real-time location tracking system, we're able to easily identify and locate these products. When you look at the benefit of using real-time location system, there are quite a lot. Of course, we have many surveillance cameras, but there are some hidden zones. And when a particular event takes place, it takes time to roll back and play the CCTV footage. But real-time location system is able to help us locate the products or patients right away. Patients are wearing this wristband in order to identify the patients. So on top of this wristband, there is this sensor for real-time location tracking. It is a broadband based, so it is quite effective. And the medical professionals and employees inside the hospital, they are wearing a name tag, and the name tag also has a sensor. So compared to the traditional CCTV, we're able to reduce about 90% of the time tracking for particular products or patients. And when we assume that there is the shutdown of the hospital, we can still maintain and track these assets. When there are COVID-19 confirmed cases taking place in hospitals, we're able to track contacts, because even 2 days before the contact and after the infection, they will have to be isolated, and they have to be located, and then they have to be isolated. And in the past, it would take a lot of time, but now we have the RTS system. So we now know where these doctors and nurses and patients have been moving around. For instance, in this case, this person went to the west wing on the 8th floor and the laboratory on the basement floor. And we can identify what other people were there in the same space at the same time. And so we can easily identify and locate these people who are in close contact with the infected patients. According to the KCDC, minimum 15 minutes of contact will be the criteria, so we will use that, and then we can identify employees, patients, and the caregivers who are at risk, depending on their risk level. So high risk, low risk, and medium risk, and depending on their conditions and criteria, we will supply them with testing. And then we have wireless connection of medical devices. The benefit of doing that is that we can get access to the patient monitor real time wirelessly. and we can shorten the time for tracking these vital signs. And then also the data are connected to the EMR. This means that a lot of the time that nurses used to spend on checking the pulses and checking the temperature and other vital signs will now be taken care of by these wireless machines. And the vital signs and the information will be automatically recorded in the EMR, so we don't need manual checking any longer. In hospital beds, we have ultrasound or ultrasonar devices that are all wirelessly connected. So when these devices are used, the result will be sent out to the server right away. So we can save a lot of time. From the get-go of the Yongin Severance Hospital, we implemented Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and the 5G network, and the network connection is very tight throughout the hospital. The third service we implemented is the bedside monitoring. This is to provide customized and personalized care for individual patients so that patients can receive better care, and there will be close communication between the patients and the medical professionals. So here the bedside monitor provides a routine check schedule, so patients will know exactly when the doctors will visit. And also there are other kinds of useful information, including necessary tests and detailed information about that. Of course, doctors will verbally explain them again, but beforehand, patients will be able to check information about the upcoming tests and examinations. And there's non-contact communication available here. As you can see, this is a bedroom in the Yongin Severance Hospital. And just like when you're flying in an aircraft, there is an individual monitor. Likewise, there is an individual monitor for each bed. So as soon as you're hospitalized, you will log in with your patient ID, and during your stay in the hospital, you will be able to use this monitor to get information. As you can see here, the patient will see what tests are upcoming, and of course they can watch TV and they will know when the doctor will visit. And there are all kinds of reservations you can see, and what tests or examinations are expected, and what cautionary measures have to be implemented for each of these tests. And you can also check information about the medicines prescribed for each patient, and you can see the efficacy of the medicine and why this medicine has been prescribed. So right there in front of your eyes, there's this individual monitor, and you can quickly find and navigate through all these information very easily. And patients are able to study them, and they take memos, and when their doctor arrives, they can ask specific questions based on this kind of information. And we also provided this bedside communication option. So when there is any concern about infection, then there should be all these questionnaires. But when there are some constraints, then consulting with the doctor can be done in a non-contact manner using this individual monitor. You can see how the doctor is speaking to the patient. Also, we've been implementing various AI and speech recognition solutions for the benefit of efficiency. When you go to hospitals, patients would have to go here and there, but doctors are also quite busy entering in information in the system, and there's a lot of time spent on recording information inside the system. But to fasten this process, we've introduced voice recognition solution. Now radiology, and so they are using AI speech recognition. I'd like to show you how it's done. That's how I'm doing it. We don't have to type in the information. We can just say things out loud, and there will be voice recognition, and data will be entered into the system quite accurately. and documents and other information can be shared very efficiently. I'd like to show you the actual slide. I am reading this image. So I'm reading this image and I'm verbalizing all the things that I'm seeing in this image, and the voice recognition software is dictating what I'm saying. And this will be integrated into the EMR system right away. So I can do it very quickly. And it was developed by a Korean company, and it is a default setting. And then you can train the program with your own voice, and the accuracy will go up to 95%. So this is one way of saving time for doctors and nurses. And then we have AI-based image reading system. Currently mammogram, chest PA, right after the image is obtained, then AI is able to read this, on a real-time basis. These are two modalities that we designed in the first place because there is a very large amount of imaging produced for these two departments, and in many cases they are normal. There is not a lot of anomaly. But if humans have to do it, then they get fatigued and it takes a lot of time. It's time consuming. So we decided to introduce AI-based reading assistance for these kinds of images, and the satisfaction level is very high. I've actually used it, and I was able to save time in reading the imaging. Can this replace human doctors? No, but they assist human doctors for efficiency. It's similar to you driving to a destination with the help of a navigation system. Likewise, we utilize the AI-based image reading so that we can reduce time. And then as a doctor, I can spend more time in utilizing my specialty. So this way, I get the support from the machine, and then I can focus more on my special care areas. And these are all implemented in the mobile system as well. Another example is Y-Talk. This is similar to instant messaging system inside the hospital. Here, for instance, you can plan something with a group of 10 people. Likewise, at Y-Talk, with the patient at the center, when you click on a particular patient, you can see the list of nurses and doctors and hospital admin people who are assigned to this patient. Then when I pose a question, when I post something, then all the relevant people regarding that particular patient will be able to respond, and this facilitates very efficient communication. And we're not only able to save costs, but also we can promote accurate and quick communication. Next, we have digital pathology system. I'd like to show you a short video to help your understanding. In the past, we used to use the glass slide, but we've digitalized them. Here is the scanner. So all the glass slates are scanned. Here, these images are saved as files, so it can be displayed anywhere, and there's no problem storing them. This means that many people can get together and go over these files very quickly. And when there's something that requires further discussion, it can be sent out to other hospitals or overseas facilities, and they can have discussions based on the same slide. And this is an example of a remote conference with doctors at Sinchon Servants Hospital. and we implemented the automation system for lab testing. And I want to show you a short video once again. This is during the daytime. It was taken at 11 a.m. and you can't really see many people because people are focused on taking care of the quality, but the rests are all automated. All these specimen and all these things will be delivered automatically and they will be distributed automatically. And what humans do is basically looking at the monitor and where is the bottleneck and where is an error. And this is also being monitored at the IRS room. So overall, the testing, lab testing can be done very efficiently. And there are these mobile solutions offered for the patients, and they're able to see where their testing is done and what stage it is. So overall, there are all these projects that we've implemented for Yongin Severance Hospital, and we were able to improve the quality of our care. So ultimately, we want to improve the quality of medical care, we save costs, and most importantly, we promote the safety of our patients. So this is digital for humans, all in all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, please give her a big hand. Thank you very much, Dr. Kim, for your presentation. Now moving on to the second presentation. Dr. Lee Jae-woo of GC Pharma will present about the development of hyperimmune globulin therapy against SARS-CoV-2. Please give him a big hand. Hello everyone, my name is Lee Jae-woo. As introduced, I'm the head of corporate development at GC Pharma. Thank you for having me. So I have about 20 minutes. I'll talk about what we are doing at GC to develop the hyperimmune globulin therapy, the significance of the therapy, and the status of the therapy. So, of course, because of COVID-19, all pharma companies are scrambling to develop vaccines, but on top of that, we need to have treatment. And of course, we have to have candidate substances. We need to identify those substances and go through testing to test its efficacy and safety. And that will require clinical trials, which will entail cost and time. So unlike this paradigm, we want to move into a new paradigm, which means that we wanted to extract some neutralizing antibodies from those who have recovered. So before the development of vaccines, we wanted to provide some alternative for treatment to fight COVID-19. A mutation of COVID-19 has been very much covered recently, and we want to target that as well. So now I would like to talk about the background behind the development of this type of plasma therapy here at GC. So this is the footprint of GC. So back in 1967, the company was established, and I will be talking about the plasma treatment today. And we started the development of plasma manufacturing back in 1971. And back in 1982, we produced the first IVIG in South Korea. And then, I'm sure that you know this, the chickenpox vaccines and flu vaccines, as well as the H1N1 flu vaccine, have been developed at GC Pharma. And when it comes to the plasma treatment, I am positive that we are one of the leaders in Korea. Now, recently, we were the third pharma company to develop the recombinant therapeutic protein. And at the same time, we develop various types of drugs and treatment, not only for the local market, but also for the global market as well. Now we have different plants. This is Otang plant that we have at GC Pharma, and this is the largest single plant capacity for treating blood plasma. And we have the fractional capacity of 1.4 million liters per year. So as I mentioned, we develop albumin, IVIG. So these are some of the plasma-derived products as well as the factor 8 and 83. So other coagulants factors. And on the right, you see the immunoglobulin products that we develop. So now we have IVIG here on top. So now when you separate plasma from a person, you will also extract immunoglobulin to use that as a substance. And for a specific antigen, we call that special immunoglobulin product for those products. And now we have hepatitis B, uh, which is treated with hyperimmunoglobulin as well as hypertet and HBIG. So for COVID-19, the concept is pretty much the same when it comes to hyperimmunoglobulin. Now, what is immunoglobulin therapy? Let us look at the definition of the therapy. So after you get the blood, this is the photo that shows the process. So we have about 60% of albumin and 35% of immunoglobulins. And what I'm talking about, the plasma treatment falls under this category, and the fibrinogens and as well as alpha 1 antitrypsin deficiency and coagulant factors account for the remaining 5%. Now, oil has petroleum as well as light petroleum and so forth. And what we do here is pretty much the same. I want to go back to the previous slide. So we have these processes. We have the plasma fractionation that employs temperature, pH, and alcohol concentration to extract specific therapeutic proteins. So what we get here, we have the coagulant factors as well as the cryoplasma that we obtain from this process. And as I mentioned, the immunoglobulin can be quite effective for infectious diseases or idiopathic diseases. So we use this quite often in the medical field. So now let me dive into GC5131, hyperimmune globulin therapy against SARS-CoV-2 that we are developing at GC Pharma. Now, as I mentioned, we have the passive antibody administration. But when it comes to COVID-19, let's say you have this patient infected with COVID-19. After the patient recovers, if you look at the plasma of the patient, it will have the neutralizing antibody. So we extract the neutralizing antibody from that patient to use for other patient's treatment. Or let's say that you've been recently exposed to a patient and you're afraid of having COVID-19. Let's say that you are in the high-risk group, like nurses or healthcare professionals. We can use this as a preventive measure as well. As I mentioned, we do have vaccines and other types of treatment, but before we develop that, we believe that this can actually help patients and high-risk groups of COVID-19. Now, when it comes to severe acute viral respiratory infections, we are seeing some evidence that this is working. So the first one, this is SARS. So now by injecting the convalescent plasma, we were able to see that a higher day 22 discharge rate was observed among patients, and Next, we have H5N1 infection and H1N1 2009 virus infection. So as you can see here, treatment of severe H1N1 2009 infection with convalescent plasma reduced respiratory tract viral load, serum cytokine response, and mortality. So now this is the first paper that I want to share. This is the case of the US. So this is a safety update of COVID-19 convalescent plasma in 20,000 hospitalized patients. And the bottom one is with respect to the efficacy of this convalescent plasma, and it shows that there was some clinical improvement in patients with severe and life-threatening COVID-19. So on the right, you see an article about how convalescent serum lines can be a first choice treatment for coronavirus. And I'm sure that you are aware of this. And so far, we've had some papers and medical reports. And based on that, FDA on August 23rd issued emergency use authorization for convalescent plasma as potential promising COVID-19 treatment. So this shows that this type of convalescent plasma can be used for treatment. And as I mentioned, we have many papers on plasma treatment and therapy, as well as transfusion of blood. But what we are doing is a little bit different. It takes a different angle. So what we have here, we have the plasma-derived medicine using our facility. So what we do, we separate and we extract and we concentrate plasma. So we use the term plasma-derived medicine for this one to treat the patients. And now the convalescent plasma transfusion and the hyperimmune globulin treatment can be compared. So let's compare the two. First of all, for convalescent plasma transfusion that is done at the hospital by the doctors. And let's say that you separate plasma from a patient and you directly infuse that to a patient. So the problem is that the direct transfusion, because it is done at the hospital level, you might be exposed to the risk of viral infection. Of course, you will go through multiple phases. And but on the right, you see that for hyperimmune globulin, we go through 3 different phases, and that includes nanofiltration, and we also go through different types of filtering, which means that we can remove or inactivate viruses more efficiently while concentrating the antibodies. And of course, for convalescent plasma transfusion, of course, timing matters. So, for instance, for patient A, that requires the blood of the same blood type, but that is not the case for hyperimmune globulin. And also, it has a longer shelf life from 24 to 36 months. And well, this is for hyperimmune globulin, but as for convalescent plasma transfusion, it can only be available for use the same day plasma is collected and must infused or frozen within 24 hours. Now, also, what is important is that when you inject this type of convalescent plasma, the antibody, the titer matters, because the titer level is different per person. So let's say that you separate the plasma from a person, but then the titer level can be low or high depending on the patient. So convalescent plasma transfusion cannot control up to that level, but that can be controlled for hyperimmune globulin because of the titer can be more effectively controlled with this process. Also, when it comes to convalescent plasma transfusion, standardization is an issue because as I mentioned, the AB levels vary from donor to donor. However, as I mentioned, hyperimmune globulin has more consistent antibody potency. So what I'm trying to say here is that there are different viruses, but then hyperimmune globulin can be more responsive to those different types of viruses. Now, moving on to COVID-19, this shows the result of an Iraqian paper for convalescent plasma treatment and mortality rate. As you can see here, convalescent plasma treatment after hospitalization within 72 hours when it's done, and when the titer level is low, mortality rate goes up increasingly. So here, when plasma transfusion is done within 72 hours, so after hospitalization, transfusion was done very quickly, then plasma includes a high level of antibody. This shows that this is high. In that case, mortality rate drops significantly. So as I mentioned, well, this is the summary page of what I just mentioned. So with normal plasma, we develop immunoglobulin. With hyperimmune plasma, we develop hyperimmune globulin. So that was the existing process. That was the platform that we used to have. But with COVID-19, we used the convalescent plasma of COVID-19 patients. And with that, we are developing anti-SARS-CoV-2 hyperimmune globulin. We developed this hyperimmune globulin. We are going through clinical trials, and up to approval, it will take some time. And once we're done with this entire stage, be it COVID-21, COVID-24, be it the next pandemic, I'm sure that we could use convalescent plasma for those types of viruses and use that to develop new hyperimmune globulin. So this is the GC5131 that I talked about. We started development at the years, early months of this year. So this is the entire process that we are going through. We are going through phase 2 clinical trial, and we actually filed IND. We got approval in August for IND, and the first patient in was in September. And we are receiving more patients as we go through phase 2 clinical trial, and the last patient out is expected maybe January of 2021 or late this year. Now, this is the convalescent plasma that I talked about, and the immunoglobulin profile of the immunoglobulin that is included in the convalescent plasma. So it looks complex, but it is not that complex, as you can see here. So just look at the top column. We have male and female. The comparison of the two. Well, it's not that different, but higher titer level for male, and the second row is by age. As the age goes up, antibody titer goes up as well. And the third row shows the severity of the disease. So on the left you have mild cases, on the right you have severe cases that have been hospitalized. And now the last row is antibody maintenance level at convalescent plasma for 60 days. Antibody titer is retained. So male, older, and hospitalized patients tend to have higher levels of COVID-19 antibody titer. So this is the result of this paper. Now, the plasma treatment, the source of it is convalescent plasma. So what matters here is that the patients who have recovered are willing to share their blood per se. So you need to have 2 visits. So visit 1 would entail testing of neutralizing antibody titer and coronavirus titer to check the titer level. Because if the titer level is not that high, we do not need to sample. So once you pass this phase, if the antibody titer level is high enough and there is no risk for infection, then we will extract 500 ml of blood per patient. So that is done in visit 2. Now this is how we actually measure antibody titer, but I will skip this slide. And this is the status of how much blood we have, the blood plasma pool. So we have about 2,000 patients that we have the plasma pool from, and we designate specific hospitals to recruit patients, and this shows the level of the organizations as well as the primary or secondary classification of the patients. Now, as I mentioned, we have Ochang plant for the fractionation, but of course we have to go through phase 2, phase 3. So we have this minimum working model for cryopore plasma because we have to go through the clinical trials. So this is the phase that we go through for cryopore plasma. And as we have a larger pool, we will be able to move forward with this stage. So this is a clinical trial protocol summary. We have 4 different groups. We have low dose, mid dose, high dose, and placebo group. So 4 groups in total, 15 persons each. And now the subjects would include persons who have COVID-19 related pneumonia symptoms confirmed by imaging diagnosis or is over 70 years of age or is over 60 years of age with at least one of the underlying diseases such as diabetes. So we look at mortality and oxygen period, so period of oxygen respiratory treatment and hospitalization. These are some of the evaluation factors for efficacy. And the next slide shows the efficacy evaluation. So now these are some of the steps that are used internationally. Now once it shows the portion of the patients that move up the scale to stage 1 or 2 that do not need hospitalization. Now, of course, in Korea, we have GC undergoing the development. But as I mentioned, having the plasma pool and having the facility, so in other words, having the infrastructure is not an easy task. So the big pharmas in other countries have an alliance. They form an alliance to co-develop this plasma therapy. Now we have gone through phase 1, phase 2, and moving to phase 3. And as I mentioned, for plasma treatment, it has received emergency approval. So we have plasma and active groups, 2 each, 500 each. And also for phase 2, we are not seeing detail for the last one, but we are hearing that they're moving with their clinical trial as well. So you can see the global alliance here. And GC Pharma is not a top tier, but one of the contributors in the global alliance. And we engage in scientific discussions, but we have our own plasma pool. We extract plasma in-house, so we do that. So this is the global alliance, and it shows where we have the plasma pools across the globe. And as I mentioned, this is a global alliance. The 500 patients that I talked about, 250 will be active, 250 placebo groups, and it's phase 3 currently. Now, other than this plasma therapy, we have repositioning drug as well as vaccines. But as of October 21st, we have 7 cases for over 300 patients. So now the question is, can we engage all those patients? Now we are going through phase 2, as I mentioned, and it's not been approved yet. However, we do have this treatment purpose approval. This is for emergency cases, when there are no other available treatments. So let's say that this patient requires treatment and is in urgent conditions but does not have any other options, drug options, then we can apply for approval. And how this happens is that the MFDS will review the proposal and grant approval. And Aju Hospital has actually received approval, and we have two more. So other than Gyeongbuk, Suncheonhyang, and Aju, we have two more, so five in total in Korea right now. So this is the final slide. So COVID-19 hyperimmune globulin therapy is made from plasma from recovered patients, and that will determine the success or failure of the therapy. And unlike other types of substances, it does not have a specific side effects, and it shows assured expected efficacy. And it is the only alternative available drug right now, considering vaccine development process, which is taking a long time. So there is a national campaign by the government, which should be pursued to promote plasma donation of the recovered patients. And with PPP, so public-private cooperation, we are one of the first to develop COVID-19 hyperimmune globulin therapy in the world, and this will be provided to patients for free. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for the presentation. Now, moving on to the next presentation. The topic is COVID-19. How will this change our lives? Associate Professor Choi Won-seok of College of Medicine at Ansan Hospital, Korea University, will deliver the presentation. Please give him a big hand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Won-seok Choi from Korea University Ansan Hospital. In my presentation, I'm going to discuss how COVID-19 is changing our lives. It is something that a sociologist may want to discuss, but I'm a doctor, I'm a medical doctor, I'm specialized in infectious diseases. I don't know if the scope of my presentation fits this forum. I'm also a citizen, I am a supplier, and I'm also someone who needs medical support, and I'm someone who's going through the pandemic myself. So I'm standing at the center of the pandemic, and based on my knowledge on infectious diseases, how will this trend change in the future and how will it change our lives is something that I want to discuss in my presentation. The subtitle of my presentation is What Should Be Left Of. I'm going to tell you why I decided on this subtitle later on. The pandemic seems to be something that is unprecedented. However, when we look at the history of humanity, there are many pandemics. WHO declared the pandemic third time this year. It was formed in the 1950s, so before the WHO was formed, there was no official declaration of the pandemics in the past on record, but we have had many pandemics in the past. During the Middle Ages, we had the pests. This was the largest and the most serious pandemic in human history. Currently, we're going through the COVID-19 pandemic, and when we look back on the history and the number of deaths, the COVID-19 is not one of the worst. So then, what are the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic? In order to answer this question, we have to look back on the history and what impacts the past pandemics had on human history. As I mentioned, there was the Black Death or plague during the Middle Ages, and it was very, very serious. It began in 1346 and it ended in 1353. It was very severe in Europe and causing many deaths. And some estimates are that minimum 100 million people have died. And this would be equivalent to 1/3 or 1/2 of the European population, according to some estimations. So the population was reduced dramatically, and as a result, the labor forces were reduced. Then there is not a lot of labor supply, so labor costs went up, and some say that this has led to the collapse of the feudal system in Europe. Memento mori, remember death. death was prevalent in their societies, and some say that this had some impact on the beginning of Renaissance in Europe. The second worst pandemic in human history was smallpox. We don't have smallpox anymore. It's disappeared, but smallpox has been around for a very long time, and it became a very serious pandemic in the 16th century, and with the Great Navigation era, it spread globally. And in the 18th century in Europe, annually 400,000 people have died. So smallpox pandemic was quite serious, and it had very serious problems on the skin as well. So in some cultures, in China and India and other countries, there was some deities attached to smallpox. In 1520, smallpox was spread to the Americas, and some say that Aztec civilization and the Inca empires were fallen partly because of the smallpox. Then, at the same time, there was gold and silver that came into Europe from the Americas, and this led to the development of commerce and industries. So these were major pandemics in human history, and they were rather defining events of human civilizations. Currently, we're going through COVID-19 pandemic. It seems that it's been around for a long time, but it's not even a year old. The first patient was identified in the late December last year, and then it's been 9 or 10 months. Globally, more than 40 million confirmed cases and more than 1 million deaths so far globally. This is the first serious pandemic as the first wave, and we thought it would subside, but recently the second wave is emerging, especially in the US and Europe. There are many new confirmed cases, and some countries have decided to lock down once again. In Korea, we are not completely safe. Recently, there is a trend of increasing new cases, and there are growing concerns about this. We're living in the 21st century with a lot of technological innovation. Now we're going through the pandemic, so we're all surprised and we were quite puzzled. But when we look back on the past pandemics in terms of the number of cases and deaths, it's not that serious compared to the previous ones. Of course, we have to wait and see how this will unfold going forward, but as of today, this is not as serious as the past pandemics. Some people decided to call this BC and AC. In the past, BC would represent before the Christ, and AD was in Latin, Anno Domini, so after Christ. But now BC means before Corona, and AC is after Corona, or AD is after disease. This was mentioned by a columnist, Mr. Friedman, in New York Times. Once again, you can see the huge implications of the pandemic in the world. As was mentioned in the keynote presentation, many changes have been brought on by the pandemic, including all of you are sitting here. We're all experiencing major changes in our everyday lives. In my view, I believe that the key word for today's pandemic is distancing. We have to keep distance with one another and distancing between countries. When we look at the past pandemics declared by WHO, there was the influenza pandemic, but there were no restrictions on traveling because ban on traveling would not stop the past pandemic. But now, during this COVID-19 pandemic, many countries have put restriction on traveling or have put in place some effective measures to restrict overseas traveling. But this is the first time that we're doing this. Of course, in 1918, when the Spanish flu was spreading, you could see that passengers on the trains were wearing masks and they were kept they were checked on a regular basis. But this new concept of social distancing is something that we're experiencing for the first time. Many changes have taken place in order to maintain social distancing. We had to limit our contact with other people, so we had to go online for meetings and we would work from home. So these changes have taken place after the outbreak of COVID-19, and these changes have been supported by Zoom and technical solutions and other devices. These devices have been around even before the pandemic. They were available, but they were not widely used. But now, with the pandemic, people began to use these services more widely. The same goes for the R&D world. With the corona pandemic, we had to go through rapid new drug development, and we had to simplify a lot of procedures. We didn't know that such simplification would be possible, but now we're experiencing that acceleration and simplification. And there are new words coined, including home economy, and there's lower level of trust among countries. And now, new normal is something that we call this era. Many things have changed, and we're now accepting them as new normal. I don't have to go into detail about all these changes that we're all experiencing. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. But I'd like to apply a different lens in understanding the current phenomena. When we take a look at the overall theme of the healthcare innovation, my perspective may be slightly different from the focus of the forum, but I'd like to share with you my own approach. The Ministry of Industry, Energy and Trade announced that these are major trends and these are major initiatives that we have to carry out. And based on these initiatives, many new industries are being developed and many efforts are being made to adapt to these trends. But when you take a look at these trends and changes, do you think these will be sustainable or these will continue? I'd like to share something different. At the beginning of the outbreak, most frequently asked question to me was, when will this be over? And I would say, I don't know. And secondly, I would say, until it is really over, it's not over yet. Yogi Berra from Major League said that. So once it's over, it's not over. Then I have to say something different. Now we're in the middle of the pandemic. All has an ending. How will this corona pandemic end? I think there are two scenarios. The first scenario is when this coronavirus disappears from the earth. When you think about SARS and MERS and smallpox, these viruses are not around anymore. They've gone. In the case of SARS, in 2002 and 2003, there was the pandemic, and then it disappeared. Of course, when we think about it, it may not have disappeared altogether because the coronavirus, when you look at the genetic information, it's quite similar to SARS virus. So it may not have been disappeared, but it may have been around somewhere, then there was some mutation. This could lead to a novel coronavirus. What about MERS? MERS outbreak was in the Middle East, and it was quite confined geographically, but Korea had a very unique experience. In May 2015 till July 15, we had about 180 MERS patients, but we don't have a MERS patient anymore. So these kinds of ending to the viral pandemic could be a possible scenario, but it's not likely for COVID-19. COVID-19 could become an endemic with seasonal surge. That's what a lot of experts are saying. Of course, there are many factors that may influence this process. It depends on the immune system of people, and it depends on the viral mutation, whether we will be immune to the mutated forms, or the virus mutation or seasonal factors may have some impact. It also depends on vaccines and therapies and treatments. So given all these factors, we are quite used to influenza and seasonal flu, then this pandemic may or may not last for a long time. Viruses keep mutating, as you know, RNA virus, so mutation is very easy, and already there are many different clades, and then depending on the changes, some virus mutate, some forms of virus may be stronger in terms of infection. And sometimes it was infected in animals like minks, and they were once again transmitted to humans. So these are all the possibilities. In order to discuss the permanent end to a virus, there should be some conditions. There should be no zoonotic infection, and there should be a very effective intervention, including vaccines. All these conditions have to be met to be able to declare the end to a pandemic. But already COVID-19 pandemic is not able to meet this criteria because there are many different forms of mutations. Then I would say that the permanent end to this pandemic will not occur, but we may need to prepare for a different kind of ending. Why is COVID-19 so important for all of us? This is a novel virus, yes. It is new and we have fear, and it has very strong infection rate. Currently, the death rate is 1.7%, and globally it's about 2%. When you look at the number itself, you may think it's low, but compared to the other infectious diseases, the death rate is pretty high. The H1N1 influenza, at that time, there were 270 deaths, and the death rate was 0.03%. So compared to that, the COVID-19 death rate is pretty high. Because of this reason, COVID-19 has many implications. But if this aspect is lower, then what will happen? Then people's perception of the virus may change. Or thanks to vaccines or treatments, the clinical implication of the COVID-19 virus may change. Then even if COVID-19 is around us, then we will still be able to put an end to the pandemic. I believe that this possibility is even more feasible these days. As I said, it ain't over until it is over. So I've been saying this a lot. And I can also say something like this: even the longest day has its end. So even you feel that today is very long, it will have its end. So likewise, COVID-19 pandemic will have its end. So when it ends, what will happen? All these changes we're experiencing right now, will they continue? I don't think so. Currently, we have experienced so many changes and so many new things are coming up, and these have been taking place out of emergency, out of urgent need and demand. So these are rather abnormal or extraordinary. But when we have the meaningful end to the pandemic so that the COVID-19 is not as threatening as it is now, then we have the habit probably of going back to what it used to be. When you think about smallpox or the Black Death, these are quite different because they swept away a large portion of the population. But these days, in the 21st century, many of the changes will disappear, and we will probably go back to what we used to have in the past. Then what kinds of changes will survive? Nevertheless, COVID-19 has been impacting almost every aspect of our daily lives. But only those who meet these criteria will survive after the pandemic. So the new services and products are able to meet the needs for social distancing and non-contact services. And some of these virtual services will continue for the benefit of business, not so much for human networking and socializing. Currently, we have a lower level of social distancing. Now people want to go out there and meet in person, right? Of course, the number of new cases is increasing, but people are so eager to go out there and meet with people. So I would say that non-contact services may survive for the benefit of business, not so much for socializing or networking. And some changes that bring better value or new results may survive. If these new changes end up producing the same result, they may not survive after the end of the pandemic. And in addition, some of the changes that are quite uncomfortable and inconvenient, they may not last long. Only those who are able to offer us convenience will survive. Right now, we're all wearing masks. It's not convenient. You may now be used to wearing a mask, but when COVID-19 is not significant or meaningful anymore, we will not wear a mask any longer. So these changes will not survive after the end of the pandemic. Now, what kinds of changes will survive in the healthcare sector? First of all, non-contact medical consultations may survive, whether you like it or not. Of course, there are limitations and some restrictions for telemedicine, but still, when it comes to infectious disease and patients with infectious disease, non-contact consultations and treatment may be necessary to protect the healthcare professionals. Also, there's this convergence between IT and diagnosis. We used to have these practices in the past, but they're used more widely, and there's an acceleration of the convergence between IT and medical diagnosis. And I think we've overcome the hurdles that we had in the past, so I think it will be accelerated. And based on that, there will be a larger amount of data and information. They will take on more value. Of course, in the past, information was quite valuable, but now in the medical facilities, they didn't really get such value. But now, medical information will be even more valuable in the future. Then the question is, who has the authority to use this information and how will this be monetized? So these are the questions we need to discuss. Now, a lot of people have now interest in clinical trials and participation in the clinical trial. So based on this kind of experience, I believe that there will be more participation in the clinical trials. Another point that I want to share with you is this. When the COVID-19 is over, then what will it be like? When the COVID-19 pandemic is over, will there be another pandemic? Doctors would say that, doctors especially specialized in infectious diseases would say that there is a 6-year cycle. There was MERS in 2015, and there was SARS 6 years prior, and then now we have COVID-19. And then we have to be prepared for probably a 2021, but it occurred in 2020. We've always had infectious diseases throughout our history. Influenza pandemic would occur every 10 to 40 years. So as you can see, pandemics and epidemics will continue to occur in the future. Now, we need to be prepared. Why am I talking about this? is because we had some pandemics and epidemics in the past, and we thought that there would be major transformations. But I've seen so many times where we went back to what things were used to be. But I think we have to really change our mindset and our approach. It may not be easy to leave a good legacy, but I think we have to put more value on safety rather than efficiency. Korea doesn't have a lot of natural resources, and Korean people are so diligent and they're dedicated and they put focus on efficiency. Of course, efficiency continues to be important, but we have to put more emphasis on safety. And for the sake of safety, you may have to forego some of the convenience aspect or efficiency aspect, but we have to put focus on safety. And in Korea, we may wonder what people have been doing in Europe or other countries during the MERS outbreak. And the healthcare industry, the guidelines in Europe, there is nothing much different. But there was only one major difference: the empty beds, and there were empty spaces. When a new patient with infectious disease comes into the hospital, they will be placed in these empty areas. And I think this is something we have to take into account. Secondly, we need to make actual preparations for pandemics. We all know how tragic a war is, but we need to be prepared for a possible war. Likewise, infectious diseases, epidemics, they may occur more frequently than actual wars, and they cause more social and economical damages. So, like we prepare for war, militarily, we have to be prepared for potential epidemics in the future. So my line of thinking in this presentation may not be completely aligned with the topics of the forum, but I just wanted to say all these because some of the changes we're experiencing may survive the pandemic, and we have to understand what these changes are going to be. And some of the changes may disappear, but we still have to put more value, on safety than efficiency. Safety is our top priority. This is something that we have to always remember, and we have to be fully prepared for another pandemic or another epidemic in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Please give him a big hand. Thank you very much, Dr. Choi, for the presentation. You talked about safety over efficiency, and we will see you again during the open talk. Now we are setting the stage for the open talk, and while we wait for that, we have prepared a video for you. Let's watch it. Yes, did you enjoy the video? I'm actually watching the live streaming on YouTube. We have about 300 people with us on YouTube. So thank you very much for having joined us today. Now moving on to the open discussion. We have the presenters with us today, and we also have with us Professor Song Si-young, who will moderate the session. Please give them a big hand. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the insightful presentations about the future and the current status of the healthcare sector. So thank you very much for the presentation. And also, Chairman Seo talked about the world in the post-COVID world, and I also enjoyed very much the Google CHO's presentation. But since we are behind schedule, I would like to precipitate a little bit. Now, as Professor Che said, it's about the safety of myself and my family, and everybody is becoming very health conscious. So before, we used to have this sense of belonging and this small cluster of people, and it begins from that idea, and you seek happiness and health within that small community. I think we're moving toward that direction. But in a sense, when we think of the future, whether it be past or smallpox, so the science and technology are rapidly developing, and that has huge political, economic, and cultural implications. And I think that we will have much to learn from those implications. And we need to think about where Korea needs to go, where our industry needs to go to ensure the safety of our citizens. What change do we need to take? And I think that the forum serves as an opportunity to discuss such innovative ideas. So thank you very much, Joseon Bees, as well as KHIDI for arranging today's forum. So enlightenment has been emerging in the recent decades, and with that rose advances in science and technology, and that will eventually lead to a new chapter of history, and we cannot walk away from those new transformation. So now I have a question. Well, actually, many questions for the speakers. First of all, we have Professor Kim with us, and you talked about the efficiency as well as the care for the patient, and everything is connected to IT. And Yonsei is the first of its kind in Korea to open a new service for the patients. So congratulations on that. And OCSEMR, from diagnosis to prescription, we have turned into that in less than 20 years. And I believe that we boast world-class IT in healthcare. However, that did not kind of spread across the country. It did not translate into national competitiveness. So we need to use big data and AI, but then hospitals mobilize such data at different levels, and that is hindering further progress. So given what's happening right now in Korea's hospitals, we need to induce innovation in every single hospital and provide benefit to all the patients. What do we need to do to walk towards that direction?
Thank you very much for that question. It's a important but difficult question. At different hospitals, they have a large amount of data and they've been building their infrastructure, but budget is always the issue because we have limited budget. But for the benefit of convenience and safety of patients, hospitals may allocate some budget for that. But as the moderator mentioned, when we have data combined from multiple hospitals, this could become national data. but there are privacy issues, and so it's not easy to share data between hospitals. But recently, the government has been pushing for such collaboration. So EMS and imaging data can be shared in a pilot format, and then you get some benefit from them, and you can share patient information in the most basic form. But this was rather a pilot system, and then also policies may change after a couple of years. I believe that we need a overall policy direction for better sharing of data. In addition, when we think about EMS data and imaging data, they are actually world class in terms of their quantity but also quality. Medical professionals in Korea have always been focusing on improving the quality of imaging data and patient data. So these data can be very useful and valuable, and based on these kinds of high quality data, startup companies can develop IT solutions and they can grow their businesses, and there have been a lot of good results. And such data can be utilized by academia, and they can also be utilized commercially. But when we use these services and products, then hospitals have to purchase them individually, and there's no subsidy or support from them, and the leadership doesn't seem to support such initiative that much because the leadership has some limitation. It costs a lot to purchase IT products, but then there aren't many quantitative indicators that can support such investment. So of course there should be a high threshold, but if there are products that are safe and reliable, then I hope that there will be some compensation from the government or from some other funds so that hospitals can be more willing to use these services. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that insightful comment. Yes, if you look at Korea's healthcare, we have so many hospitals providing care, actually best care to the patients. As doctor mentioned, it's world-class level. But then the problem is how to utilize that to drive innovation, to create an innovative platform for the future. And we need to come up with a national strategy to enable that. We have Data 3 Act, and we have so many hurdles to overcome before we reach that level in bio sector, and also it needs to be comprehensive, including the healthcare sector. But we need to get off on the right foot, and I think that was the gist of what Professor Kim mentioned. And we need to drive business development to leap forward and gain competitive edge on the global stage. Thank you very much for that. Now, moving on to the second speaker, Mr. Lee. Now, we are developing new drugs. We have Pfizer that released the vaccine. It unveiled its development of vaccine, and the market has high hopes for that, and I hope it turns out good. And of course, we are developing different kinds of drugs, including small molecules as well as new drugs. And Mr. Lee, you also talked about the passive treatment, so using the antibody of the patient and separating the antibody from those patients to inject to new patients to treat them. So the topic of today's forum is innovation. We need to be fast, quick on our feet in developing treatments and vaccines. But of course, we are developing many vaccines, but we were a little bit belated. We did it later than other advanced countries, so it feels like we still lag behind other advanced countries. So of course, we need to be quick with emergency responses, but we need to go beyond that what changes do we need in terms of national framework in developing new drugs and vaccines to do better on the global stage? Yes. Well, I'm not a policymaker, so I'll speak from a manufacturer's point of view. So, as Professor Choi mentioned briefly during his presentation, SARS and MERS were very scary. But one day they were gone. It didn't last long. And now for COVID 19, it's a paradox because the public and the world is now preparing for the next pandemic. So it serves also as an opportunity for the world to get prepared better for the next wave of pandemic. So we need to leverage this opportunity to build a rigid platform and robust platform. So that would entail the effective drugs and also the candidate materials, the manufacturing and the development of such substances. And as you just mentioned, the industry needs to collaborate with the academia. Recently, everybody knows about flu vaccine and its side effects. So vaccine development is very tough because let's say that you got injected with flu vaccine, so you will not get flu. But then is it because of the vaccine or because, I have immunity? So when it comes to side effects, it's heavily covered by the media, and the media is quite sensitive on that. And they would publish the headlines, which will make the public very wary. So we need to have the social consensus that vaccine development is very challenging. And at the end of the day, we need support from the government upstream. At the upstream level, at the downstream, we have the production as well as the clinical trials. But of course, vaccine development entails a very challenging procedure with respect to approval. And then it's also related to patient health. So it's a very sensitive matter. So at the end of the day, clinical trial and production are quite important, and these two should receive heavy investment. So the public NGOs and public domains could take a look at this. For instance, we have CEPI, the Gates Foundation, as well as Wright Foundation, who will speak later on in the afternoon. So let's say in the African low-income countries, so maybe the condition can be to supply to those countries so that we can secure enough inventory. So maybe we can learn from those foundations and global companies in that manner. And as the moderator said, we have Pfizer, and over 40,000 patients need to be recruited, and it's just an initial phase result, so we need to wait for the final results to come out. But last but not least, what I want to say here is that we hear a lot about new drugs, new treatment. The same applies for our plasma therapy, but then everything needs to be clear. So from clinical trials to approval. So it's not just the early phase results that you should pay attention to. It requires patience. So let's be patient. Yes, thank you very much for that. We just talked about Pfizer and AZ, AstraZeneca, and their endeavor for vaccine development. We call them big pharmas. And they are doing what they can as big pharmas for vaccine development. So everywhere you go, you see Samsung cell phones as well as Hyundai vehicles. So just like that, I would love to see Korean medical devices and drugs in other countries as well. So I think this is an opportunity for us to make a leap forward. And we need to have tangible results because patients' lives rely on this. And I look forward to seeing more of strong biopharmas going forward. As you mentioned, the government, the academia, as well as businesses must work together also with small startups to create a synergy effect. So I think that was what you wanted to say, Mr. Lee. And also we have Gilead, another company that recently developed drugs, and it goes back to 1987 that this company started to develop a virus treatment. And over the long period of time, the company was able to build strength and know-how on this field. So we need some public infrastructure as well as resources. And as GC Pharma mentioned and talked about the convalescent plasma treatment, every company needs to have their own strength so that we can converge all of that and create and develop new drugs. And well, to become a global pharma company, your revenue must reach 5 trillion. So that is the threshold. And I think we are at the starting line here. And we need to learn a lesson from what we are experiencing right now. We need to look into the future, where we need to go, and I look forward to seeing all sectors coming together to address this. Now, moving on to Professor Che, I have a question for you too. So, our COVID-19 response is well recognized around the world. It's being recognized as one of the model countries. Well, Korea is. So, this is a very specific question, but well, for asymptomatic patients, they have to self-quarantine. We cannot take care of everyone, but then the data is different by hospital. It's in different departments, and we need to be able to take care of all the data in a universal manner, integrate the data. So which direction do we need to take in terms of dealing with COVID-19 going forward?
In the past, when we think about the situation so far with respect to COVID-19, all confirmed patients had been isolated. That was our principle, and we've been maintaining this principle. Patients with light symptoms would be moved to some residences, and patients with severe symptoms would be with professional medical care. And then patients with severe symptoms would be hospitalized in major, large general hospitals. Korea has been able to take care of all the confirmed cases because the number of cases has been under control, and we were able to manage all of them. But as for Europe and the US, such principle cannot be implemented because every single day there are tens of thousands of people who would be confirmed with infection, and they cannot be separated centrally. And in Europe and in the US, even though they get infected, they cannot be hospitalized. Only when they have severe symptoms, they will be allowed into the hospitals. I don't know if that's a desirable approach or not, but that was something that they had to do, and such situations may occur in Korea as well. So we may have some situations where home care is necessary, so we have to be prepared for that. In that sense, non-contact medical consultation is something we can utilize, or telemedicine. This is something that of a global trend. So whether you like it or not, as I mentioned in my presentation, there has been some advancements in providing telemedicine, but we do need to recognize the constraints. Face-to-face, compared to face-to-face consultation, non-contact consultation is not normal. It's not a norm. There are many cases where you can utilize IT services. By using non-contact service, you can look at the patient, you can hear the patient, you can listen to and get some information, but you cannot touch the patient, you cannot examine the patient physically. So there are limitations. In Korea, when we think about these urban areas with high population, we may not have telemedicine as a normal practice. But as for infectious diseases, maybe non-contact consultation may have some benefits. When residence programs were introduced for COVID-19 patients, then medical professionals would make rounds, but in many cases, telephones or applications were used to monitor the patients. These were some sort of telemedicine, I would say. And there are those who are self-quarantined. They are managed remotely, but there's a deck of information for them. So there are multiple ways of connecting with the patients virtually and in a non-contact manner. So we already have such technology. So these aspects of telemedicine will still be applicable and relevant. And as he mentioned, when we are not able to house all the infected patients in hospitals or medical facilities when they have to be self-quarantined at home, I think telemedicine has some benefit to offer. But whether this is the right way to go, this is a different question. But globally, this is a trend. And in some aspects of medical services, we do have some places where we can utilize telemedicine. What do you think, Dr. Kim? In Yongin Severance Hospital,
Yes. So the in-hospital IT, the data of the patients, and once they are discharged from the hospital, how do you manage their data? We talked about telemedicine, and this is, well, I'm not, planning to have a heated debate on telemedicine, but what I'm trying to do here is to try to understand up to what we can do in terms of telemedicine and managing patient data.
as Dr. Choi mentioned, non-contact services are a small portion of medical care, and they are applied to only a limited domain of medical care. And as Professor Song mentioned, in our hospital, IT systems are put in place for better communication within the hospital, and sometimes for the sake of convenience and efficiency, we offer remote consultation. And when these patients are released from hospital, we may be able to expand the application, but there are limitations. I am very sure about that. So depending on the conditions and indications, we may be able to apply them as well.
Yes, so telemedicine was actually the hot potato for a long time in the healthcare sector, and as Professor Chen mentioned, GE talked about CT in box. It's one of the telemedicine platforms that they want to do. Of course, it's a little bit different from the telemedicine that we're talking about, but one of the applications that they plan to use in the future. And if we look at that, then I don't think we can reverse this trend. So contact-free medicine and healthcare, as I mentioned, has been a hot potato for a long time. But we need to really examine it in more depth because with telemedicine, as Professor Chen mentioned, we have seen many problems in terms of safety. And we have to, of course, address those issues going forward. And we're actually seeing those steps right now. But COVID-19 is also dealt with at Harvard and MIT as part of their educational program. So they're tapping into different options. So in sum, what they are trying to do is a handful of professors can teach global students. So how are we going to prepare for the next education? Well, actually, online education, remote education can be more accessible because it can be easier for students to access the information and the lectures anytime, anywhere, and actually access good quality lectures. And if the trend goes that way, then capital will follow. And if we see that trend, then we won't be able to do anything about it. So what we need to do right now is to leverage the great human resources as well as the medical facilities that we have in Korea and innovate ahead of others. So we should not repeat the past. We need some breakthrough. So to innovate, we need to make selection and forego some things along the way. So we need to prioritize. So at least that is my view on that. We are behind schedule, so the organizer wanted me to, have a compact session, but I have a burning question because we listened to three presentations now, and in the afternoon we will talk about charity and cooperation with charity organizations, which leads to open innovation. And as I mentioned, Google provides health data, which is their asset. So they are collecting health data, and there is no such company in Korea, and we can't do that in Korea. And we have the insurance assessment organization, and of course they need to assess the data for payout. And of course we understand that private data should be protected, but then how can we at least make the best use of what we have? Do you have any ideas on that? So the same goes for pandemics and infectious diseases. So maybe from a hospital point of view and from a pharma company's point of view, because of course startups are very much advanced in imaging, but then we have Siemens as well as GE, the big companies which can exercise monopoly on this market. Then they will push these small startups out from the market, and I always feel and see the limitations for that. So I have a question about that.
It's a very difficult question. Until 10 years ago, we had no problem gathering data and did some research. But now we recognize that there is value to data, and the government has many regulations and laws to control the use of data. So currently, hospitals cannot share data, and even within the hospital, for us to do research, we have to receive review by the board to use data. So in that sense, it will be very difficult to get to put together the global or national data. So in that sense, maybe for the benefit of services for underdeveloped countries, we could utilize data from Africa and other countries. And after imaging data is obtained, it is not easy to properly read them there in the local countries. Then they would upload these imaging data on Google Cloud and do research. So in that sense, there may be some limitations as to what we can do in Korea. But as the moderator mentioned, we have centralized data, and within Korea, the quality of medical data in Korea is very high, and I have high confidence in that. So I really hope that in the future, even though there may be some obstacles, I hope that we will be able to share these high quality data among healthcare centers so that we can better research. Thank you.
Yes, Professor Choi.
Yes, as you mentioned, medical data is asset. It is very valuable, so it has value, and we all know this. As you mentioned, there are several characteristics and benefits of Korean produced medical data, and when it comes to infectious diseases, the research at the national level and the global level is very critical. The local information is critical. If you want to develop a tool for infectious diseases in Korea, then you need to develop that based on the local data. So in that sense, I believe that being able to utilize the local data will be crucial. There are global IT companies, yes, but I know that there are very good and competent Korean companies as well. And I hope that we will apply the concept of appropriate level of control. In terms of whose asset it is and who has the ownership and to what level we can share and to what level we need to control. There are all these things that we need to consider, but there should be some level of control. It should not be open to the public right away. So there is a delicate level of control that we need to put in place. So an appropriate level of control and management over the medical data is something that we need to pursue together. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that insightful remark. Mr. Lee? Yes, what I want to say is that I mentioned that vaccine development is very challenging, and I gave you the example of flu vaccine and also the articles released by the media that tend to be quite provocative in a way. But of course, investigation of epidemiology can go against the Data Protection Act, but then big data will increase in importance. So I'll give you an example of flu vaccine again. Let's say there is this epidemiology investigation which proves the efficacy of flu vaccine. We need to have more data like that, but we don't have sufficient data like that currently. And I also gave you the example of Pfizer. And the vaccine development is tough, and usually it takes about 10 to 15 years, but then now they're accelerating the process because of COVID-19. So be it emergency approval or conditional approval, we need to obtain that first and then conduct epidemiology investigation. And of course, what matters is not approval, but the safety research, which should be conducted in depth. And as the speakers already mentioned, Korea has competitive edge in hardware. So we need to improve our software capacity to develop a K model. That is at least my expectation. Yes, thank you very much for that insightful remark. So Korea's population is 55 million. But compared to Switzerland, Singapore, Israel, they have about 8 million people. Ireland is even smaller than that, and the UK a little bit higher than Korea. But if they have a big pharmas and IT healthcare device companies. So Korea is home to a large population, which means that we can leverage critical data and healthcare data, but we are still a latecomer and a follower in that field. So this number of population means that we can make a leap forward because biotech is all about the data, leveraging that data. Without that, it cannot grow. So the countries with such a small population, they actually knew what they're doing from the get-go. but domestic business development was actually taken as a priority in Korea. So we missed out on many global opportunities in terms of new drugs and new treatment development. So we need to increase our presence not only in the field of infectious diseases but in many other sectors. And we need to think about what elements we need to gain competitive edge, which will translate into the benefits for the patients and which will translate into the overall growth of the sector. So we need to target the global market, and also we need to pursue open innovation in terms of data, which is the topic of today's forum. So we need to overcome the conflict that we are experiencing right now. I think we can do it. I think Korea can do it. We have the hospital, we have the nature science field, we also have the success models in other fields as well. And given our track record, I am positive that Korea can become one of the powerhouses in this field with more companies like GE. And I will be looking forward to seeing that. With that, I would like to wrap up the open discussion session. Thank you very much for staying with us. Thank you very much. Please give the speakers a big hand. So that draws an end to the morning session. It's 12:45. We are about 30 minutes behind the schedule. So we don't think we will be able to resume the afternoon session at 1 p.m. We ask for your understanding. We will begin after 1, but once we get the exact hour, we will let you know. And YouTube viewers, we will see you in the afternoon too. Thank you very much. I will see you in the afternoon session. Thank you very much. We are serving lunch to your tables, so enjoy lunch. And before we begin the afternoon session, I will make another housekeeping announcement. So please enjoy lunch, and I will see you in the afternoon session. Distinguished guests, may I have your attention, please? We will begin the afternoon session at 1:30. And may I have your attention, please? We are currently streaming live on YouTube, so please make sure that you avoid passing in front of the camera when you walk outside the venue. Distinguished guests, may I have your attention, please? We will soon begin the afternoon session. If you're still outside the venue, please make your way inside and take a seat. May I have your attention, please? The Healthcare Innovation Forum 2020. The afternoon session will soon commence. If you're still outside the venue, please make your way inside and take a seat. Distinguished guests, may I begin the afternoon session of Healthcare Innovation Forum 2020. Please make your way inside and take a seat. And distinguished guests, may I have your attention, please? If you're still outside the venue, please make your way inside and take a seat. We will soon commence the afternoon session of Healthcare Innovation Forum 2020. We will soon begin the afternoon session. If you're still outside, please make your way inside and take a seat. And also, we have a camera filming the forum right now. So when you pass in front of the camera, make sure that you avoid the camera because we want our YouTube viewers to be able to have the full angle of the conference venue. So please make sure that you avoid the cameras when you walk out. Now, with that, we will begin the afternoon session. We will now begin the afternoon session. So KHIDI and Joseonbiz have partnered with Right Fund to organize this session. And Right Fund, as well as Right Fund is an organization designed to support PPP. So the first presentation will be delivered by Trevor Mendel, the president of Global Health Division at Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Is what we've been preaching for so many years. Because time was of the essence and millions of lives hung in the balance, we had to start product development with the end in mind. And because we quickly recognized that no one will be safe from COVID-19 until everyone is safe, we made affordable, equitable access an essential element of product design. We still have much to do to ensure global access. Vaccines aren't truly affordable or equitable if they must be stored at extremely low temperatures or administered in multiple doses. So we must work together to solve those technical challenges. We must also advocate for the funding needed to deliver new vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics to those who need them most. While $3 billion in funding for delivery has been raised, that is just a down payment on the estimated $38 billion required. But what we have achieved together in just 11 months makes me confident that we can overcome any obstacle. As a founding member of the Right Fund, the Foundation is impressed with the fund's progress after just 2 years of operation. It has built a portfolio of 22 projects across vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics. And this portfolio illustrates the core strengths of Korea's pharmaceutical and health technology industries. Moreover, the fund has proven to be an invaluable platform for accessing Korean companies at a time when Korea is a world leader in responding to COVID-19. The Right Fund connected Korean Telecom with the Gates Foundation, with subsequently funded KT's Pandemic Response Project, a path-breaking testing and contact tracing initiative. One of our key Right partners, SK, is at the center of an exciting and unprecedented collaboration on a COVID-19 vaccine that we believe is very promising. In response to the pandemic, the Right Fund created a new Technical Accelerator Award this spring, which directly funded 8 COVID-19 proof-of-concept projects in May. Right's accomplishments over the past 2 years, coupled with the potential contributions of Korea's industry to global health, underscore the power of partnership with Korean scientists and industry at a critical time. Looking ahead, we believe collaborations with Korean partners will become more important, and we see amazing potential in Korea's diagnostics and digital health technologies. For example, with half the population of sub-Saharan Africa expected to subscribe to mobile services by 2025, there is a significant opportunity to leverage Korean digital health tools in low and middle income countries to improve primary healthcare delivery and infectious disease control. Rights funders, the Gates Foundation, the Korean government, and Korean partner companies are currently exploring how we can further capitalize on Korea's strength for the broader benefit of global health. Indeed, we want to welcome Pioneer, ST Biosensor, and New Biologics as our newest Right Fund partner members. We look forward to continuing existing and building new collaborations for developing and delivering innovative health technologies and interventions for patients most in need. COVID-19 has taught all of us that together we have the power to overcome the greatest obstacles and that we have the power to accelerate progress. It has taught us a new normal for measuring progress. And I believe the Right Fund and the power of Korean ingenuity can play a key role not only in ending this pandemic, but also in applying the same energy, vision, and collaboration to achieving global health equity, ending extreme poverty, and realizing the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you for your participation today and for your continued and future partnership. Enjoy the meeting.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Yes, I'm watching our channel live. We have about 200 viewers on YouTube. Thank you very much. We are behind schedule, so I ask for your understanding. Please stay with us until the end of the forum. The next presenter is a person who will talk in detail about Right Fund. So we have with us CEO Kim Yoon-bin of Right Fund, who will talk more about Right Fund. Please give her a big hand. Good afternoon. As introduced, my name is Kim Yoon-bin of Right Fund. It's a great pleasure to see you in person, and also I would like to thank everyone who have joined us virtually and also here in this conference room. So we had a solo event recently, and we are glad to be part of the Healthcare Innovation Forum 2020. Thank you very much for planning this session and to allocating the session to Right Fund. So we have Mr. Travel Mundell who opened this session. And I'm sure that some of you are not aware of Right Fund, so I will give you some detail about Right Fund. So Korea is the first country who transformed itself from an aid recipient to a donor. So Korea received ODA from the Development Assistance Committee, but in 2009, Korea became a donor. And as of 2018, Korea was the 15th largest ODA donor. And according to OECD data, Korea's ODA contribution volume accounts for 0.2% by 2020 and 0.3% by 2030. That is the target of the South Korean government. And to meet this goal, the Korean government entered into its second phase of ODA execution plan in 2018. And the plan reinforces the efficiency, transparency, and collaboration with private sectors. And to this end was born Right Fund. In July 2018, Right Fund was founded with a mission of leveraging Korea's innovation and leadership to promote global health equity. And under this mission, we plan to transform the existing ODA delivery method. So we are quite different from other types of ODA projects. So in Korea, we want to make sure that we leverage the bio sector's strength in Korea so that we can provide know-how to the developing countries, and also to be able to provide the achievement to the developing countries. So we seek and create collaboration opportunities, and we identify areas of alignment. So it's a 50-50 match type. So we have 50 private and 50 public contribution. And the Korean government accounts for 50%, 25% comes from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and 25% comes from Korean companies such as GC Pharma, Junexide, LG Chem, ESCO Bioscience, and Dongguandang. So at the time of the founding, the contribution was 10 billion Korean won per year, but we have new SMEs joining us today, right now. So we have been able to exceed that number. So it's 10 plus billion Korean won per year. And also, Korean companies has shown great performance and leadership in the year 2019, which proved that Korea has the capacity to lead in this sector. So Korea and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has strengthened a right fund partnership, and this is an ongoing process. So I hope that I will be able to bring good news sometime soon. And for about 2 years and 6 months, we have selected a few projects and included them in our portfolio. So it includes from discovery to registration. So it's an end-to-end cycle. So the contract volume amounts to 28 billion, and we plan to invest 10 billion and plus every year going forward. I'm not sure that you can see the projects in detail, but if you read our brochure, you will be able to find out more about our portfolio and projects. Now, Right Fund, when it was first founded, we were planning to continue for 5 years. So at the earlier stage, we prioritized clinical trial projects. But in the long term, without early pipelines, we cannot come up with solid follow-up projects. And also, we need to encourage companies to invest in infectious disease, which requires investing in various sectors, and which is why we have adopted Technical Accelerator Award on top of the Product Development Award. So Technical Accelerator Award, or TAA, supports proof of concept projects for innovative ideas to encourage and foster infectious diseases research. And Product Development Award focuses on late stage development and patient access stages to expedite tangible outcomes. So this was not intended, but when we first started the PDA, that was March of this year. So that was when COVID-19 started to surge in Korea. So out of the 12 designated projects, 7 were related to COVID-19. And the novel virus as well as COVID-19 pandemic were addressed with this project in a timely manner. And if you look at the bottom, we had one award, but then we increased that to 3 awards so that we can increase more opportunities and provide more opportunities for those who wish to join us. So the second phase of TAA and the RFP of Right Fund starts today. So the third PTA RFP and award will be covered in more detail by Brian Young. And we have many partners who participate in our investment forum. So I would like to extend my gratitude to those partners. And we have many Korean companies um, working with charity organizations as well as other humanitarian organizations. And sometimes, they want to find out more about it, so we want to provide such information. And we will hear more about SK Bioscience and what a Korean company is doing in terms of collaboration with global companies. You will be able to hear that during our session. And also, we will have Vice President, we will have Director General Song Beng-lin, who will also talk about Vaccine Innovation Technology Alliance in Korea. So thank you very much for joining us today. Next, we will hear from Brian Young. Yes, thank you very much for that presentation, Ms. Kim. You also talked about the following presentations. We will now hear from Mr. Brian Young, Senior Director of Strategy at Right Fund. Please give him a big hand.
Okay, 안녕하세요. My name is Brian Young from the Right Fund, and it's my pleasure today to introduce the Technical Accelerator Award today. So let me just go back here. So the Technical Accelerator Award was started to complement our Product Development Award, and it's there to basically fund early stage or proof of concept experiments that could be used to bolster the application for a later application for the Product Development Award. So focusing more on early stage projects, proof of concept. So the eligibility requirements for the award are outlined on this slide here, and you can see that the major requirement or the mandatory requirement is a Korean partner, and it requires either new or existing partnerships, and the company also has to have some sort of capacity or healthcare intervention, research and development expertise to be able to contribute and complete the projects. Some of the eligible partnerships are outlined on the next part of the slide, and they include Korean entities, which include Korean corporations or entities with a research facility in Korea, not-for-profit organizations, government research organizations, or academic institutions. The non-Korean partner can include any life science or healthcare company outside of Korea, international partner. Similarly, not-for-profit research organizations, product development partnerships, as well as government research institutions and academic institutions. The Right Fund focuses its investments on specific criteria and priorities that we use across all of our awards. And I just wanted to highlight some of them here in this slide. And there are 5 major ones that we focus on when we consider awarding a project. And the focus is first on unmet medical need. Does the project address a specific unmet medical need? There has to be usually a lack of treatment option or patient access or high cost associated with existing products. And we want to also maximize the product for global health use. The second is leveraging Korea's technology strengths. And this involves projects that best highlight or utilize emerging or specific technologies that are based in Korea. And the third is maximizing the impact of investment. So as Ms. Yoonbin Kim mentioned, we have originally when we started, we had a short timeline, so we had a preference for projects that could reach project development stages by 2023. That's why the Technical Accelerator Award was developed, was to basically fund earlier stage projects. We also look for projects that can be sustained by co-funding. The fourth priority is building capacity for Korean research and development. So we're looking for projects that also feed back and benefit the Korean company as well. So projects that can enrich their local pipeline for public health indications, and also support the product development and manufacturing. And of course, lastly, we want to engage engagement in the public health sector. So this is basically expand the engagement of Korean industry and R&D organizations and institutions towards global health initiatives that you heard being touched on by Trevor Mundell. So some of the other conditions that we consider when we review is the eligibility criteria. And so the award will not support multiple applications for the same technology development or target product. We also use this to determine the eligibility of the criteria in the first step. The review process of the Technical Accelerator Award, it will be a little bit shorter than our normal product development award. This is to be able to increase the impact of the award, and the decisions will take around 4 to 6 months to process from submission to the decision. And some of you who have applied to the PDA or received the PDA before will be pleased to know that there's no interview required to shorten the review process. And then finally, and probably most importantly, is that all applicants must agree to accept the global access policy of the Right Fund. And this is just to ensure that any existing or future partners that receive funding from the Right Fund provide access to any relevant data or intellectual property that's that comes out of Right Fund funded projects. And more information can be found on our website, and happy to follow up with you after the meeting to discuss any concerns you might have over the Global Health Access Policy. So these are the two types of awards that was introduced by Ms. Kim. I'll go into a little bit detail so you can see how they complement each other. The first is the Product Development Award, and this is the development stage from phase 1 onwards, and this is a call for once a year that we put out, usually around the middle of the year. And this is a project for up to 36 months and up to 4 billion Korean won, where we also request or require matching funds from the applicant. The review application process involves ITA, or an intent to apply, and then upon meeting the eligibility requirements, the applicants will be invited to submit a full proposal. And this full proposal is reviewed with a panel of external experts as well as the Right Fund Selection Committee, and followed up by the last round in an interview process. The award payout is stage gate funding, and I'll mention a little bit more about this afterwards. For the current announcement for the request for proposal, which is today, for the Technical Accelerator Award, the development stage focus here is on proof of concept and preclinical stages. This is our second call, so we plan to carry out these TAA awards twice per year. And the project duration here is 1 year, up to 1 year, and this is up to 500 million Korean won. So about half a million USD. And here, as I mentioned earlier, we have a more abbreviated review process, and this will include the proposal, the submission of a full proposal, which will undergo external and internal reviews, and a decision will be made at the end of that. So the award payouts are a little bit different than what you may find in other Korean donors, and we use stage gate funding, which are based on specific scientific milestones. So instead of getting all the funds up front, we work with the project teams to develop critical milestones during the course of the project, and these will trigger payments for the next round. And this is just to ensure that projects meet their timelines and goals adequately It's very important to drive. It's very important for us to be able to make sure that the projects meet their endpoints. And the way best to do this is to use a stage gate funding mechanism. So our investment focus is on infectious diseases, endemic and emerging, primarily in developing countries. And we specifically have left this rather broad so that we don't exclude or include. And so, as I mentioned, the priority disease or the indication is really going to be based on a number of factors. So we fund indications across vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, and digital health. We support new approaches. So, for example, for vaccines and therapeutics, these are new vaccines or new chemical entities. Or potentially new combinations as well. For diagnostics, this would include new diagnostics for use in low middle income countries that have improvements over existing diagnostics or lower cost. And then for digital health is rather broad, but we're looking for ICT applications for access tools or surveillance, disease surveillance. We also are looking for product improvements, so things that are existing on the market that can be further improved. For vaccines and therapeutics, this might mean new formulations or reformulations, new combinations that would basically improve access to the drug or make compliance of use of the drug more beneficial. We're looking for improvements on existing diagnostics as well. For use specifically in low middle income countries. So can you bring a diagnostic or can you improve the sensitivity of a diagnostic to make it more amenable for use in the target countries? And for digital health, we're looking for any types of improvements on existing digital healthcare platforms specifically for use again in low resource settings. And of course, lastly, we're interested in improving patient access. The fund is very focused on the end game, and providing patient access is the way we measure our successes. And so any projects for vaccines or therapeutics that are nearing or seeking a WHO pre-qualification or any things that can reduce the cost of a current product, such as low-cost manufacturing platforms, would also fall under our scope. And then for diagnostics, we're looking for low-cost alternatives or low-cost tools for low-resource indications or low-resource countries. So some of the funding opportunities for this specific award are listed here, and but this is just some examples of the kinds of things that we're looking for. For therapeutics, as I mentioned, we're interested in proof of concept or repurposing existing drugs. These could be new regimens or fixed combinations. We're looking for, and this would be compounds that could be lacking specific data and should be tested in an animal model or a pilot trial in humans for proof of concept. We're also looking for therapeutics that could validate a new drug candidate for safety and efficacy in animal models. So a project that would basically bolster the preclinical package for the further development of the indication of the intervention. For vaccines, we're interested in new vaccine candidates and assessing their safety, immunogenicity, and efficacy in animal models. Pilot dose escalation study, for example, is another example for use in humans. And proof of concept for new vaccine targets, host or pathogen biomarkers of disease. And of course, more effective and affordable formulations, adjuvants, and routes of deliveries for vaccines is going to be important. Also, we would entertain feasibility studies that looks at process quantification, optimization, or scale up for clinical trials. For diagnostics, we are interested in early validation or new and improved technologies for better use in low resource settings, and identifying new pathogen or host biomarkers of disease, and also those diagnostic devices that could be incorporating AI-enabled technology as well. And then finally, I mentioned digital health, and this is projects that would be used for the validation of ICT platforms to improve patient access and tools for surveillance. So some key dates for those of you who are interested in applying. The deadline to submit proposals is about 1 month away, so that's December 18th, 2020, 10 a.m. Korean Standard Time. And the next, below that I've highlighted the anticipated review process timelines. I mentioned a shorter review process, about 4 to 6 months, and so we will collect applications next month, and then in the first 2 months of 2021, they'll undergo a review process, and then subsequently followed up by our selection committee review, as well as following up with the individual applicants from our side to outline specific details regarding their application. And then in May 2021, we will inform the awardees of the award decision. I mentioned that the award amount is up to 500 million Korean won and for 1 year. And the inclusions for the grant are the same as the previous first TAA, and so no personnel or direct costs are supported. There won't be any requests for capital investments, and of course duplicate claims with other funding sources are also not entertained. So before closing, I just want to mention a few things. First of all, it's very important again to outline the competitive advantage of your project, as well as thoughtfully think out your milestones, critical milestones for each of the scope of work for the proposal. And so we will work with the individual applicants to agree upon the set milestones that we agreed to for the stage gate funding. So any additional information can be found at our website, and you may email us at rightfund.org, and I'm happy to take any questions after the meeting. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Now, moving on to lecture 5, we will have a relay networking lecture on global health R&D solidarity to overcome infectious diseases. The first presentation will actually be an open talk at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So we will hear from Jessica Martinez, Senior Program Officer of Strategy Planning Management at the Global Health Division. We will also hear from Lead Joy Chakrabarty and Lead Andrew Twister.
Good morning, everyone. It's both an honor and a pleasure to be here with all our Korean and international partners at the Right Fund's annual investment forum. My name is Jessica Martinez, and I lead life science partnerships and strategic engagements with the pharma industry for the foundation. Like Trevor, I've had a front row seat to Right over the past 2 years, and I share both his enthusiasm for all that you've accomplished and his excitement for the future. I'm joined today by 2 colleagues, Joy Chakrabarty and Andrew Twister, to discuss how Right and its partners aid in our global health mission. Gentlemen, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Can I ask you to introduce yourselves? Andrew, how about you first?
Thanks so much, Jessica. So it's a real pleasure to be here and really great to participate in this Right Forum. So just as Jessica mentioned, I'm here at the Gates Foundation leading digital health innovation. I'm a physician scientist by training. I trained as a radiation oncologist, and my PhD work was in neural network design and modeling of disease states. And right now we have large investments in AI with a focus on bringing forward novel tools to impact the care delivery across the world, both in high-income countries and low- and middle-income countries alike.
Thank you. How about you, Joy? Can I ask you to introduce yourself, please? Some of these forum participants may remember you from last year.
Thanks. I appreciate returning to the forum again. So my name is Joy Chakrabarty, and I'm the platform and portfolio lead for the polio program at the Gates Foundation. And my background is I worked in industry for about 20 plus years, pharma and biotech, drug and vaccine development. And then the last 4 years, I transitioned over to the foundation, working in global health, supporting the polio team, and then over the past 10 months or so, starting to work on COVID initially when it was just kind of an interesting phenomenon that we were noticing in late January, and now it's pretty much become 20 to 25% of my job time, working primarily on developing intervention target product profiles for vaccines and therapeutics, as well as looking at supporting the CMC work for CEPI and the Gates Foundation, working with a lot of our grantees to figure out ways to enable these vaccines to be developed as quickly as possible and at the price points that we're looking for. So thank you.
Thank you both. So Adrian, let's start with you. The foundation and you personally have actually had a lot of experience in global health development. You've talked about your experience in industry and specifically in global vaccine development. Tell me, what would you say sets Korean and Korean companies apart in this particular space?
Yeah, I think there's several aspects, and I think the biggest thing I'd point out is we've already made multiple grants to Korean companies to develop vaccines for both COVID and polio and other areas, so that's kind of a vote of satisfaction from us in terms of we vet companies from around the world when we're making these investments, and we make the decisions based upon technical capabilities, future growth potential, and the ability to satisfy the global health requirements. And the Korean companies have met all three of these main areas quite successfully. I think from my perspective, looking at the Korean vaccine industry, I see tremendous growth that's taken place over the past few years, which has been very impressive because it means the Korean government, as well as private industry, is investing heavily in infrastructure, be it manufacturing capability or R&D capability. We see that as a huge positive aspect because it means that they're looking forward into the future and trying to see how they can become an even more significant player in the global vaccine space, and that's important to us. In terms of technological innovation, that's another area that we're impressed with by Korea. We've looked at all the different companies, and we think some of the new technologies, including the microarray patches, for example, as a delivery system, Korea is one of the leaders in. Developing low-cost biologics, I think it's acknowledged now that Korea is a leader globally. So in terms of technology innovation, we view Korea as a great place to invest, to be part of that. And then just the expertise that's been developed over the past couple of decades. You've seen now Korean companies have their vaccines achieve WHO pre-qualification, which is a major step from our perspective in terms of enabling that vaccine to be used globally. We've seen capacity increases and new launches routinely. We're supporting now multiple polio investments, including hexavalent vaccines, as well as an activated polio vaccine, which over the next few years both should achieve WHO PQ. The IPV investment with LG Chem is in the final stages of review and may achieve WHO PQ by year end, which is a huge milestone for us because we've been investing with them for the past few years. So we're looking forward to that. So I think if you think about growth, technology innovation, and just general expertise, I think Korean companies have exemplified superior performance across all those parameters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajoy. That's a great answer. And let me ask you, Andrew, because Ajoy highlighted technology. You are literally working on building the next generation of health infrastructure using digital and health technology. How can Korea and Korean companies help you accomplish that goal?
Yeah, just as we've heard, I think that we see the same with respect to IT and infrastructural components, both for Korea as well as for export outside of Korea. And I think that has been the really exciting element of our investing on the digital health components. So we've already recognized that there are a number of opportunities with respect to infrastructure that are in place to support things like 5G. A large component of which is coming from companies in Korea and pushing forward, right? So not only is Korea one of the leading countries in the world with respect to adoption of these types of cellular technologies, but there is a path and an opportunity to really transport these into lower resource settings and level up a lot of the infrastructural components that we see in the global south. And to that extent, what we have been exploring has been ways to leverage those technologies to improve access to care, to improve information that could be aggregated at the level of public health ministries or at the level of state public health officials, to inform how is it that resources should be allocated, and ultimately how individuals should be cared for. Now, a lot of these things are very early stage investments, but we are quite keen on continuing the partnership with companies within Korea to ensure that we can learn from what is already being deployed within Korea itself, and then to see how some of those technologies can be transported, both with market forces driving that, as well as with investing from the foundation.
Thank you, Andrew. That sounds very exciting. So let me ask you this. I don't think it's going to escape everyone's notice that we're doing things differently this year. Everyone's been talking about the new COVID normal. Can I ask you, maybe Andrew this time, tell me how you think COVID is going to impact the work that you just described to us going forward?
Like so many things that have been going on in the foundation, COVID has been an absolute accelerant for many of the strategies that we've put forward. So at the beginning of the year, while we have been interested in ways that these technologies might bring forward something in the time horizons of 3 or 4 years, what we've recognized is that the gaps in access to care and in delivery of care simply became chasms around COVID. So those that had very, very minimal access suddenly were at the highest risk of both transmission, contracting COVID, and then perhaps not even having information with respect to diagnostics. And ultimately, I think that this is going to impact vaccine delivery as well. So with that, we have been redoubling our efforts to ensure that we can find a path forward where digital systems are interoperable, where we can ensure that the information is in more real time aggregated, so that again we can do proper resource allocations. And also, to the point of drug discovery and vaccine development, we have recognized that some of these same systems on what's going on in the field and with people directly can inform how campaigns get rolled out. So this is unprecedented opportunity to really reform a lot of the health systems and the capacity building that we have undertaken within the foundation over a decade now on digital health infrastructure. Suddenly has allowed us to work together with companies like those in Korea. And in particular, we have previously made an investment with KT, and we were very, very keen to use the relationship that we had with KT already to shift, to understand more around COVID, specifically from the lens of going direct to consumer, collecting data from the mobile infrastructure that they have already built to do things like disease surveillance, and then to leverage that information into a symptom and biometric approach to understand more around where are hotspots going to occur next, and how is it that we might be able to apply the appropriate diagnostic and eventually therapeutic and vaccine resources to those places. So we're very keen to begin that type of work this fall right now together with KT, and to see how the AI components and all of the rest of the insights that come from those data can impact how it is that we bring forward the tools into 2021. Unfortunately, as you highlight, COVID is likely not going away, and so we do think that some of these early stage investing could impact the deployments that we're going to see in the coming year.
Sure. How about you, Ajoy? How has COVID changed your world?
Yeah, so from a vaccine development perspective, we had to go from essentially nothing, there was no pipeline or anything because it was a novel pathogen, to trying to develop vaccine candidates that would be approved as quickly as possible. And so, ourselves, along with various vaccine developers around the world, have been kind of focusing on two key aspects, one of which is just speed. How can you accelerate the vaccine development process so that something that normally takes 7 to 10 years in a good, well-organized state can be done in 12, 18 months. So an acceleration factor of possibly tenfold compared to normal, which is very difficult because you still have to do all the key process development and characterization things, and develop all the safety data and efficacy data if possible. So you're in a position where you're just trying to accelerate everything and do as much as possible at risk. And so I think we've made investments across the board. CEPI, other groups have made investments. And besides those investments, we're actually trying to provide support in various ways. It turns out that there's not enough pharmaceutical glass available to suddenly produce a couple of billion doses extra vaccine on top of the normal global requirements for routine immunization. So we're trying to maximize that limited supply, working with companies and with vaccine developers so that they understand what the best options are. In many cases, that means going to multi-dose vials. So you can, within a certain piece of glass, you can actually fit more doses inside, and so hopefully we'll be able to maximize that particular resource. But there's a lot of other things too, just working with the regulators to figure out ways of kind of accelerating reviews, working with the developers to kind of understand what sort of stability data would be required. So basically just looking end to end across the whole vaccine development process and figuring out how can we make this more efficient? How can we, speed this up with the ultimate goal of ensuring access? So it's kind of a win if we get early vaccines, certainly, but it's a net loss if they're all too expensive to be used in large parts of the world. And so our concern right now is we may end up with multitude of vaccines potentially for Europe and North America and other parts of Asia which are wealthier and can afford them, and they may not be accessible to parts of Africa and parts of Asia. And so our goal there is to try and work in parallel with the manufacturers to figure out ways of driving down the cost of goods so that a successful vaccine would be available pretty quickly on a global basis at potentially very different price points. And one of the key aspects we'll be looking into here is technology transfer. So if you're making your vaccine currently in North America or Europe for the local market, there's a price point that's quite acceptable that will work within those areas, but it may not be sustainable globally. And so what we're trying to provide incentives and guidance for is how do you quickly tech transfer that particular vaccine candidate to a manufacturer which can produce it probably at a more regional level and at a much lower price point, so that that vaccine becomes accessible then to the underserved low and middle income markets. And I think Korean companies could play an important role here because of their capacity and location. And I think everybody acknowledges we want to try and ensure that this pandemic is contained as quickly as possible. So we've seen tremendous cooperation from companies in terms of thinking creatively around who they'd be willing to tech transfer their vaccine concepts or candidates to. And I think Korea could play a key role here. So I'll stop there.
Great. And I think you've given us a great leeway into the last question I'm going to ask you guys, and I'm going to ask you to pull out your crystal balls and look 3 to 5 years into the future. You've talked about technologies, you've talked about the new normal, you've talked about acceleration, and I guess the forum participants here would love to know, as you look 3 to 5 years into the future and you think about your most pressing global health challenges, but also your most immediate global health goals, how can Korean partners help you accomplish these? And let me ask Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So this is it's such a difficult question to answer at the moment, simply because so much has been upended. And as we mentioned, what we had originally anticipated doing in 3 to 5 years' time suddenly has been compressed into this 1 year time frame. So what that leaves then is a vacuum of like what is it that the future is going to hold for us. But I'm bullish on a number of things. I think that what we have seen is, just as Joy was talking about now, that companies have come together, ideas around tech transfer, around partnership, and being able to push together have opened up possibilities that we would never have thought before as one of the opportunities here. And so to that end, I would say that we remain quite focused on primary healthcare delivery as one of the massive pressing global health goals. And we see that digital infrastructure, at least from my lens, applied to this, could become one of the major platform components of how it is that we can improve access to primary healthcare and deliver higher level of care using the cadre of workers that exist today. So without having to go through a massive re-educational component and trying to find new community health workers or new volunteers, in the world, taking advantage of the cadre of workers that exist today, connecting them in different ways than we've been able to do before, using things like cellular technologies and smartphones, and then augmenting the care that they can deliver at the most front line, right, in the home, outside of facilities, in health posts, in the community, and ensuring that a beneficiary who may be seeking care either in the public or private sectors in low resource settings will have access to the data about themselves, will understand what it is that's being done because there's a much more transparent approach that includes the data about that individual as well as what's going on in the community, especially around things like communicable diseases. This is going to be critical. So for COVID, as an example, going back to this concept of hotspots, can we apply that same approach to other conditions, malaria, so that at the end state, we will be able to find a higher median of the quality of the care that's delivered and start to really talk about quality care as opposed to simply being concerned with access, which has been the major approach that we have now. So shifting our gaze from solving access problems to solving quality of delivery. And then I think that one of the things that will come from this as a corollary, basically, is that if we can improve the care at the front lines, where the majority of care is delivered today, then we may be able to have better population health management as well, simply by aggregating the data that we are able to collect. And I think that that in itself becomes the basis upon which we can have, my hope, of course, having more coordinated campaigns to do things like vaccine delivery, to be able to go out into communities when we understand new emerging conditions that may be of concern, and ultimately be prepared for what may come next, if that's hopefully not another pandemic, but certainly epidemic spread in infectious diseases, but to bolster the health systems across the board. And our Korean partners are critical in bringing this forward, largely because we see that the healthcare delivery system within Korea can become a model of how to use data and how to most appropriately be responsive to emerging threats, and also to ensure that individuals have the highest quality care when they do seek care. So these are all themes that have already been built in Korea, and so again, it's a question of how is it that we work together and transport these into the low resource settings. Thanks.
How about you, Ajoy? 3 to 5 years. Biggest challenges, most exciting goals, and where do Korean partners come in?
Yeah, so I think right now we're seeing the vaccine industry, which I think I would have described as being relatively stable and predictable in terms of what was required. If you'd asked me about 12 months ago, I think it's been totally upended now, and I think that industry has changed a lot, and it's mainly because the realization that we didn't have the capacity required. It's been close to 100 years since we've had the last global pandemic in 1918, and that's far too long. We got very lucky, to be honest. The normal trend had been every 20 or 30 years, so once a generation or so, there'd be a pandemic, and then we skipped about 5 generations, and now it's hit us. And I think people are still in shock about the impact it had, both economically and socially and health-wise. I think it's really caused people to reevaluate where they want to invest in the future. And I'd be very surprised if countries and companies and global entities didn't make vaccine development and infrastructure a much bigger priority going forward. Because right now we've kind of treated it as an emergency and dumped money. Every government's been funding as much as possible. But I think the worst case outcome would be if we then retrenched back to where we were, and 3 to 5 years from now, we're kind of back in it like, oh, it'll never happen again. And I think we have to acknowledge it will happen again. It may not be a coronavirus, it may be something else, but I think we need to plan that within the next 10 or 20 years, there will be another global outbreak, a global pandemic, and we need to have vaccine infrastructure ready, and I think Korea can play a key part in that. I think we need to have the R&D capability for dealing with these emerging infectious diseases, and I think Korea has a part to play in that. And I think we need to keep the investments high in vaccine infrastructure and vaccine technologies, developing new platform technologies and other things. And I think, again, Korea delivery systems, Korea can play great roles in all of those. So I see a very important role in the future for Korea, 3 to 5 years and probably a decade out or 2 decades out even.
Fantastic. Thank you. Those are both great answers, and I think our Korean partners that are at the forum today are probably excited to hear about the potential collaboration opportunities going forward, and certainly right will help us play a great role in making those connections. So gentlemen, thank you both for your time. Thank you for your fantastic answers and for joining us today. And I guess we all look forward to actually being in Seoul for next year's investment forum. But in the meantime, thank you for your time and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
네, 강연 잘
Yes. So thank you very much for the presentation. So we are now diving into Right Fund, which is a partnership with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Korean companies. So the proposals made to the Right Fund can be reviewed by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as well as other partner organizations. So please keep that in mind. And now moving on to the next presentation. Well, this organization is also part of this Right Fund. It's based in Geneva, Switzerland, and this will talk about the testing toolkits for the low-income countries. And we will hear from Katharina Bohem, CEO of FIND, and she'll talk about Foundation for Innovative New Diagnostics.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be with you today, although virtually. I'm the CEO of FIND and will speak to you and with you about COVID-19 testing, our global response and priorities. FIND is a nearly 20-year-old organization working to transform diagnosis, especially in low and middle-income countries. We do so by partnering with the public and private sector and address market failure throughout a large number of diseases. We are a WHO collaborating center for laboratory strengthening and evaluation, and basically work closely with WHO but also other global health players to make sure that the diagnostics we develop with partners reach the countries and the people in great need. Our work spans from tuberculosis, HIV, and malaria, sort of the traditional pandemics in low and middle income countries, to, for example, neglected tropical diseases, but also covers areas of growing needs such as antimicrobial resistance and, of course, COVID-19 and pandemic preparedness more broadly. Really, since very early on, FIND has partnered with Korean companies to transform testing in low and middle income countries. Our first partnership started a decade ago. And here I just show you one example of where, with Korean partners, we've been able to make a difference. We have basically transformed the sleeping sickness testing from what it was, which was a highly complicated pathway, to being able to use a simple rapid diagnostic test, as simple as a pregnancy test. And, you know, this test approach, this new, simple and affordable test approach, has really changed the way sleeping sickness is managed. Together, we're now on a good path to eliminating this disease, and by the end of the partnership, we'll have saved a significant number of lives. COVID-19 has shown a spotlight on the importance of testing. It really underpins our entire pandemic response. Testing was critical to detect the first infection. It is now critical as the foundation of test, trace, and isolate strategies. Going forward, it will remain important to enable the introduction and appropriate introduction of vaccines. With the emergence of treatments, it will hopefully enable test and treat approaches, and some point in the near future, it will help us to confirm that the pandemic is defeated. Testing saves lives. You've seen it in Korea, which was really one of the global success stories containing COVID-19. We see that approximately one death could be averted for every 1,000 at-risk workers screened. And we see on a daily basis how testing informs our policy decisions in terms of who should isolate, when and how should economies reopen, how can we use testing for travel, etc. COVID-19 has also highlighted the glaring gaps that inhibit access to tests today. On the access front, for example, we've seen a true supply chain war. We've seen that many countries struggled to access the tests they desperately needed due to a very concentrated global supply in just a few countries. On the R&D side, we've seen that issues such as sample access, issues such as fragmented partnerships really hampered the speed at which R&D was delivered. Our manufacturing capacity is not adequate. We faced along the way some regulatory hurdles. And of course, very importantly, in many countries, the health systems were not strong and resilient enough. The diagnostic systems took time to ramp up and be able to deliver the amount of testing that is needed. FIND, together with the Global Fund, co-convenes the ACT Accelerator Diagnostics pillar, harnessing innovation, securing access and deploying affordable quality point-of-care tests in countries. We've co-convened this ACT Accelerator Diagnostic pillar since April, and together with over 30 partners have achieved significant progress. We feel that this partnership model, providing an end-to-end approach, addressing innovation as well as access issues, has proven its value along the way. Our first key success became possible also and again in partnership with South Korea. We've announced some weeks ago an integrated package to scale antigen rapid diagnostic tests, simple, affordable tests that can be deployed widely, also in settings where the laboratory infrastructure is not strong. We've announced a volume guarantee for 120 million tests for low and middle income countries over the next 6 months to 2 companies, Abbott and ST Biosensor, and both products are manufactured in South Korea. That means that going forward, these Korean manufactured products will really become a mainstay of the COVID-19 response, especially in low and middle income countries. Long-term collaborations with Korean companies will really, I think, be a major component on global health and on driving global health together. multiple diseases, including COVID-19. On this slide, I just show the partnerships FIND has active at the moment in a wide variety of diseases, from tuberculosis to hepatitis to neglected tropical diseases such as leishmaniasis and sleeping sickness. It also spans from molecular tests to immunoassays to genomic technologies. We're really very keen to expand these partnerships going forward because the Korean diagnostic industry has proven to be a strong player that we can rely on to fight diseases of poverty. Our experience in working with Korean companies shows us that they are a great fit for our product development work. We very much need affordable, high-quality products, especially for point-of-care settings, decentralized settings. And we need to be able to provide customer support, including to remote places. We see that the strengths and capabilities of Korean partners are really setting us up for great success. For example, with the capabilities that the South Korean industry partners bring in terms of making high quality tests at scale, their engineering capabilities, an advantageous cost structure in comparison to most high income countries, but also the ability to adapt and develop with great speed and efficiency. So together, we hope to be able to build back better and to future-proof the diagnostic ecosystem through partnership. COVID-19 has really shown us gaps in the diagnostic space. We know it's a fragmented landscape. In many ways, diagnostics are far behind treatment or vaccines in terms of how the landscape looks today. And what has become evident was years of neglect in terms of funding and strengthening diagnostic systems. So it's time to act. What we need to be better prepared going forward to safeguard global health security, but also to achieve universal health coverage is we need better technical solutions. We need tests that are comprehensive and flexible, enabling testing for comprehensive menus, especially for use in primary healthcare settings and community settings. And that includes also the availability of appropriate digital tools. We need integrated delivery. It's time to break down the silos. In global health, we used to address diseases truly disease by disease, tuberculosis, malaria, HIV in silos. But from a patient perspective, that's not the way to go because patients present with cough or with fever. And so we need diagnostic platforms that are able to differentiate causes of disease in patients with cough or fever. That will enable optimal patient management, real-time sentinel surveillance, and it requires that we build together integrated and digitalized diagnostic systems. And last not least, and most importantly, we need a coordinated response. I think the ACTA-DX partnership has really shown us what progress we can make with political will and the right partners working together. And so we need to take the lessons learned from this partnership approach and apply it going forward. With global regional networks and infrastructure for data sharing, for example, and sample access on the R&D side, but then also rapid, agile, and coordinated efforts along the whole diagnostic value chain to make sure that we're able to get testing to where it's needed for every outbreak, but also for every chronic infection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. FIND works with Korean companies to fight malaria as well as other diseases in Africa. So it has a long history of collaboration with Korean companies. And Right Fund also supports different diseases such as TB. And we hope that Korea's technology will serve as a basis for other global companies to provide and supply medical support to underserved countries. Now moving on to MMV, which is the Medicines for Malaria Venture. We would like to hear from Senior Director Herbert from Business Development at MMV.
Hi, my name's Joan Herbert. I'm a Senior Director of Business Development with Medicines for Malaria Venture, a product development partnership based in Geneva in Switzerland. I'd like to thank the Right Fund today for inviting us to make this presentation, and I hope in the next 10 to 15 minutes to share some of our work and some of our projects and to inspire you to be a partner of MMV in the future. We're a product development partnership, and we have the mission of reducing the burden of malaria in disease-endemic countries by discovering, developing and delivering new, effective and affordable medicines. We were founded in 1999 and we achieve our mission through a large partnership network with pharmaceutical companies, with academic researchers and with others, partners such as ministries of health in malaria endemic countries. We were founded to address a large and growing problem of an increasing malaria across the world. And even though we've made good and important advances in reversing that, a child still dies every 2 minutes. At least 3 billion people are at risk from malaria every year. And it has a devastating economic impact in those countries who can least afford it. Children and pregnant women are highly vulnerable. And we are also seeing worrying signs of resistance to existing medicines. With that in mind, MMV has developed over the years a large product portfolio spanning all stages of drug development from discovery through to a number of approved products. In fact, since 2009, 11 new products have been launched by MMV's partners, addressing the many areas of unmet medical need. And I'm going to share you some of the details of some of our key partnerships over that time. One of our earliest and longest standing partnerships has been with Novartis, who with MMV support developed Coart-MD, a dispersible formulation of their oral tablets for the treatment of malaria. The problem for children was taking tablets, especially when they're feeling ill or feeling sick, and many of the anti-malarial medicines have a very bitter taste and very unpleasant. This makes taking the tablets difficult, it makes compliance difficult. So Novartis developed a dispersible formulation. It dissolves in a very small amount of water, and it has a taste of cherries, and so it's very easy for the child to swallow. And this breakthrough has resulted in an estimated 800,000 lives saved in the last years and over 400 million treatments dispersed to children. If people do not receive their medicine soon enough to treat malaria, they can become seriously ill with a high risk of death, and they develop the form of malaria known as severe malaria. In order to overcome that, they need to receive as quickly as possible an injected formulation of artesunate that would work very quickly on treating the infection. But until recently, there was no GMP manufacturing process to provide a steady supply of quality approved injectable artesunate. And so MMV worked with two partners, with Fosun Pharma in China and with IPCA in India, to develop a quality approved injectable formulation of artesunate, now available and now saving lives. This needs to be administered in a hospital setting by trained technicians, health caregivers and doctors and nurses. And this can be problematic for children or their families who live far, far away from hospitals in very remote settings, as is often the case. And so to address this particular problem, MMV also worked with another two companies, Cipla in India and Strides, another Indian generics manufacturer, and together developed two products, two formulations of artesunate that can be delivered to the patient as a suppository. And this buys time for the patient, it stabilizes their disease, and it gives them the chance to get to a hospital where they can be given the injectable artesunate, and later, once they're stable enough, they can take the oral formulation again. Quite often, as you can see in this slide, the child or the patient may be transferred to a hospital over quite a large distance by a bicycle ambulance. And this is another area of support that MMV gives to support rural projects like this one, to provide bicycles and trained healthcare workers who can administer early stages of medicines and get those children to hospital as quickly as possible. The introduction of the suppository form of artesunate, we believe, has resulted in a 50% reduction in disability and death due to malaria infection in the last few years, and is a great advance and a great example of what MMV and its partners can achieve in the fight against malaria. Some examples I want to share with you now are products that have been more recently approved by stringent regulatory authorities and which are in the stages of rollout into the different countries. One of MMV's longest partnerships has been with the Korean pharmaceutical company Shinpoon, and we have worked together to develop an ACT, an artemisinin combination treatment for malaria called Pyramax. This was approved by the European authorities for use and is now being registered in different African countries, and is a very good example of how MMV works with one of its partners to bring about new medicines to patients who need it most. One of the most recent approvals of a new antimalarial medicine was by the FDA in 2018 of Crintafel, or Cozenis, developed by GSK for the radical cure of P. vivax malaria, another form of malaria often overlooked, but it's a relapsing form of malaria which we really need to treat if we are to eradicate malaria altogether. GSK and MMV entered into partnership around 2012 to develop tafenoquine, which was an old medicine, has been around for a long time, but had not been developed fully. We found during the development of that treatment that we could reduce the current radical treatment of P. vivax by primaquine from a 14-day treatment that was poorly tolerated and rarely seen through to the end, and to a single dose treatment, easy for patients to take, and then once you've taken the pill, that's it, nothing more to think about. No 14-day regime of pills to continue to take. This was one of the first medicines for PVIVAX to be approved by the FDA for a very, very long time. And MMV and GSK continue to work now to ensure that the medicine can be registered in the countries where the PVIVAX burden is highest and to roll out feasibility studies. And this is a good example of how MMV works across all of the stages of drug development, from the clinical trials, from discovery of new compounds, right through to the end to post-approval, when we ensure that the medicine is made available to the people who really need it the most. Despite these success stories, and we're very proud of them, we're actually seeing the progress stalling in the fight for malaria. And the last WHO World Malaria report showed that there is a slight increase in the number of deaths year on year. And so that tells us at MMV that we still have a lot of work to do and that we still need new partners to help us achieve our mission. And there's certainly a number of unmet medical needs that we still need to address. We need to address the threat of resistance. Throughout the history of malaria treatment, every single treatment that has been brought forward for patients has failed because of development of resistance. Something that we're all too familiar with also from resistance to antibiotics. Children and pregnant women still are a very vulnerable population for whom all the treatments are not suitable. And so we must find new treatments to help them. We still would like to find a single dose cure, similar to the one that we believe we have in tafenoquine for the treatment of PVIVAX, something that would make it easier to take the medicine, easier to comply with the treatment, and show that more sure of getting a cure. We want to look at better treatments for prevention of relapse in PVIVAX. There is always improvements to be made. And we want to look at transmission blocking to stop the cycle of malaria. And finally, chemoprevention, giving treatments of malaria to help prevent children getting the disease in the first place. Remains a huge unmet medical need. So I want to tell you now how you might work with MMV under our partnership model. As you've seen, we drive the discovery and development and delivery of a portfolio of candidates and products to patients. The development of those candidates may come from discovery, from screening libraries, from doing medicinal chemistry, and where we've done that from the beginning with a pharmaceutical partner, we hope that ultimately that pharmaceutical partner will also be the market authorization holder at the end of the process. Other candidates come to us through, for example, academic collaborations with university researchers, and we can take those candidates when they're selected, and MMV can develop those through a certain stage of clinical development, and then we would look to partner those again with a pharmaceutical company who can take them all the way to the registration process. Our partnerships take many formats and are tailored to the precise capabilities of the partner organisations. So whilst we would love you to partner with us to develop products from discovery right through to approval and beyond, we understand that that is not always possible for every pharmaceutical company, but we can work across many stages of the drug development depending on your skills and technologies. So the key driving condition of an MMV partnership is the medicines arising out of our partnership are made affordable and accessible in malaria endemic countries for those people who need them most. I want to highlight to you some of the areas of interest specifically to us now. That's the discovery of new compounds through screening of compound libraries or through medicinal chemistry. We're also seeking to find the best routes of API manufacture to make products possible to make those products more cheaply, ultimately. And we're interested in innovative technologies such as continuous manufacture that would help us manage the supply of products finally. We're also interested in novel formulations, as you've seen, the rectal artesunate, the suppository format, the injectable formats, and we would like to know from you what formulation innovations that you might be able to bring to a partnership. We are entering into a new era of interest in biologic molecules, particularly monoclonal antibodies that may help our fight against malaria. And finally, as you have seen, we work with many generics manufacturers to bring generic forms of products onto the market to help counter stock issues with stockouts and supply that would be, and pricing that may be burdensome if there is a single source supplier only. So we want to talk to you if you have experience in any of these areas and if you share MMV's mission of a vision and mission of a world without malaria. But what's in it for you? If you come to work with MMV, I've already said this disease affects some of the poorest people in the world. So what would be in it for a Korean company? Well, I have access to MMV's intellectual property in the form of patents or patentable material and our know-how and research tools and throughout our whole network. You also have the opportunity to develop your own technology and again to patent that with any intellectual property arising held by the inventor, which could be you. We can offer independent scientific and access expertise through our global partnership. So it's not essential that you know lots of information about malaria. MMV can bring the expertise in malaria. We need your expertise in technology, in project management, in drug development. We can offer financing, which is non-dilutive, meaning it's not a loan, via grants that MMV receives from its donors in turn. We work with many donor organisations, such as the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Right Fund, who have invited us here today, and the GHIT Fund in Japan, which you may already be aware of, and who helps fund neglected diseases in collaborations similar to the ones that we want to build with you. There are also incentive schemes for companies who invest in the development of medicines to address neglected diseases. These include things like orphan designation, which brings about scientific advice at no additional charge from the regulatory authorities, accelerated regulatory review to help you get a product to the market faster, and a priority review voucher currently issued by the US FDA, which gives a reward to you for developing an antimalarial medicine and the guarantee of a fast-track review of another compound in your portfolio that would help offset the investment you've made in public health. Both Novartis for Coart MD and GSK for their tafenoquine product received priority review vouchers from the FDA. So finally, we want to talk to you, as I said, if you have interest in working with MMV, for making a difference and making an impact in global health. And if you have some of the skills and innovative technologies that could really help make a difference. You can contact me at MMV, or you can contact Mr. Ki Sup Lee, who is our advisor in Korea. And our contact details can be found in the slides. Thank you for listening, and we look forward to hearing from you soon.
네, 강연 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So we just heard about the MMV, which develops malaria drugs together with Sintong pharma company in Korea, and it develops different bio as well as other drugs and treatment to treat malaria. SK Tech and MMV work together to develop malaria products. Next, moving on to CEPI, another agency that leads treatment for COVID-19. CEPI stands for Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations. We will hear from Yoon In-gyu, Vaccine Development Project Leader. Let's watch the video.
Hello and annyeonghaseyo. On behalf of the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, or CEPI, it's my privilege to participate in the 8th Health Innovation Forum. I'd like to thank Chosun Biz, the Korea Health Industry Development Institute, and the Research Investment for Global Health Technology Fund, or RIGHT Fund, for inviting CEPI and myself to give a talk at this forum today. I'll provide an overview of the role of CEPI against outbreaks, both before and during the COVID-19 pandemic. CEPI is a global coalition made up of public, private, philanthropic, and civil organizations. We stimulate, finance, and coordinate vaccine development for emerging infectious diseases. We identify priority threats and act when market forces fail to drive needed development. We build capabilities for rapid response to unknown threats, and we move vaccine candidates through late preclinical studies to proof of concept and safety in humans, ideally before epidemics even begin. CEPI's mission is to accelerate development of vaccines against emerging infectious diseases and enable equitable access to these vaccines for affected populations during outbreaks. CEPI's strategic objectives can be grouped into 3 headings: preparedness, response, and sustainability. Under preparedness, we're seeking to advance access to safe and effective vaccines against emerging infectious diseases. Under response, we seek to accelerate research, development, and use of vaccines during outbreaks. And under sustainability, we seek to create durable and equitable solutions for outbreak response capacity. In pursuing our strategic objectives, CEPI strives to establish sustainable partnerships, engaging with a wide variety of organizations, including industry partners, academia, governmental and international organizations, funders, and others. We serve as a facilitator throughout the end-to-end process, from discovery to development and licensure, to manufacturing, stockpiling, to delivery, and beyond. We also serve as a direct funder for development and licensure, and as a direct funder for portions of manufacturing and stockpiling, and portions of delivery, especially where there are critical gaps in support of these areas. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, CEPI had made multiple investments in vaccine candidates against certain priority pathogens. These candidates were selected through a rigorous selection process. These include 5 vaccine candidates against MERS, 6 candidates against Lassa, 4 candidates against Nipah, 2 candidates against chikungunya, including a proposal from IVI and Bharat, 2 candidates against Rift Valley fever, and 3 platform technologies for potential use for disease X. In terms of platform technologies against disease X, in order to maximize the speed of response to a hypothetical disease X outbreak, CEPI made efforts to support disease X platform technologies. The aspirational goal for these was to have less than 6 weeks in elapsed time between identification of a disease X outbreak pathogen until the first human subject receives the vaccine candidate, and for less than 8 weeks to elapse until manufacture of at least 100,000 doses of the product. With these goals in mind, CEPI invested in several platform technologies before the COVID-19 pandemic started. These included mRNA, DNA, recombinant protein, and viral vector platforms. By doing this, CEPI became well positioned to target investment and support for COVID-19 vaccine candidates when the COVID-19 pandemic began. With the onset of COVID-19, a fundamental paradigm shift was necessary to promote faster vaccine development while at the same time maintaining adequate safety requirements. This paradigm shift still encompasses the 3 existing principles of speed, scale, and access. However, different approaches were necessary these principles. Firstly, in order to maintain speed, there was an aim to rapidly accelerate target antigen identification and vaccine development by using existing and or previously validated platforms where possible, although this was not necessarily the case all the time. Second, we aimed to choose parallel over sequential processes by launching parallel processes wherever possible to minimize or eliminate white space between stages development. For example, first-in-human trials would be conducted in parallel with continuing animal studies, or scale-up manufacturing would be launched in parallel with continuation of early-stage clinical trials. Third, we sought to use adaptive versus rigid development processes with the aim to apply integrated and adaptive trial design to replace classical development stages. We also aimed to consolidate early-stage development activities or trials and consolidate late-stage development activities or trials in order to accelerate overall timelines. Fourth, we continuously would monitor and apply rigorous benefit-risk decision-making based on specific scenarios. For example, we would aim to track real-time epidemic status, such as severity of morbidity and mortality rates, to inform benefit-risk decisions at any time point during the development process based on using pre-established clinical efficacy, safety, and other non-clinical go-no-go criteria. We would also accumulate effectiveness data from every exposed subject. Fifth, we sought to prioritize rapid and equitable access with the aim to pursue emergency authorizations as soon as benefit-risk profile would be sufficiently established for broad-scale use, while still pursuing traditional market authorization. We also aimed for broad geographic distribution of development and manufacturing sites. With all of this in mind, CEPI invested to varying levels in 9 COVID-19 vaccine candidates so far. 3 DNA or mRNA candidates. These include Inovio, Moderna, and CureVac. 3 viral vector candidates. These are Merck and Themis, AstraZeneca and University of Oxford, and the University of Hong Kong. And 3 protein-based candidates, being Novavax, Clover, CSL, and University of Queensland. 8 of these 9 candidates are currently in clinical trials, although they were not necessarily in clinical trials at the time of investment. It is no surprise, given the priority of speed in all of these development efforts, that all of these candidates are based on platform technologies. Further additions to CEPI's portfolio may be announced in the future. Although CEPI has already invested in COVID-19 vaccine candidates currently in clinical trials, many others not in the CEPI portfolio are also in clinical trials and may be important, in particular, for global access. CEPI is closely tracking all of these vaccine candidates as they progress in development. As mentioned earlier, in order to maintain speed, scale, and access, manufacturing must be scaled up and out at risk. This scale up and out must happen before all relevant clinical trial results become available. The most promising and productive platforms may need to be scaled out to multiple countries and regions. And drug product capacity and vials and stoppers will need to be procured in advance of knowing which products will progress. These scale up and out activities have the potential to create bottlenecks and shortages in the supply chain. These challenges highlight the need to scale out these processes for both established processes and for more novel processes to be better prepared for the next pandemic or the next epidemic. The scale of the requirement that we are looking at is unprecedented. CEPI has committed to delivering 2 billion doses of COVID-19 vaccine by the end of 2021. To do so, 2 to 3 successful programs will be needed. Scalability of the platform itself may be a limiting factor in reaching the required dose volumes, and newer platforms may have only limited capacity and experience at CMO sites. Better known platforms may potentially benefit from having more established CMO capacity and experience and also have reduced safety test requirements and more predictable regulatory pathways. CEPI has actively engaged in ensuring capacity for drug substance production at risk. These risks include scale-out at risk, for example, how many sites are appropriate or sufficient for such scale-out, and the fact that process yield and final clinical dose will not be known until later in development. The impact of the yield and dose information could change predicted outcome by as much as greater than tenfold. CEPI did conduct a global drug substance capacity survey through an expression of interest and found enough open capacity for potentially 10 billion doses of vaccine. For this expression of interest, 50 manufacturers were reviewed, 20 groups contacted, and 6 deals signed between manufacturers and vaccine developers based upon CEPI introductions. And in addition, one drug substance reservation agreement was directly signed with SK Bio. However, capacity for drug substance scale-up and out may not necessarily be the limiting factor for COVID-19. Other factors such as glass, single-use equipment, raw materials, adjuvants, lipid nanoparticles in the case of mRNAs, and potential national reference laboratory capacity may be limiting factors. CEPI did conduct a global drug product capacity survey through another expression of interest and found enough open capacity for potentially 2 billion doses of vaccine. For this expression of interest, 89 manufacturers were reviewed, 23 groups contacted, 7 groups shortlisted, and 2 reservation agreements signed recently with GC Pharma here in Korea and Biofabri in Spain. The complexity of the supply chains when delivering so many doses will pose challenges. Vaccines will need to be distributed in a large number of countries as rapidly as possible, so addressing each country's unique regulatory requirements of unique package inserts and labels could lead to widespread delays. CEPI is engaging to support efforts to reduce risks of such delays. For example, labels and labeling is a potentially urgent issue that will require authorities and vaccine stakeholders to agree on a structure that ensures developers are not prevented from delivering vaccines due to the label not being acceptable for different authorities. Potential solutions include universal label requirements and 2D barcoding for electronic records access, but these are complex. CEPI has been pursuing a range of approaches to help overcome all of these challenges and increase global access to a future COVID-19 vaccine. CEPI was a founding partner of the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator, or ACT Accelerator, which is a global coalition to accelerate the development, production, and equitable access to new COVID-19 diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines. The ACT Accelerator has 3 pillars: diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines, with the vaccine pillar being called COVAX. CEPI, in conjunction with Gavi and WHO, are responsible for the vaccines pillar. COVAX's goals are to develop the largest and most diverse actively managed portfolio of vaccine candidates, to deliver 2 billion doses by the end of 2021, and to guarantee fair and equitable access. The ACT Accelerator has facilitated a strong link between manufacturing and delivery. In this regard, COVAX established the COVAX facility to provide guarantees of vaccine supply for developers and purchasers. These advanced purchase guarantees would come from 2 sources within the facility. First, self-financing through self-financing country contributions, and second, through the Gavi COVAX Advanced Marketing Commitment, or AMC, based on ODAs. Dedicated vaccine doses would be provided to high-income and upper-middle-income countries through the self-financing mechanism, and to low or low-middle-income countries through the Gavi COVAX AMC. With all of these, CEPI has and continues to learn many lessons from its experiences both before COVID-19 and during the COVID-19 pandemic. These lessons are contributing to an ongoing reassessment of CEPI's role, looking to the post-pandemic future. You will be hearing more about this in the future. Thank you for your attention.
네, 강연.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We just heard about CEPI, Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, striving to secure vaccines, working with GC as well as other pharma companies in Korea. And it not only works in the vaccine sector, but also in the diagnostic sector. Now moving on to the NDI, we will hear about Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative and how this organization is working for the underserved people in the low-income countries. We will hear from Director Natalie Straub-Urfgoff of Neglected Tropical Diseases Leader at Antigov NDI.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the organizers on behalf of the NDI for the opportunity of sharing with you our work. So we are a not-for-profit R&D organization that was founded in 2003 with the objective of bringing the best science for the most neglected. Our vision is indeed to improve the lives of health and the health of people living with neglected diseases or neglected populations by using a new alternative model based on partnerships. And our mission is to find new treatments for those patients. We were founded with leading institutions from endemic countries facing these neglected diseases that you can see highlighted here, and bringing the knowledge and the needs from those populations. On this slide, we are sharing with you the R&D portfolio, the current one of the NDI. So as you can see, we are working on both neglected tropical diseases, sleeping sickness, leishmaniasis, which can be either cutaneous or visceral leishmaniasis, on Chagas disease, on river blindness, on a very neglected other disease, mycetoma, but also working on neglected populations where, for example, children living with HIV, very small children for which there is no accessible, affordable, and viable treatment, but also bringing treatments for hepatitis C patients who are not receiving access to those, getting access to those treatments. We were working and we started on malaria, which we have stopped, and we have now a new program on COVID-19, which I will speak about at the end of the presentation. Since we were founded, we have developed 8 new treatments since 2007. So you can see here a treatment for 2 treatments for malaria, ASAQ and ASMQ. A treatment for sleeping sickness, combination of nifurtimox and eflornithine. A treatment for visceral leishmaniasis consisting in another combination, a pediatric formulation for benznidazole, other treatments for visceral leishmaniasis in Southeast Asia, a treatment, a super boosted treatment for children living with HIV and tuberculosis, and more recently an NCE, fexinidazole, that was launched for sleeping sickness very recently. So we are now preparing for our new business plan, and we have a very ambitious one, which is to ultimately develop 25 treatments after 25 years of the NDI. To do that, we will move 8 to 10 new drug candidates. We will have about 40 R&D milestones. And we are investing in a lot of projects which will involve NCEs. And so new science will be a focus for the next decade, as well as ensuring access to the treatments we have already developed. And so in the next almost decade, we hope to develop another 11 to 14 treatments. What is special about the NDI, maybe specific, same as from the other colleagues which you heard about more recently, just before this talk, is about partnerships. The way we work is that we call ourselves a virtual orchestra, which means that we bring together whatever expertise we need for whatever project, and this is really tailored to the projects, and then bring these people together, build teams, and progress together with the same vision and the same objectives. So we have, in fact, over 200 partners worldwide, And obviously, we'd like to expand partnerships in South Korea. And the partnerships that we have are with pharmaceutical industry, with ministries of health who are leaders in the policy making, of course, patients and communities, treatment providers, and a lot of partnerships as well with academia. And you can see on this slide where the geographic distribution is of these partnerships. And we have a key solid partnerships since 2008 with Institut Pasteur of Korea. And in fact, this IPK platform has been a collaboration key to identifying screen candidates, for HAT and for LISH and for Chagas. And we are continuing the collaboration with IPK. The way we work is that we build our portfolio with the objectives of serving short, medium, and long-term approaches. So the short-term projects would be geographical extensions. The mid-term ones would be new formulations, fixed dose combinations. And of course, a lot now focusing on new chemical entities, which are the long-term projects. And obviously, to achieve this with the ambitious plan that we have, we always need more collaboration on CMC, on clinical development, on regulatory, as well as on non-clinical development. So what is coming for the next decade again is our objective will now be to insist maybe on the drug development, on having combinations. In infectious diseases, we find that combinations are really more and more at the forefront of the response, not only because of resistance, but because these are really difficult diseases to treat, and most of the time one drug cannot make it. So we need this, and we need innovative way of doing this. But at the same time, for these diseases, we are lacking very simple biomarkers. A lot of our development is relying on long evolution and long follow-up of treatments. And obviously, we could come with earlier and quicker development and in fact, less expensive development costs if we could reduce this and have biomarkers of cure. And this is an area, this together with diagnostics, to achieve a test and treat strategy, which are very key and now really on the forefront as well of what we need. And this is also aligned with the objectives of the NTD roadmap that you may have seen. So in addition to that, we are now exploring and already have started in cutaneous leishmaniasis to explore new interventions for the NDI, like immunomodulators. We have one in cutaneous leishmaniasis, but we will probably go for more, maybe for Chagas, for example, as well. And on top of that, we will need to engage more and understand how we can bridge the science around artificial intelligence, how it can help us to screen, but also to monitor our clinical trials and all the different ideas that are coming from artificial intelligence. And we need collaboration and new partnerships on this. And of course, also looking at more PK/PD advanced technologies. So we have partnerships already in South Korea on a diagnostic for visceral leishmaniasis, but more is needed. It's very clear. So you may ask, okay, but what's in it for you to collaborate with us? I think there are many things. So this slide is summarizing many of the advantages that we see. I think, you could say one is to access new knowledge. And obviously, as you know, as scientists, when you start exploring a disease or you start exploring a hypothesis, it can bring you to another one. That could then serve, obviously, NTDs, but it could also serve other areas of business for some companies. There is the fact that this is also in the landscape of ESG for many companies, that you have a benefit in showing that you are complying and doing something that is of value for society. There is also a very evident one, which is that the staff, and we see this because we've had some surveys on this, that staff collaborating on causes like this are happy. So you make your staff happy. And maybe last is that it opens new markets. Obviously, you would go in regions of the world where not everybody has already a business. So that's another way of looking at this. And then maybe just to finish on what's coming now is just to share with you how we have responded to the COVID pandemic. In fact, we have set up a large trial in Africa. You can see here the countries where we will be working. So 14 countries, about 20 sites. We are trying to find a solution to reduce the numbers of patients who would progress to severe COVID. And we will test several compounds, and we are still looking, because the design allows us to be adaptive. We are also looking for new potential treatments, but also working with FINE on this one to test and to benefit from antigen tests, which will be very key, again, in developing a test early and treat early response to COVID. And you can see here that we are also connected with the ACTA. So I think with this, I will end the presentation, thanking you again for your attention and hoping to be in touch in the future for new collaboration. Thank you very much.
네, 강연.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Director. You just heard about the NDI, which hopes to expand its partnership with Korea, and it also plans to work with Korean companies to fight Kala-Azar. Now moving on to a Korean company, we will be talking about the partnership and cooperation, how this can lead to new opportunities. I would like to invite VP Park Jin-sun to the stage for her presentation.
네, 안녕하세요.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Park Jin-sun. I'm the Vice President of the Business Development Team at SK Bioscience. So from 2008, we have been developing vaccine in-house. So we have started our global cooperation at the end of 2012 when we first kicked off the clinical trial. So it's been about 8 years since we've been expanding our partnership with the global partners. And of course, well, we do have many global partnership projects here in SK, and we have the mission of global vaccine development as well as treatment project. And we work with relevant industries as well as WHO, as well as other stakeholders such as UNICEF and other global governments. So we have diverse forms of partnership, and we have many partners who have just presented. So my presentation might not be that helpful because you've heard so much from our partners, but I would like to walk you through what we are doing at the Korean level. So this is the overview of our company. It's one of the affiliates of SK Group, and it holds share of SK Group. We have 3 different divisions: energy and chemical. We also have information, telecommunication, semiconductor, and marketing and service. And what we're doing, we are involved in the pharmaceutical sector. Now, I will not go through everything, but please take a look at the green icons. These are the external partnership programs that we currently have. And this year, we kicked off diverse programs with global partners. And last year, we actually had trivalent and quadrivalent vaccines, flu vaccines that we developed last year. And we actually obtained approval. And through UNICEF and POWER, we will supply those vaccines to low developed countries, underdeveloped countries, which makes it quite significant. And also, it is one of the reasons why we were able to pursue further partnership this year as well. So I briefly mentioned about it, and this is SK's platform assets for vaccine R&D and production. So we have a plant in Andong, and we also have a bio R&D center. Now this is the vaccine pipeline that we have. You can see the icons which show the co-projects that we are currently pursuing with global partners. Phase 2 and Phase 3 studies are underway. Now, what do we have in terms of collaboration and partnership? We have IVI and PETH based in Seattle. And we are working for NRRV with PETH and TCV with IVI. And together with Protein Design, we are working for COVID-19, and we are receiving funds from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Now with Right Fund as well as other SK, Right Fund consists of SK as well as other different organizations. So together we build a platform, and we also have a microfacility company, Universal, with which we develop hepatitis A vaccines using their proprietary microfacility. And while we've signed many different partnerships with respect to COVID-19, as you might have seen from the articles, so we have one Andong plant which has the capacity to produce vaccines for COVID-19, and we signed an agreement for capacity reservation for drug substance, and together with AZ and Novavax, we are currently doing CDMO, CMO business projects, and as part of CEPI, as part of the CEPI umbrella, we also are supplying some of the antigen components. And together with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we are currently developing and manufacturing innovative nanoparticle COVID-19 vaccines. And we are targeting the European and the US market, and we are joint developing technology with partners. So it's export of technology as well as the products. And what we are doing when it comes to approval, it's a comprehensive project. We are currently in phase 2. So that is with Sanofi Pasteur with respect to PCV. And we also have an out licensing project. And we are licensing out SK's MDCK cell culture based on the technology for influenza vaccine. So that is also with Sanofi Pasteur. Now, returning to the partnership that we have, now compared to other drugs, not only research but development and facility require a huge amount of investment. So I'm talking about vaccines right now. So vaccine developers and manufacturers need to focus on products and market development, which enable them to get high return on their investment. And we also focus on low-income countries in need, which suffer from endemic and epidemic. And we are trying to provide affordable vaccines to those LMIC countries. So, of course, we do donate and supply a limited amount to LMIC, but then we do struggle with supply. So, to bridge the gap, we need to have more win-win partnership. So, this is not a short-term project or collaboration. So, you have to see beyond a year or two to carry on with these projects. So the win-win element is essential in the partnership. So how can we address that gap is a huge issue in the healthcare sector. So this is the mechanism that we are pursuing. I'm sure that you are aware of this already. But as I said, vaccine development requires and involves clinical trials and also follow-up measures to test the efficacy as well as safety. And it also requires a production as well as manufacturing facility. So given that, how can we handle the risks of the providers? So one of the options that we are taking is using UNICEF for power, some of the international organizations to buy a long-term volume. So to have a contract for a long-term purchasing. That allows us to have a long-term perspective with respect to how long and how much we will supply to different countries. And recently, when it comes to pneumonia vaccines, that is very expensive. So what we have AMC, under which we receive support from different organizations to get funds. So this is making huge contribution as of now, and it will continue to make further contribution. But we might face some obstacles. So let's say that this illness does not exist in advanced countries. It only exists in underdeveloped countries, then UNICEF and Gavi mechanism cannot work in such a case. And even when we develop the product, if the manufacturing capacity does not follow, does not commensurate to that level, then we cannot make further progress. So that led to global access, the emergence of global access. So Melinda Foundation, as well as other organizations, have joined this partnership. Now, global access was developed by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation back in 2003. So we have our lab and a manufacturing facility, and from preclinical phase to the supply of the drugs, SK takes full risk, and it has full accountability. So in fact, this is a partnership for the low-income countries, but then this will share the burden of the risk by sharing the risk. So it is one of the pain points that the manufacturers have, and the global access kind of lifts that burden from the manufacturers, because the project might not always go as you planned, and you may hit hurdles along the way, but then this, with risk sharing, will somehow mitigate such damage. And of course, the other side, on the flip side, you need to show commitment. We call this global commitment. So when it comes to globally manufactured products, you need to take full accountability. So in some, let's say SK develops drugs, and for a small portion of the developed medicine, you will supply that at an affordable price to underserved countries, but the remainder will be used for non-underserved countries. So that is how this mechanism works. So as I mentioned, of course, for the remainder of the stock that you have, you can sell that to other countries. So within this partnership, what we're trying to foster here is a healthy partnership and a win-win partnership. So we call this accessibility and affordability. And for the IP rights data, as well as for other data that we have, of course, you can claim ownership for that. But by disclosing the information to the public as soon as possible, what we are trying to do is to ensure that the healthcare sector learns as fast as it can from those data. So that is part of the commitment that we have within this partnership as well. And now this is not a one-time funding. As you can see here, we have different research centers working together, and many funding organizations will jump in and intervene to check on the progress, and we will also receive regular checkup as well as evaluation of the progress. So it is a continuous collaboration, an end-to-end collaboration, which involves a partnership and which promotes synergy between the partners. Now, SK was a very young company, but then within a very short period of time, we were able to build strong partnership thanks to these factors, because we have the facility, we have our infrastructure. Well, they were built for our in-house production, but then by receiving some of the external projects, we were able to grow our capability, and the technological transfer as well as other areas were also promoted by the single-use system enabled from our Andong plant. So we were able to manufacture GMP materials as fast as we could since we had the manufacturing facility in place. Now, as I mentioned, we have different vaccines for instance, typhoid as well as other diseases as well. And now we're moving on to phase 2 and phase 3 for those projects. This is my last slide. Of course, Korea is known as a lucrative market, including the U.S. also. But then the story is different for low-income countries, and with funder UNICEF, Gavi, PAHO, and WHO and government, we were able to build a win-win partnership and create a healthy ecosystem to enable the vaccine companies to jump into these projects. And the goal is to provide incentive for these companies to self-develop more vaccines. Now we have a coronavirus facility. After the pandemic, we are seeing rapid progress in this sector, and we need to have a sense of community and a partnership mechanism, which I think is really picking up with COVID-19. So COVID-19 outbreak and pandemic has enabled Korea to elevate its status on the global stage. But then where do we stand on the global stage, and how can we contribute to other countries? I think COVID-19 has given us an opportunity to look into that as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. Vice President Park talked about how Korean companies can benefit from Right Fund. Now moving on to the last presentation, the special lecture, we will have Song Beng-lin, Director General at Vaccine Innovative Technology Alliance of Korea, who will talk about low-cost and fast delivery platform for vaccines. Please give him a big hand.
I thank for the invitation from the Healthcare Innovation Forum. I'm Beng-lin Song, a professor at Yonsei University and the director of the newly launched government-oriented, government-subsidized vaccine research initiative, Vital Korea. I would like to use this privileged opportunity to address to a new vaccine platform, which I hope to be complemented as a low-cost and faster delivery of vaccines. Safety and efficacy usually provide the basic pillars of all vaccines, but however, after the outbreak of COVID-19, there is one more important pillar being added to it, that's the speed of delivery. So the conventional vaccine development platform based upon so-called 3I principle, isolating the infectious agent, inactivation followed by injection. It requires a long time, requires high-level protection facilities, and the development is slow and cost is very high. Under new normal situation, there are new vaccine platforms required, as exemplified by DNA vaccine, RNA vaccine, and vector vaccines, all are being exploited by major pharmaceutical companies nowadays. Now, today I want to address a new type of VLP vaccine platform that could be used in BSL-1 facility and that would allow the fast delivery of low-cost vaccines. There are multiple, very different types of vaccine platforms available so far with pros and cons. And the VLP vaccine is actually devoid of viral genomes and therefore is not infectious. However, the morphology is exactly the same as the infecting viruses. Therefore, when after immunization, it would elicit a robust protective immune response. Traditionally, the VLP vaccine has been produced from eukaryotic host, yeast or baculoviruses. Prime example is HPV vaccine from Gardasil Sovarex. E. coli system has also been explored rarely, and there is some rare success in Hoculin. HPV virus vaccine is available. The bacterial host system, when available and successful, that could be scaled up very efficiently and allows the production of the VLP vaccine in very short period of time. The only snag of the bacterial system is that the antigen that is produced from bacteria is not a good quality. And mostly the antigens are produced as inclusion bodies, non-functional form, and immunologically very compromised form. Therefore, so far, the E. coli system and bacterial system has been neglected and underused because of the lack of proper folding system, which requires a technical breakthrough in the folding and assembly of viral antigen. From the perspective of the basic biochemist, the folding and assembly of protein is a job of a molecular chaperone. A molecular chaperone has been traditionally defined as a protein that helps fold of the other proteins. Now, I would like to introduce a new type of chaperone, RNA as chaperone, so-called chaperone. It's very, very efficient for the folding and assembly of viral antigens. Usually, the folding landscape undergoes many kinetic traps or death valleys with the accumulation of misfolded monomers, which is very, very refractory to the assembly into a virus-like particles. Therefore, we need some sort of chaperone effect that overcome these kinetic valleys. I presume the RNA provides such kind of chaperone function. For instance, when RNA is interacting with the folding intermediate, as you know, the RNA is highly negatively charged material, and therefore this material will repel each other and keep the distance. And so-called the social distancing measure is in operation to enable the monomer proteins fold within itself without interacting with other folding intermediate and allows the assembly of the viral proteins. So the social distance measure that prevents the catastrophic outcome of the corona infection is in operation in a very, very micro scale for the folding and assembly of viral antigen. How can you accomplish this? It is as simple as the fusion of the RNA binding protein to the target protein of interest and express this protein in E. coli system, and E. coli present RNAs interact with RNA interaction domain and allow the folding of the fusion protein. Then you treat with site-specific protease to remove RNA along with RNA binding protein and resulting in the properly folded monomer that autonomously folds and assembles into virus-like particle. This virus-like particle approach can be used for the assembly of the naked virus antigens as well as the envelope virus-derived antigens as well. Naked virus, for instance, HPV, norovirus, FMDV, that assemble into virus-like particle, whereas the enveloped virus antigens require some sort of scaffold protein that substitutes the role of antigens, membranes, and therefore you need an additional scaffold proteins. Most of viruses are assembled into an icosahedral type of assembly that is made of a two-fold axis, three-fold axis, and five-fold axis. A three-fold axis can be exploited for the trimer assembly, whereas five-fold axis can be used as pentamer assemblies that can be used for the subgenomic subvariant type of viruses like dengue virus, West Nile viruses. So let me start with subunit vaccine story. The story begins with the influenza hemagglutinin. Influenza hemagglutinin is a trimer, and actually as we experienced in 2009, the advent of the novel swine influenza spread among the human population. And the spread was so fast, therefore the currently available vaccine platform was not able to outpace the spread. The traditional egg-based system required 6 months, cell culture 4 months, whereas E. coli-based can deliver the vaccine within a month. So this slide shows size exclusion chromatography of the one-step purified viral antigen that shows that it is present as a trimer, and the immunization of mouse provides a complete sterile protection as exemplified the lung viral titer and very high neutralizing antibodies and hemagglutinin antigen antibody titers. So, encouraged by the trimer approach, we delve into the VLP vaccines, exemplified by norovirus. Norovirus is made of 180 antigens, and this antigen is assembled with this type of chaperone technology, and the yield could be as high as 1 gram per liter of the purified VLPs. As compared to the bacillus-derived VLP, the immunogenicity and the protective efficacy as guided by receptor binding inhibition assay is almost equivalent or even superior to the bacillus-derived VLPs. Now let me go on to nanoparticle vaccines using a scaffold of ferritin as a scaffold for the assembly. Actually, ferritin has long been used as a scaffold for the nanoparticle assembly from NIAID in the Vaccine Research Center. But their system is based upon mammalian and insect systems, but bacterial system has not been documented very well. And we use this chaperone system to allow the VIP formation in the ferritin nanoparticle fashion. And one beauty of the ferritin is that it can be used as threefold axis at the C-terminal end and fourfold axis at the N-terminal end. And this shows the MERS RBD domain display on the ferritin, and the size is very homogeneous, and the immunization elicit very strong receptor binding inhibition activity. Moreover, the antigen could serve as a very good serodiagnostic antigens for the diagnosis of the MERS corona infected patients, which could be addressed to the potential collaboration with other product development partners. This tetramer and trimer interface can be exploited to display Nipah virus trimer F protein, as well as the quaternary interface can be used for the display of the tetramer of Nipah G protein as a vaccine candidate. Lastly, I want to address two subvariant vaccines exploiting pentamer interface. A pentamer interface we used in cholera toxin B is a kind of not only a scaffold pentamer assembly, but also this, since it's a toxin, it provides the built-in adjuvant activity. The SDS page actually shows that the soluble protein are basically present all as a pentameric assembly, a conformation, and the immunization actually elicits very strong neutralization assays, neutralization titers. So this same chaperone technology can be used for the various type of the vaccine candidates, depending on the pentamer, tetramer, or trimer interface, or even nanoparticle and VIP vaccines. So I guess this platform could be used as a low-cost, fast delivery vaccines as an alternative cell culture exemplified by polio, noro, and FMDV, and affordable premium vaccines, HPV, and fast delivery of pandemic influenza, as well as the delivery of the emerging and neglected viruses, and improvement of existing vaccines, and the management vaccines of polio in the post-eradication era, including WHO blueprint list of priority diseases that would be possibly cause an outbreak of the pandemic in the near future. And I think these delivery vaccines could be expedited by the collaboration with PDPs, as exemplified by Bill Gates Foundation, CEPI, MMV, DNI, and ESC Bioscience and Wright Funds. I'd like to close my talk with this slide. The Vaccine Innovative Technology Alliance, VITA Korea, is a newly launched Korean government initiative for the vaccine development. It totals about $200 million worth of investment for 10 years, and there are two different mandates. One mandate is to increase the self-sufficiency with the domestic production of the national immunization programs. And second mandate is to develop vaccine candidate of the global unmet needs, SFTS, noro, TB, and universal influenza and RSVH. I'm currently negotiating with the Korean government to newly establish a mandate as a vaccine platform suitable for the management of post-COVID era that could deliver the low-cost vaccine in a fast way to the low, middle-income countries with the equitable access. And I would like to ask the PDPs in Bill Gates and the CEPI to guide us to achieve our goals and collaborate with us for future mandates. Thank you for your attention.
네, 감사합니다. 박수.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Please give him a big hand. Now, let let us have President Bae Byung-jun to the stage to talk about network development direction of patient-centered clinical tests for infectious diseases. Please give him a big hand. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bae Byung-jun, the president of Korea National Enterprise for Clinical Trials, CONECT. So today I will talk about patient-centered clinical tests for infectious diseases and the future direction we need to take going forward. This is the table of contents. So first of all, I will talk about the background of the establishment of infectious disease drugs and vaccines, clinical trial framework. Next, I will talk about CONECT, and then the direction needed to take to build a patient-centric infectious disease clinical trial network. First, background of the establishment of the infectious disease drugs and vaccines clinical trial framework. As you know, infectious diseases that threaten humanity, such as smallpox, Spanish flu, and Black Death, continue to break out and are still in progress. And as of last month, we have about 1,433 COVID-19 clinical trials underway, and we have about 13 for the phase 3 clinical trial and 124 for the phase 2 clinical trials. And now these are the global level clinical trials, and as I mentioned, we have about 1,433, and we have 36 of treatment and 97 vaccines. So as of SIP, we have 45 in total for others category. Now moving on to the local data. Now we have some local clinical trials done by Korean companies. We have 14 and 19 treatment with 18 treatment and 1 vaccine, excuse me. So 19 in total. And we have phase 1 and phase 2 candidates. We have 녹십자, 대웅, we have Pugwang and Zaltrian and Chimpung. We also have Angichem, Donggendang, and Crystal Genomics. Currently in phase 1 and phase 2, and they're struggling with patient recruitment. And vaccine, we have Xenexin, currently supplying to Severance Hospital. And now we have some of the treatment and vaccines developed from global pharma companies. So Trump actually was injected with Regeneron, that is in phase 3. And as of October, it applied for fast track approval from FDA. And from Lilly, about 2 days ago, they obtained approval from FDA. And we also have one from GSK, which is an antibody treatment. And they are currently planning to conduct phase 2 and 3 clinical trials in Korea. Now we also have Takeda, which is the plasma treatment. And in August 23rd, it applied for FDA emergency approval. And other than that, we have Remdesivir, we have recovery trial from the UK, and Act 2 from the US. And Well, these are the global vaccines that we currently know of. We have hexan vaccines. We also have synthetic antigen vaccine. We also have delivery vaccines. And we have deactivation vaccine. So currently, this is the number of the patients under clinical trials. We have BioNTech companies currently that have recruited 43,000 patients. So out of the 90,000 or so patients that contracted COVID-19, so this is the number that went through clinical trials, and we also have AZ as well as some other global pharma companies that will soon release the outcomes. But then what's happening is that the FDA officials check the outcome of the clinical trials real time, and we currently are developing some treatment, and we believe that it will soon go under review. Now, if we look at what's happening in Korea and the limitations in COVID-19 clinical trial environment, so we have 32 clinical centers, and in terms of human and physical resources, we are world class. However, there is some paradox because we're doing so well with K-quarantine. We are struggling with patient recruitment. And also, we do have some primary hospitals where the severe cases will be admitted. So let's say, the mild cases, such as flu, and the severe cases would include patients with pneumonia. But then now, the local clinics are not designated as clinical centers, and the healthcare professionals and nurses in local clinics have not gone training for clinical trials. And because of that, MFDS and MOHW and our organization are working together to address that flaw. Now, IND requires 2,500 patients, but we only have 1,300 patients admitted to hospitals right now. So we lack patients, and we also need to have more people to recruit more people going forward. So now we need to also improve the perception of the people. Now moving on to the clinical trial platform. So Aju University is leading this, and we have all the local clinics at Gyeonggi region participating in this network. So we have hospitals in Gyeonggi region as well as other main hospitals who have joined this program. And this center consists of 21 hospitals and many other clinics. But then let us look at the significance of this center, this clinical test center. So we have primary and secondary hospitals and the local clinics. And well, we have developed a framework that encompasses all three. And we also have an advisory body that provides counseling to the healthcare professionals. And we are providing consulting to the businesses. We are identifying the difficulties, the challenges that they face. So we have 1,300 patients in Korea, and this center covers 50% of the population. Now, we have Celltrion, which was designated as a national task, the plasma treatment, and for Genexus, we also have a consortium, and the company is given priority to access the consortium. And once designated by as a national task, then we plan to open this platform. Now, this consultative body will serve as an open platform. So, of course, this involves many different agencies. And we also need to standardize the data for infectious diseases. Jeonbuk National University Hospital is leading that project. And we also want to apply that to Gyeongbuk National University Hospital. And once we have the data ready, we will be able to share that with other hospitals as well. Now, looking at the limitations of the current clinical trials. Well, in the past, the clinical trials were considered as trials performed to patients, but now that perception has been changed to trials performed with patients, and that is what FDA is also highlighting. So it engages patients, it's a joint work with the patients. So we have the pharma companies as well as the patients and the hospitals are working together. And patients are used to be considered as data provider, but now patients are also part of the project. Now we have every organization has IRB, and global hospitals have community level IRB. So let's say we have Seoul level IRB and Gyeonggi level IRB, and with that we will be able to expedite the process. And to cope with the COVID-19 pandemic, we need to revise the pharmaceutical law to be able to make more progress in this. Now, 80% of the clinical trials fail to meet the registration deadline of target patients, which actually leads to $1.3 million loss. So that was an outcome from a report. Now, to expand collaboration with different stakeholders, they built a patient-centered clinical trial environment. And one example would be Patients Like Me. And here, more than 200,000 patients register and exchange information on 1,800 diseases and clinical trials. And also, they encourage voluntary participation. So an example would be part of a research campaign. More than 250,000 people pre-registered for Novavax, a COVID-19 vaccine. And also, we have UKCRN, which is a network from 15 regions in the UK. So now, moving on to the direction we need to take going forward. About 50%, as I mentioned, is covered with this network, but we want to increase that number to 80% and above. So we are working with the National Assembly and other stakeholders. And now we are understaffed in terms of healthcare professionals specializing in infectious diseases. So 50 are regular workers and 250 are irregular workers. So we need to improve that. And now we have provided training to 50,000 healthcare professionals for clinical trials, but we wanted to provide the training to a larger population going forward, and CRA as well as clinical trials and global clinical trial research and development and project managers will be our target for the training. Now, there are many people who wish to participate in clinical trials because now if you're severe cases or above, there is no treatment. So when it comes to new drugs developed by global pharmas, they want to try that. And there are some new drugs in Korea, and patients are willing to be one of the preferred patients to receive treatment with those drugs. So what's happening is that we have started to receive a letter of intent to participate in clinical testing. This was actually open. This opened a few days ago, so we plan to recruit more people. And now we need to have a system to collect the clinical trial data, and we will reinforce this. And also, we have Central IRB, which is not well established, and we have Aju University Consortium, which consists of 7 hospitals, and for the first time, they have established a Central IRB. And once they submit approval for RIB, then the 7 members will obtain blanket approval. So with this accreditation system, we want to have mutual accreditation and recognition between the members. So that is the direction that we want to take going forward. Since I'm pressed for time, I only hit the highlight of my presentation. As of 2015, we had more than 700 clinical trials in Korea, and we are seeing increasing number of new drugs. Actually, 3.5% of new drugs come from Korea, and pharma companies are following protocols to increase new drug development, and that accounts for about 3 to 4% in the global market share. However, it's a shame that Korean pharma companies only account for 1.5% in the global market, and we have this 2% gap. It can be because of the pricing of the drugs or because of the early licensing of the candidates. So we actually made a technological transfer worth of 8.4 trillion Korean won last year. So we plan to increase that going forward by beefing up the physical as well as the human resources. So I am sure that we will be able to increase our market share beyond the 3% threshold. Thank you very much for the presentation. Now moving on to the next presentation. We will hear from President Mook Hyun-sang of Korea Drug Development Fund, who will talk about R&D direction for infectious disease cures. Please give him a big hand.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Hyun-sang Mook. I am President and CEO of Korea Drug Development Fund. Today, my presentation, I'm going to discuss the R&D direction for treatment and vaccines of infectious diseases. Currently, we're going through the COVID-19 pandemic. About 100 years ago, we remember this fear of Spanish flu in 1918. We may have this fear in our DNA. The Spanish flu pandemic began in 1918, and at that time, 5% of the global population lost their lives due to the Spanish flu. During the Japanese colonial rule, more than 140,000 Koreans also died from the Spanish flu. At that time, the population was much smaller, and for 140,000 people or deaths was quite significant. Currently, Korea pandemic is under control, but in the US and European countries, the number of new cases increasing dramatically. So some people are saying that we're now right here, just right before the major second wave. Currently, globally, 771 different types of treatments and vaccines are under development, 194 vaccine candidates and 211 antivirus treatments, including antibodies, 366 projects for symptom relieving treatments. As you may know, there are 4 types of vaccines. You can, of course, break them further down to 9 different types of vaccines. But largely speaking, there are 4 types. And recently, Pfizer and BioNTech are focusing on the left-hand side, the messenger RNA vaccine. And when it comes to treatments, there are many different kinds, but there are plasma treatments, antibody treatments, and drug repositioning, which is about using the existing medical substance for other application. And currently, globally, we have the antibody treatment from Regeneron, which was injected to President Trump. And from Lilly, there's another antibody treatment on December 10th, which was just a couple of days ago. They got the conditional urgent emergency approval, so now it can be given out to patients. And for plasma treatments, they received the emergency approval. And for drug repositioning, remdesivir is very well known. It received the proper approval in some countries or emergency approval. And dexamethasone got the approval in the UK, and in some countries, exceptional or conditional approval has been granted. And Olumiant, which is arthritis treatment, is now repositioned for COVID-19. And there are many vaccines in the pipeline. They're under clinical trials. As you may know, on the top line, Pfizer is leading the pack. Today or tomorrow, Moderna is going to announce its clinical trial result. So people are saying that we will soon have vaccines in the very near future. How about the situations in Korea? There are many products under development, and especially antibody treatment of Celltrion got the very good result from the first clinical trial, and currently the second and the third trials are underway. And GC Pharma and Daewoo Pharmaceutical are receiving support from the government in accelerating their clinical trial process. Now, for vaccine development, there are 3 Korean companies involved in this initiative. They were selected as strategic initiatives. Genexine has done the first clinical trial. They're analyzing the results. For SK Bioscience and Gene1 Life Science, they have applied for clinical trial at the Food and Drug Safety of Korea. As I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, about 40 billion won has been invented, and 9.3 billion won of investment has been made for vaccine development. And here you can see many different strategies in developing vaccines or treatments, including anti-inflammation and so on. But anti-inflammatory types are 84, so it's the largest number. And there are 83 different types to suppress cytokine, and other antibody treatments altogether account for 50% of the total projects. So globally, there's an enormous effort to fight COVID-19 in developing cures, treatments, and and vaccines. So it's almost like a global alliance against aliens, some kind of alien attack. So this is indeed global in scale. Let's take a look at the status of development in treatments. Antiviral treatments, including antibody, 211 types have been developed, and 67% of them are new drugs. And drug repositioning accounts for 9% of the approved substances. And for symptom relieving treatments, there aren't many new drugs because it takes so much time. And repurposed drugs account for 28%, about in just 4 months. All these efforts have been made, and you can see how the trend has been changing. At the bottom table, this is as of July 10th, and the top table is as of November 9th. As for antivirals, in the past, repurposed was only 19%, but after 4 months, it actually went further down to 9%. This means that repurposing projects are not easy and they're not that profitable, so a lot of pharma companies are giving up on repurposing, but which one has increased? The new drug for COVID-19 has increased from 53% to 67%, so now new drug development is the major trend. Now going forward, for R&D direction, you can divide them into 3 categories. As for treatment, first of all, we should be able to identify new drug substance and candidates. And secondly, as Mr. Pei mentioned, we need to build a clinical trial support platform so that we can be prepared for next pandemics in the future. So these are the kinds of preparations we need to do in advance. And the Korean government has learned a lot from this experience. And when it comes to clinical trials, as Mr. Pei mentioned in his presentation, there's no centralized IRB, and all these healthcare centers where patients are located are not qualified for clinical trials. So for the past several months, the Ministry of Health and Welfare, KCDC, and Connect, they all worked really hard and struggled to establish a proper clinical trial platform. And now we're seeing some results coming out of these experiments. So that's the current situation now. Secondly, the second area of R&D is vaccine development. Currently, we are developing vaccines for COVID-19. You may think this is enough. For the time being, yes, but in the future, we may have other pandemics. And what about other viruses attacking us? So we need to be prepared for another pandemic. We need to plan and develop various vaccine platforms. Like I said, there are 4 major categories of vaccines, and we need to develop these platforms properly. In Korea, in the past, we didn't really have experience of developing vaccines. Maybe influenza vaccine only, but otherwise, we used to copy vaccines developed overseas. But we never had a lot of experience in developing new vaccines from the beginning. And now we realize that there are so many new vaccine types that we need to accumulate our experiences with. Now, we learned our lessons, and we should build our own vaccine platforms in Korea. As Professor Song mentioned, we need to find a vaccine platform that will be cost-effective delivery. So LP and VLP vaccine platforms need to be developed, and this is something that we've learned from this experience. We also need to have enough vaccine production capacity. In addition, as was mentioned in the previous session, you all heard from overseas speakers, especially CELPI. There are 3 major contracts for manufacturing and utilizing the existing production capacity. Since the 1970s, I believe that was the case in Korea. We were pretty good at producing them and increase the quality of production and precision production. So we have such capabilities for shipbuilding and steel making and oil refining and semiconductor and smartphone manufacturing. We were very good at that. And now, once again, we not only have expertise, we may not have expertise in vaccine development, but we have expertise in vaccine production. So we need to strengthen our vaccine production capabilities, and on top of that we should also have vaccine development capability as well. So we need to put more investment in basic research and development, and the government has learned a lot of lessons from this pandemic. Now the government is going to build the infectious disease research center and so on. So there's a lot of investment coming from the public sector, which is very good and encouraging, and I hope that this is going to help us better deal with future pandemics. Now, where will be the direction of R&Ds in the infectious disease area? We need to have a driving force. We need to make investment in treatment, drug development, and vaccine development for uh, infectious diseases. Indeed, 10 or 20 global pharmas been developing and producing vaccines, but there aren't many companies who are producing and developing treatments. For instance, Pfizer is leading the pack in developing the vaccine, but it's not Pfizer's technology, but it is from a BioNTech in Germany. Pfizer wasn't really involved in the vaccine business, but they were quick in making a partnership with this company in Germany, a small one in Germany, and Pfizer has the manufacturing capacity. What about AstraZeneca? They are also making a lot of progress, but they used to not do it in the past, but it was something developed by an Oxford University, and then AstraZeneca got the license first, and then they were able to produce the vaccines. A lot of leading pharmas didn't really invest in vaccine development in the past. AstraZeneca actually got this idea from Oxford University, and BioNTech is inside Pfizer. And there are a lot of these small companies, and there's another one in Boston. And Novavax is a small company in Pennsylvania. They used to sell vitamin E supplements. Big pharmas, the global ones, didn't really invest in developing new vaccines. So indeed, there are these three companies, CEPI and Gavi and Bill and Melinda Foundation were the only funders for vaccine development and research. But nowadays, we all have been waking up and learned our lessons. We need to facilitate collaboration among different businesses, and we need global cooperation. And cooperation between companies, is it cooperation between Merck and Pfizer? No, it's not really going to happen. It's more about collaboration between big pharmas and small venture startup companies. And when there's a need, then these companies can join hands together quickly. AstraZeneca may collaborate with universities and research institutes, and such collaboration can be promoted by government authorities, especially in Korea. They may offer more funds or other resources, and by doing so, they can facilitate cooperation. And then secondly, we need global coordination. A lot of speakers mentioned this as well, and let me repeat that once again. CEPI, Gavi, and WHO, when they joined hands together, they created COVAX facility. COVAX facility is there to support manufacturing companies, and at the same time, they aim to deliver vaccines, and then by using AMC, they're going to support underdeveloped countries. So this is a global agency. By using COVAX facility, global coordination is taking place. This is an institution that was put together really quickly out of the urgent need. And I believe that COVAX will have to become more developed and matured. And this is the responsibility of the global community. Now, COVID-19 pandemic It's as if the alien attack and the entire planet is under attack. Now it requires global coordination and global action. On the left-hand side, you can see myself in the picture. So with CEPI and the UK Ministry of Health and Switzerland, we all had this discussion together to promote global coordination so that we can fight COVID-19 by developing vaccines and therapeutics. All these require global coordination in order to make our way forward. Once again, in responding to infectious diseases, individual governments have to make investments, and there should be collaboration among businesses. And finally, we need global alliance and coordination so that the entire community, the international community, will respond together. Otherwise, we will never be able to respond to global challenges, including climate crisis and infectious diseases and other global issues. So we all have to work together and play our own part. And fortunately, the pandemic has given us a wake-up call. So in that sense, this is a very valuable experience. Many lives have been sacrificed, but we have learned this very critical lesson, and I hope that we will never forget this experience so that we can be fully prepared for the next pandemic if it happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Now, moving on to the next presentation, we will have CEO Ho Kyung-hwa on stage, who will talk about PPP proposal for R&D projects in infectious diseases. Please give him a big hand.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ho Kyung-hwa, CEO of Korea Innovative Medicines Consortium. It's a great pleasure to see you all. So this is the topics that I would like to cover: COVID-19 pandemic, innovation, and the new normal. So I would like to talk about the crisis and turning that into opportunity to project the future. And I would like to give you a perspective from the industry angle. So the table of contents consists of 4 parts. First, the purpose of KIMCO establishment, the pharma and bio industry, its policies and the significance. Pharma and bio industry, I will give you the overview and outlook of the industry, and next talk about the PPP projects for infectious disease R&D projects. Now, KIMCO, the Korea Innovative Medicines Consortium. Let me tell you a little bit more about KIMCO. We have 56 pharmas that have made contribution to this consortium. So this kicked off 3 months ago. This is to pursue co-work, co-innovation, co-investment. So it's an open innovation. It promotes a joint investment of local pharmas and bio companies, build an open innovation platform for co-development. So the goal is to pursue joint projects that require the participation of multiple pharma companies. And at the end of the day, KIMCO aims at ensuring the public's right to health and advance into a global pharma powerhouse. So we have 3 key pillars in terms of business areas. First of all, address infectious diseases, develop innovative drugs, and make global market entry. So that was our objective. So first of all, as I mentioned, we want to co-develop drugs for infectious diseases. And secondly, as I mentioned, we want to work together to co-develop and commercialize innovative drugs. And at the end of the day, we want to use those products to enter the global market. So first of all, we have MOHW's manufacturing facility and equipment project that we have obtained. So we are carrying out the COVID-19 drug and vaccine manufacturing equipment project commissioned by the Ministry of Health and Welfare. So the goal is to support the establishment of infrastructure for drugs and vaccines to fight new and mutant infectious diseases such as COVID-19. And the second project is the GMP Smart Facility to increase manufacturing facility. So this is supported by the Ministry of Small and Medium-Sized Venture Companies. So what we plan to do going forward is threefold. First of all, when it comes to infectious diseases, we want to conduct fundamental research and development to fight the pandemics. Next, we want to carry out joint clinical research and commercialize innovative drugs. And number three, we want to globalize the various platforms and technologies that we jointly develop. Now moving on to the next slide. How are we going to perceive the pharma and bio sector? Well, I think it carries two branches. So first of all, it needs to ensure public's right to health and welfare, which is quite important at a time of crisis like today. So it holds a very public value, but at the same time, the biopharma industry needs to create added value based on technology. So it needs to create quality jobs, and at the same time, it needs to expand the global market so that it becomes Korea's future growth engine. So from this perspective, last May, the pharma bio sector was designated as a top 3 priority sectors along with non-memory semiconductor and future automobile. So that was the plan of the government, and as we move forward, the bio and pharma sector will actually drive growth of our future flagship industries as well as our healthcare sector. So based on that, we have laid out various tasks and policies. As you know, pharma and bio sector begins with development, moves on to clinical trials, to approval, to production, up to reaching the patient. So the supply chain itself is quite extensive and involves different technologies. So it usually takes about 10 years to develop new drugs, and it costs about 1 to 2 trillion Korean won. It's high return, high investment, and high work that is entailed in this work. Now moving on to the global trend. The global pharma and bio industry amounts to about 1,000 trillion, and we believe that this will go up to 1,200 trillion in 2026. So because of the COVID-19, the growth rate of this year was about 3.8%, so just shy of 4%. But the plan is to grow by 7.4%, so that's based on CAGR, which means that we will achieve remarkable growth between 2020 and 2026. Now, let's take a different angle, the innovation angle. So the pharma and bio sector is different from other sectors in that when it comes to the big pharmas from top 1 to top 10, Roche, Johnson & Johnson, Novartis, Merck, and so on, as of 2019, they accounted for 42% of the global market share. But what is noteworthy is that the big pharma's market share in 2026 will drop to 36%. At least that is the projection for now. So it will decline by 6.2 pp. So that means that small and medium-sized companies are expected to perform strongly with market share expanding to 64% by 2026. So in other words, innovation as well as the performance of small and medium-sized companies are expected to take place going forward. And of course, if you think of the economy of scale, it's we don't have many companies beyond 1 trillion mark, so we have a long way to go. But still, if you look at the small and medium-sized companies and the innovation that they're currently carrying out, I believe that this market holds huge potential. Now moving on to the Korean trends for the local pharma and bio industry. We are transforming from generics to R&D and transitioning from chemical to bioproducts. And also, we are transitioning from domestic to global. We are seeing three major trends. As I mentioned, and as the previous speakers mentioned, now we are focusing very much on technological transfer based on R&D and licensing export, which amounted to 7 billion US dollars. So that is about 8 trillion Korean won. And in November of this year, I think we exceeded the 8 trillion mark, which means that our R&D keeps improving. And bioproducts are led by Celltrion or Samsung, the big companies, which account for a big market and targeting for a larger market. Well, I did not make this slide. Actually, I had a symposium with a global team, and I got this slide from one of the speakers. And it's a busy slide, but what I want to say here is that Bloomberg announced Korea as the #1 in terms of innovation index. So now in 2021, we dropped to second, but still we are a big player because we are doing so many innovative projects. So of course, this index does not apply to the bio and pharma industry only, but still it shows how innovative Korea is in terms of R&D and its capacity, production capacity, technology, as well as training and so forth. Korea ranked very high in those elements and criteria. But of course, we do have some room for improvement because we still lag behind in terms of productivity. Now, moving on to R&D and R&D in infectious diseases. COVID-19 was, of course, a crisis for everyone, but at the same time, an opportunity to develop new practices. So in addressing infectious diseases, we understood the importance of PPP. Recently, the Korean government made a declaration. What the government said is that we will fight this until the end. So there is this angle of speed, quality, and safety, and that is subject to heated debates. But Korea is performing well, And that was the commitment of the Korean government. So, of course, what the government said was that COVID-19 drugs and vaccines will be developed indigenously, regardless of imports from other countries. So, we need to gain competitive edge in this field as well. And to achieve that goal, PPP is essential. Public-private partnership is essential. We call this PPP, and we need to revitalize PPP. And this PPP model does require more than the industry or the government alone. You need all the stakeholders in the ecosystem, the industry, the academia, labs, hospitals, and politics. So all the parties must come together. It's a multilateral effort. And we need to have we need to expand the platform, and at the same time leverage big data and AI to boost innovation efficiency. And also the tech industry and the bio industry should come together for some areas. But going forward, we need a collaboration among countries. And now, Korea's innovation index is quite high. But then when it comes to pharma and bio industry, the innovation efficiency has two pillars: research efficiency and development efficiency. And Korea ranks high in terms of research efficiency, but we still have a long way to go in development efficiency. So we have 20 OECD countries, and Korea ranks about 15. So we are one of the bottom countries. Then what do we need to do? We need to make this a practical practice. So we cannot leave it as science only. We need to translate that into patient benefits. And we need to publish more papers. We need to have more patents, more IPs, and kick off clinical trials and do NDA filing with new drugs. So this is our task going forward. But it's also an opportunity. Labs and companies must come together. The universities and labs must come together with businesses, and that should be translated into patient benefit. So in sum, we need to boost development efficiency. Now, when it comes to PPP, one of the primary example would be IMI platform in Europe. I think we should benchmark this platform. So EU and FPA, this pharma association, have joined this 50-50 with 50-50 contribution, and they have invested actually funds and money into this. And for the past 12 years or so, it's about 5.3 billion euros, about 7 trillion investment which was made into this project. So the pharma companies with PPP, they identify which diseases to research and study, and which drugs to develop. So they co-identify and co-develop it. So they have about 160 projects underway, and with that, they are reaping great results. So this is my summary slide. Four things that I want to share. Pharma and bio industry is a national industry, so we need to secure the public's right to health and serve as the country's future growth engine. So to secure the public's right to health, we need to do more, especially in times of pandemic like this one. Also, R&D projects should involve different parties. And they need to evolve into multi-party open innovation projects among industry, academia, lab, hospitals, and politics. And I think that PPP is no longer a choice, but a must. And it must be private-led and public-supported. That should be the model that we need to pursue. I think it will be the most efficient model. And at the same time, we need to increase development efficiency so that we open new opportunities for the patients and accelerate benefits along the way. That should be the form of PPP. And Kimco is taking baby steps right now. It was just launched 3 months ago, but we want to collaborate with the private sector and boost PPP. And that was the mission given to us. So the local pharma and bio companies will receive our help, and we want to collaborate with global companies and also provide care to the patients. We will do our best. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Now moving on to the next special lecture, we have Director Han Dong-woo of Department of Healthcare Innovation Planning, Korea Health Industry Development Institute, who will talk about post-COVID era, the course of biohealth industry innovation. Please give him a big hand.
Hello, I am Han Dong-woo. Thank you. This forum is jointly hosted by Chosun Biz and Korea Health Industry Development Institute. Thank you very much for staying with us until the very end of the program. It's been 8 hours since the beginning of the forum at 9 a.m. in the morning, and I understand that there are many people who are watching the forum online on YouTube. Thank you very much for your interest. In post-COVID era, the course of biohealth industry innovation in preparing for a new normal, that's the title of my presentation. Many speakers talked about the implications of coronavirus and this pandemic. And in this new era, what do we need to do? And what direction do we need to take? I'm sure you have a lot of thoughts about this. And in that vein, I'm going to give a presentation on what direction of innovation we need to pursue in preparing for the post-pandemic era. First of all, let's take a look at the changes to our everyday lives brought on by COVID-19. All of you are wearing masks and there are dividing glass panes. Last year at the Healthcare Innovation Forum, there was a crowd packed in this room, but we have a limited number of participants here due to COVID-19. So many changes have taken place in our everyday lives due to the pandemic. Here, these are the numbers announced by World Health Organization last month versus a couple of days ago. You can see the dramatic increase in the number of cases, and we have more than 200,000 new deaths. So unfortunately, many lives have been sacrificed and many people got sick because of this virus. You can do a lot of analysis about COVID-19. In the past, bacteria and virus, people didn't really know the differences between the two. But now we have a lot of news reports coming out about confirmed cases and deaths. In the past, news reports about diseases didn't really catch people's attention, but nowadays people check on the situations on a daily basis because you need to really be updated, otherwise your own health may be at risk. This is a street in the US. Here you can see space bubbles, that's what they call this. It's quite funny almost, but in a cafe, you would usually be able to sit down in the outdoors and enjoy a cup of coffee, but not so much anymore. These are individual bubbles covered in plastic. People really want to go back to the normal, but then there's a need to be cautious about this. So in combining these two contrastive needs, people have come up with these kinds of protective measures. And these are the kinds of inconvenience that we have to accept and adapt to. Now, in this COVID-19 era, we have new trends and new practices that we have to put in place. In Korea, we have been practicing social distancing. It has been quite successful and has been recognized globally. Here at the train stations, you can see all these seats taken apart. And in the subway, people would be seated apart from one another. This is a common scene everywhere. Now let's discuss the economic changes both at home and abroad after the pandemic. Service industries are based on physical contact, and there should be close contact between the suppliers and the consumers, and especially in the healthcare setting, there should be close contact between patients and medical professionals. But with the COVID-19 pandemic, contact was not allowed, and people were not allowed to meet with one another. So tourism and airline industries have been hit very hard. One of the largest airline industries is Thai Air, and here flight to nowhere is something that they introduced recently. So what they are doing is to fly around and then come back to the originating airport in order to satisfy the need of flying. And here at the headquarters, they have this restaurant where they serve meals as if you are flying in the aircraft. Another example is donuts that they sell at Thai Airline because they are not able to earn revenue from airline operation. So they're running restaurant services, they're doing donut business. This is an example of how these industries have been hit hard by the pandemic. In the beginning of the year in April, IMF said that it was going to be 0.3% growth, but now OECD and IMF expect that the global GDP growth would be negative 4 to 5%. As for Korea, there was actually a 1.5% growth on year. So despite the global economic depression, Korean economy is doing relatively well. In New York Times, there were 4 success factors of K-quarantine. First of all, there was centralized management and communication, and at the same time, the Korean government has been implementing social distancing practices, and Korean people were quite obedient, and they followed these guidelines, and these were the successful success factors of Korea in responding to COVID-19. But at the end of August, you can see what happened. Here, the reception or acceptance level of citizens vary by country. In some countries, people are very opposed to restrictions, and as a result, economic activities were restrained and constrained, and there were some very strong protests. But in Korea, in contrast, people are diligently wearing masks, and they are taking all the hygiene measures to make sure that no virus infection would happen. And I think these kinds of response in the public have resulted in different outcome in COVID-19 response. There have been some positive outcomes regarding medical supplies and healthcare products. The exports have grown actually. The biohealth industry was ranked number 6 in terms of export volume. And in all of these industries, there were some depressions and exports declined. But in the healthcare industry, the testing kits and masks and quarantine-related products were exported more. So there was an increase in export on year. So the healthcare industry has been promoting export, and this has made good contribution. When you take a look at the export trends in September, medical supplies and cosmetics and other healthcare products have increased in terms of export volume. How about next year? When mountains are high, valleys may be low, so due to the base effect, the export growth may decline. In order to continue to boost exports, we need to think about the future direction and how to promote further export going forward. Let's take a look at the number of products the top 10 export products. These are all related to medical and quarantine. And in some areas where there is sluggish demand, then exports declined. So the pandemic has some positive effect and also some negative effect depending on the export items. But overall, the healthcare industry has been growing in terms of export, and about 2 trillion won of impact was created. Now, what do we need to do for the biohealth industry after the pandemic? I'm sure you have seen these graphs by OECD Health data. This is the life expectancy versus GDP per capita and health spending per capita. Overall, when the GDP level goes up and when there's more spending on healthcare, then of course life expectancy will become longer. So there's a positive correlation between these two. But in the future, due to pandemic and other epidemics, this rule may be broken. When you look at the economic theory, there is something called willingness to pay. Currently, there are economic downturns, but still people are willing to pay for health and medical services. So this is what willingness to pay is about. In some other areas, they may cut down on their spending, but as for their own health and well-being, they're willing to pay more. With the aging population, we not only want to live longer, but also we need to have good and well aging. So well aging has been very important. Now, the paradigm in the healthcare industry is changing, so we're moving away from treatment to prevention. Positive, personalized, preventive, and so on. These 4 Ps are important for the healthcare industry. Big data and IoT, these solutions are applied in the biohealth industry. Now, the biohealth industry size is growing. Currently, the Korean market is 11th in terms of size, and it is contributing to job creation and GDP growth. And exports have increased dramatically, as I mentioned. So the biohealth industry is ranked in terms of export volume. So it is now even more than the display industry and the semiconductor industry. So this is a fundamental and structural change. But in responding to this momentum, if we continue on with this trend, we can grow annually 12% each year by 2030. But if we fail to respond to this new trend, then the annual growth is expected to be just around 2%, according to some estimates. So now we're at a critical moment. We have all these challenges due to the COVID-19, but we also have new opportunities. Now, in responding to the post-corona era, what do we need to do? In 2009, 60,000 people visited Korea to receive treatment. And last year, almost 500,000 people came to Korea from abroad to receive medical services. But this year, due to COVID-19, there was a dramatic decline in the number of people coming to Korea. But I would say that about 100,000 patients have come to Korea for medical treatment. So this has been affected. Now, overall, we need to find a way to make our bio and healthcare industry more sustainable. We need to build a foundation for that. Overall, the biohealthcare industry this year is going to be quite positive. There are some negative impacts, but these will be quite limited. And by the end of this year, biohealth exports will continue to grow. In our institute, for September, we carried out a survey on the reception or perception of biohealth industry. So 1,000 participants and 300 businesses participated in the survey, and they all agree that biohealth industry is critical for Korea. So they all seem to agree on that. 77% of the respondents are worried about COVID-19, but more women and more older people are worried about COVID-19, and the multi-member families are more worried about COVID-19, and smaller businesses are concerned about COVID-19. Therefore, in personal hygiene, hand washing and masks very critical. And even after the end of the pandemic, people will continue to practice their personal hygiene. Now, genetic analysis, as you can see, are interested in that. And but then there aren't many people who are understanding the recent trends in the healthcare industry. So we need to promote awareness in the general public. We divided between medical supplies and medical equipment and cosmetics. And a lot of people think that developing vaccines and treatment is crucial, and the business's answer that R&D support is crucial. And there are some concerns about costs in advanced medical services and also concerns about safety. And when it comes to safety, all three types of respondents said that regulations have to be put in place to ensure safety. And there should be a social consensus in promoting biohealthcare industry in a certain direction. In preparing for the post-pandemic era, we need to develop digital healthcare and smart hospital and other innovative businesses, and these need to be supported. And to do so, we need to develop human resources for these. Once again, we need to revisit our educational system, and we should be able to develop skills for these sectors. And then we have many health centers and medical institutions that may also expand abroad because we have expertise. And the K-quarantine expertise and experiences may be useful in other countries. And if there's a request for assistance, we should go and reach out to these countries. And then we need to continue to build policy governance to support all these initiatives. Space bubbles is just one example, but in the post-pandemic era, there will be very new trends, and we need to be prepared for new normals, and we cannot make predictions exactly. These days, drive-through testing sites have been very popular, and it has even become a global standard. The drive-through concept was first created in the 1970s, but with the pandemic, drive-through has become very popular, not only for testing, but also for civil service and McDonald's in Japan. ETC settlement is done, so there's absolute no contact. In order to pay for McDonald's, you will have automatic payment using ETC. And here, there's a new service type called Park and Go. So you park your car and wait order, and then the staff will deliver food for you. So these are the kinds of new service types. Darwin said the survival of the fittest. So in some areas, we need to evolve. During this short pandemic, the existing services were evolved to respond to the pandemic, and this is a way that we need to change our mindset. Contact is necessary, but in many cases, we had to pursue non-contact, and then these will be converged to on-tact. For instance, we have many Zoom meetings and teleconferences. There's something called Zoom Boom. And some people begin to care about what they look like on the screen. So there are cosmetic procedures that people take in order to look better on the screen. So it's interesting that how these new normals are influencing people's behaviors and their consumption choices. Based on our survey, you can see that most of the respondents said the COVID-19 will have negative consequences, but then still about 40% of the respondents said that there will be positive consequences as well, including the increase in non-contact and IT-based solutions, and these industries will continue to grow, and new business items and ideas will emerge, and then there will be more support for new industries, and these are potential positive consequences of the pandemic. Now, globally, there's a surge in the number of confirmed cases, and there have been some resistance and protests globally. So what should be our next step? There's something called dominant design. And when it comes to technological innovation, the first mover or the pioneer will come up with the dominant design. For instance, these are some of the examples. QWERTY keyboard design became popular, and then the VHS method, and meter matrix. So these were adopted by the people very quickly, and when they become the first mover, they can become global standards. And we know these examples from the history. Due to COVID-19, we have to develop new technology, but at the same time, we have to be able to catch up on the new demand in the market and respond to the new demand, just like the drive-through. And if you come up with a global standard like the drive-through testing method, then you will be able to gain dominance in the market. There are social, cultural, and economic changes due to COVID-19, but as for the demand side, there will be more demand for on-tech services. This is the first time ever that we had to do things in a non-contact manner, and people begin to understand that non-contact manner is okay and is pretty visible. So I think there will be growing demand for on-tech services, including healthcare services, because there are concerns about infection and other risks. So people may want to receive medical services in a non-contact manner. So contact and connect will have to be combined to meet this demand. And from the supply side, there should be a paradigm change. In the past, service industries were doing more of contact services, but they would have to change their paradigm. They will have to switch their business models in order to respond to these new trends. And then we also have to understand how to cater to and respond to emotional needs, because there are some depressions related to COVID-19 and many other emotional issues. Now there will be new normal coming up, and we need to be able to take advantage of this. And in the healthcare industry, I hope that we will respond to these new normal and new trends to make sure that people can live a safe and convenient life. And going forward, we will have to make sure that we offer these services according to the market needs. Once again, I'd like to express my gratitude to all of the participants. And next year at 2021 Healthcare Innovation, I hope to be able to see you again. And after this presentation, there will be an idea competition. And so many people have submitted wonderful ideas in responding to COVID-19. In order to overcome this pandemic, it requires everyone's wisdom and everyone's effort. So in that sense, I want to say that I would like to ask for your support in developing the healthcare industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Yes, as you said, in Healthcare Innovation Forum 2021, I hope to see you all in person. With that, we will wrap up the forum, but now get